mission, I'm mission. I'm trying to get it right. Transition, changing the way that I see life. I'm transitioning mine. I'm on a mission, trying to get it right. I'm transitioning my life. Making a transition. Ooh, making a transition. Ooh, 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 ooh. Making a transition. Ooh, 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 ooh. Making a transition. I'm on a mission, I'm trying to get it right. Changing the way that I see life. Transition in my life. On a mission, on a mission, on a mission. Welcome. This is DJ Genesis, and we are back at it again. I try to take a break in between these shows because it could be so taxing on my mental to really go into some of the subjects I have going on. You know, ICE raids, the treatment of people, including our Caribbean brothers and sisters. I just now found out that they have like some Haitian brothers and sisters out there in a field picking peas. That don't speak English. I just found that out the other day. Like we really need to and what's crazy is at the helm of this is you have the FBA movement that will pretty much say that these people, you know, they just need to get up out of our country so we could do the work. Well, honey, you don't want to be out there in the field picking peas in the sun in Florida. And the way that this lady look, I'm gonna find the actual video. I had it, but I thought I sent it to myself, but it didn't go. So I'm gonna have to like find it again and show it. But it was the most terrible video I've ever seen. But before I go into that, there's a situation with this artist called Mona Leo, and she did a song called So Long, Sexy So Long, I think it was. And I guess So Long is like another name for kind of an FBA. I'm not sure exactly what a So Long means, but you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna let my friend Javen explain the situation, and then we're going to get into his video about what's really going on, because I guess there's something going on with the manager and all this stuff. So welcome to the panel, Javen. Tell us exactly what is going on with this whole thing with Tariq Nasheed.
Peace. Can you hear me? Am I coming in clear with you?
I can definitely hear you. Thank you for being here.
All right, go welcome. The whole situation with the sister is about Tariq is just mad at her because she's showing love to other black people. That's the long and short of it. He's mad at her because she's showing love to other black people. She had consciously in the video. And that's it. That's He's been picking with her ever since the video for Sexy So Long came out.
So is she a FBA? Is she Caribbean, or what is her nationality? Do you know?
She's from America. She's not from no other country. It's just that Tariq, you know how he does. He accuses everybody he doesn't like of being a quote unquote tether, which is the slur, or being a democratic shield, which means you're connected to you're basically connected to tethers or something like that. So like, yeah, she's black, she's from Texas, she's from America. As far as I know, her whole family from the South. Like, there's nothing wrong. She's not doing anything wrong.
So
Tariq is just a habit.
at what point do we, you know, with this whole thing, you know, I get it, FBA, we have to delineate. So at what point is this delineation becoming we're like turning in on ourselves? So now you have a young lady who is making music, and she had a song that she's trying to big up. And what's crazy is you have all these younger people following the FBA movement, and they are attacking her for this song. Can you go in? Could you explain some of the things that the things that's going on with this whole thing? Now her manager's being, I'm not sure exactly all the details. Can you just get into those details?
Yeah. The issue is that everybody's turning on her and attacking her because she's showing love to other black people. That's just all this is about. She didn't denigrate anybody. The song Sexy Salon is bigging up, actually bigging up black people in America. It's not even bigging up other black people from around the world in the diaspora. She just showed love to them in the video. That's it. And say she don't hate them. Like the movement has already turned in on is already about turning in on black people. Because remember, FBA comes out of ADOS. ADOS is is a white nationalist psyop. It was designed from day one to go after and attack other black people and push the Republican Party. Everything they ever say about why they do what they do is a lie. They were just looking for a reason to do it. Also about her manager, because again, they accused her of being a black immigrant. When they couldn't find out she was a black immigrant, they started looking at people around her. They found her manager. Her manager, as far as I know, he's Nigerian, right?
Okay.
They looked through his Twitter feed and they found some tweets. Some tweets that were questionable. Some were not questionable. They were just outright bad from when he was a teenager. Okay, them tweets went the tweets I because I did my own research. A lot of them tweets was I would say was either just a little kid messing around or they were just flat out bad.
So
But
can you explain what the tweet said? Do you know what they said that was so bad?
some of the tweets was I think was bad was that he was that wasn't really too bad, but it's like he was really like bigging up white women and stuff like that. But it's like again, he was a little kid. Also, some tweets was him. He was using the N word, but with the hard ER. What I think about those tweets, because I looked at most of those tweets in context, that was just him being a little kid and new and not actually understanding the difference between ER and A, because he was also calling himself the N word with an ER. Like,
Right.
yo,
So
I'm not.
was this when he was in Nigeria?
No, this is when he was in America. Like he was like in America. I don't know if he immigrated here. That's why there was confusion. Because like he could have immigrated here, and that's why he was getting the confusion because he was referring to himself also as an N word with with the ER. But I don't think he meant it that way because, like I said in my video, these tweets stopped. The oldest tweet is like from 2012, and I think he was like 14. So it's
Hmm.
obvious that this was like some disconnect and was a problem that he really didn't understand, and somebody might have sat him down and talked to him and explained it to him. Like, all right, you new here. Let me explain to you
Yeah,
certain
Detrimental.
things and
Right.
how things work. And from that point on, from what I can see, he never had these issues again.
Okay, so all right, so you go into this video. This is on your channel, and I wanted to like at least have you here when I played it. So in this video, explain where you're at with this video because you're saying, okay, listen, if you're going to bring up old stuff that somebody have said or what they've done, you're saying, okay, well, what about the old things that you have done? And can you get into that?
Sure. Because, like I said, he was a teenager when he did this, and he hasn't done it since. Because if he had done it since, they would have showed it. The latest that they showed was from 2012. Like I said, teenage tweets from 2012. And pretty much all of us, when we were teenagers, if social media was around when we was teenagers, and somebody went back 20 years, 15 years, looking into our social media, 25 years, we would have said some questionable things that we will look back at as kind of cringe. But I was pointing out that if it's acceptable to defame the sister for what her manager, she didn't even say that. And mind you, she didn't know him at the time either. For what her manager said as when he was a teenager, then why is it not acceptable to go after Tariq Nasheed personally for what he has said as a grown man? That's why I started my video. As you can see, this is when he did the interview with Tucker Carlson, and Tucker Carlson was asking him directly about things he had wrote in his book, The Art of Macking.
Well, let's get into that. Let's hear what he had to say. Let's go.
Because people take you seriously. Now, you are, in addition to a lot of other things, the author of a number of books on dating. One of them is called The Art of Macking. You've written a couple others. And I just want to read you, I was reading it today, it's an interesting book. Chapter 6, Guaranteed Ways to Get Sex from Women. And I'm quoting you. In this chapter, I will give some tried and proven techniques that will help you talk a woman into giving it up. I will also offer you precise rebuttals to every objection a woman may have to giving it up. You say this, the number one lame thing men say to get sex, I love you. You describe that as the bold lie approach. And then you say this, if a woman isn't ready for sex, you quote, 1, question her maturity, 2, minimize the significance of sex, and 3, tell her what she wants to hear. Now, you're advocating lying in order to take advantage of women sexually. This is in your book. I'm not misquoting it. Why should we believe anything that you say if you're counseling people to say, I love you, and lie to women in order to get them in bed?
Tucker, the fact that you're this desperate to get one of my books, which is a book on satire, it's a tongue-in-cheek book. The book was written in a comedic fashion, and the fact that you're getting that to try to justify disenfranchising me, to try to minimize the significance of what I do in the system, that's so cheap, Tucker.
I was just joking, Ruth. So actually, I read about 10 interviews you did on the...
Tucker, don't be a sucker, Tucker.
Okay, so here's an interview you gave to Esquire.
That's so cheap, Tucker.
That is so cheap, it's a legitimate question. You said
Tucker,
this,
I'm talking about systematic white supremacy, and you're trying to discredit me by getting a quote from my book, which is tongue-in-cheek, which is about relationships. A lot of the book is satire, it's comedic, and that's so cheap, Tucker. But I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised, Tucker.
Let me just say, I don't think that you're being tongue-in-cheek, and the scores of interviews you did and the 2 follow-up books you wrote on this exact subject, how to lie to women.
The book has so many comedic sections in it, but I don't get them.
But it raises the question,
go ahead,
are you being tongue-in-cheek now with all this race war stuff you're constantly talking about? He's a white supremacist.
Unfortunately,
Nazis.
I'm not, because white supremacy is not tongue-in-cheek. Okay, we live in a system. We live in a system of white supremacy, and white supremacy is not a joke. White supremacy is not a joke. We live in a system that's dominated in all areas of activity of white supremacy. So I take that very seriously, sir.
So but you're making specific allegations that are untrue.
But here's the thing, is that if you don't respect the women, and that's just a tongue-in-cheek argument. Oh, I'm just joking. Like, and now you want someone to actually respect you when you're trying to like do any kind of a thing about the white supremacy?
Exactly. That was my point. It's like, Tariq, you're a grown man. You were a grown man when you wrote that book. First of all, it wasn't a joke. None of that was a joke. You're just saying it was a joke. And second, how come and why would we accept that as a justification from you? But why can't we accept that from him? Where he could say, well, I was a teenager and I was joking. Yeah, you wouldn't accept that from him and again, he was a teenager doing that. He was a teenager doing that among himself and his little friends. You are a grown man who wrote this book and sold it to other grown men and went around and did interviews, did shows, did documentaries and everything about this.
About how to be a Mac. Wasn't he on MTV and did a show about how to be a Mac too?
Yeah, he did Coco. I think the dude name is Coco. I forgot what his name is. Coco. He does like late night TV. He did a scene in a movie with Michael Moore. That's how Tariq got famous. He got famous for running around telling people he was a Mac, he was a pimp. He was a Mac, and that he gonna teach you how to get sex from women, how to lie to women to get sex from them.
Right.
How to use women to make money off of them.
So
this was not tongue in cheek.
Yeah, it's not. And if you're using manipulative tactics on women, what makes you think that you're not using it on the community? Because this is the same mentality, that pimp-like mentality that a lot of these cult leaders like Dr. York and people like that have used against the people for time and time again. You know, and
Yes,
you know what I'm saying? It's like nothing against those people, but I'm just saying that's what they use. Nature Boy, all those people use that same type of pimp, probably read his book and didn't think
yes.
it was a fucking joke. Excuse my language, didn't think it was a joke.
Because it wasn't a joke. Tariq is just saying it's a joke. And if you see when Tucker Carlson was trying to read all the interviews and all the stuff he did to prove that Tariq, this was not you were not joking, you're lying. This is something you stood on, and this is something you got famous, and you did a bunch of shows and interviews based off this. He just kept over talking him and wouldn't let him get it out until
And
he switched the subject.
that is a tactic that all of those people that follow his movement use. They figured out because they watch him do it how to over talk and keep talking and keep talking and keep talking and not let a person get a word in edgewise. So it's like he's almost training people to be like the same way. Okay, if you're a part of this movement, someone says something against you, and just keep talking and talking and talking. We can't have a really real dialogue in that conversation. You're going to talk over, you're going to mute people, all that stuff. And there are a lot of people like Ant CEO that follow that movement, that follow his exact same way that he goes about stuff. You know, and I'm like, I feel like he's losing because he thought that he made a movement, or if he say, well, no, it's not a movement, it's a lineage. Okay, well, if you're not going to be the head of a lineage, and you don't want to be the head of this whole so-called lineage, which is turning into a movement now.
It is a movement. He just he did a video acknowledging it. Now he calls it the FBA delineation Renaissance movement. That's the name he gave to it now. And that's when I asked the question. So I'm like, all right, Tariq, you're acknowledging it's a movement, right? So who founded the movement and who's leading the movement? Since you claim you're not a leader, but now you're saying it's a movement. All right, it's a movement now. That makes you the leader. But that's what he does. He's just gonna keep talking. Like even with the lineage stuff. Lineage is like a 6th grade word. They're using the word wrong. Lineage is just your bloodline. It's not anything else. There is no such thing as a 40-something million person lineage, unless you want to say Genghis Khan is the progenitor of the lineage. The word you looking for is heritage. We come from a common heritage. We don't come from a common lineage. The only way we can come from a common lineage is if we all had the same we all descended from the same direct ancestor. We come from a common heritage, and we will be an ethnic group. We are not a lineage. You're using, like that's what I'm saying, that's what makes it so bad with the movement. It's like you're using a 6th grade word wrong. And you got a bunch of brain dead people saying it over and over and over again, not realizing how stupid they look and how they are opening themselves up. They don't even understand what they even opening themselves up to.
Honey,
because
I've heard like that he is considered like people are thinking that he's an FBI agent or a CIA or some kind of agent that is causing like an agent of whatever that's causing like this whole thing. There's a lot of different like things around, and people don't even understand. Like the younger guys that are getting into this don't even understand how they are opening themselves up to that. If the government, listen, I've had my own self get investigated when I was working with SETI doing his website. So I know that when you start talking about all this stuff and whatever, the FBI is watching, and they will be watching you. So all y'all thinking it and talking real aggressive about this and that and whatever, just know that you're on that list, that watch list. Okay, just I'm on the list too. Trust me, I've been on the list. So, but go ahead.
Yeah, it's most likely just he just did it as a grift. Because remember, he got into this whole lane following behind Yvette Carnell, just being a simple grifter, and then when he seen the money rolling in. And also people contacting him behind the scenes, because I was the one who exposed it, that you had white nationalists contacting Tariq behind the scenes, offering him money to promote his division and xenophobia. And he had to acknowledge it on his show that they offering to pay him big money to go on the internet and do exactly what he's doing right now.
Exactly. So let's go into let's listen to the rest of this video, because This is where Tariq got his origins from, you guys. So in case you guys have never seen this is where he started off. So let's go.
And you know that they're untrue because you're not stupid.
I'm not.
You know exactly what you're doing.
I'm not. You're trying to put words in my mouth, but I'm not
that's
shocked.
fine. But does it occur to you, it's very simple and last question, does it occur to you that people believe you and that you increase the temperature of race hatred in this country and that long-term that might lead to some really bad things? Do you feel responsible for that?
You mean like black people getting harmed in all areas of activity, like black people getting shot legally and executed legally? What have you done Tucker, what have you done to replace the system of white supremacy with the system of justice?
I'm calling you out for lying. That's
what
I do. That's
have
my
you done
contribution today.
For replacing... Okay, Tucker.
Yeah. Tariq, I appreciate it. Thanks for joining us tonight. Happy Kwanzaa to you.
And I want you guys please to check out our guest channel. What is it? Is it called Black and Knowledgeable?
No, it's my stage name. It's Haven Bernadette, but that's not for all. I'll just say this to you because I people should pretty much know this. That's not my real name, but that's my name. If you type that in, like if you type in Haven, Javen, it's gonna come up Bullets or Bernadette.
Yeah, check it out. Haven Bird. Please check out his channel. Please support his channel. He only has 1.88 subscribers. Are you monetized yet?
Yeah, I am.
Okay,
and like I said, this is not my only channel because it's like Tariq has flagged me down so many times. Like it's ridiculous because I have exposed him that I gotta keep changing the way I make the videos because he keeps finding a way to try to hit me with fake copyright strikes or hate speech strikes, and it's like, it's just it's kind of difficult.
See, because he's not on YouTube, right? But it's probably not even him. Who knows? But I would say this:
it is him. Tariq is on YouTube.
Oh, he is. Oh, yeah, he is on YouTube. I forget. Okay, yeah. So here's the thing: it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, it is what it is. If you're going to go after this young lady and try to mess up her career when she puts out her single and try to turn all the black people against her and not buy her music because she's talking about the black people all together and she has a Nigerian manager and all this other stuff, then that's not right. So now you guys are turning this into almost like weaponizing the FBA movement, which is something I knew that would happen. And that's why I have a problem, because now you have this whole movement that's being weaponized against other FBAs.
But it was always going to do that. Because again, it's a hate cult, and it was always either you're with us or you're against us. And if you're against us, you're a tether. You're a Democratic shield, because you notice that if you disagree with Tariq, you're automatically a Democratic shield or tether. There's no such thing as you're being FBA and you just don't agree with him, but you're a regular person. You just don't agree with him.
Yeah, see, I don't think that that's right. We should not be turning this whole thing against each other. We should not be fighting with each other. It should not. So this delineation movement is now creating a whole delineation within the black community, within the FBA community. So now you have some people that's like, oh, if you're for so okay, you already have the delineation between Africans and Americans. You have a delineation between the Caribbeans and also Latino. Now you're going to create another delineation between people that are for or against Pan-Africanism and being unified. So now you're going to be stuck with these few people that are cult-like far and then really extremists with the FBA. And that is where you're going to run into a problem.
Yeah, but they've been causing delineation problems inside the Black American community because they hate all black people from New York. They claim that they was like black people from New York they all got quote unquote mixed in with tethers, so they all tethers. So even if they got family from the South, they also got quote unquote tether family. They disrespected the people from the from certain parts of Florida, claiming that they not FBA. They used to claim that the Gullah Geechee are not FBA.
What?
Yes. I tell you no lie. They used to say the Gullah Geechee was not FBA. They only started reclaiming the Gullah Geechee because Marcel Dixon got down with them, and he's Gullah Geechee. That's why they stopped.
Marcel been a mainstay on that panel, getting up there and talking and being a mainstay on that whole Twitter panel. And so now they done isolated him, and he had to get with him and tell him, okay, wow, that's crazy.
Yes, because they were saying that the Gullah Geechee were not FBA. They also said the people from New Orleans were not FBA, especially the Creoles. So they was already causing mass division inside the black community. They like the freemen, which is another spinoff. They said that the Indian freemen are not. They're not talking about the Indian freemen. And when I say Indian freemen, I'm not talking about the pretendians. I'm talking about the actual black people who were enslaved by the Indian Native Americans who got free. Because remember, we are the U.S. freemen because we got free with the 14th Amendment and through the Civil War and all that, right? And then
Yeah.
you had the people who was enslaved by the Native Americans who got free through other means, and they became what is known as the Indian freemen. They attacked them all day. They will be cool with the pretendians, but they got a war with the pretending. They're not cool with them no more. They got a war with them now. But
So
they
now it's
used
a
to
war
be.
between the pretendians too now? I thought that was a part of the whole.
Yeah, they got a war with the pretendians now.
Lord have mercy.
But
So
before that they had a problem with the.
because all the different sects of the FBAs are now beginning to splinter off and have their own ideologies because he didn't actually control the movement from the very beginning and create a real thing about
No,
what
no,
he's really trying to say. Or is it he?
no, no, he did. But the whole point is to cause division. The whole point is to keep fighting. The whole point is for him to keep getting money, him to keep fighting with different groups, and that's all. That's all he does. That's the whole point of the movement. The movement was never designed to get reparations. The reparations was just the hook to get people to start trying to deal with it. They
To
never
get in.
cared about. Yeah, they never cared about reparations. Because one, if you really care about reparations, first of all, you wouldn't even been following Yvette Carnell because she's anti-reparations. She only pretended to be pro-reparations again to get people to follow the movement. And if you was really pro-reparations, you wouldn't have been pro-Trump because Trump ran the most anti-reparations campaign in American history.
Right.
There's a whole bunch of things you would not be doing if you really cared about reparations. And if
Let
you
me
notice,
tell you. Let me tell you
he
some
doesn't even
background.
talk about it.
Let me tell you some background information. I was trying to actually get him in with Dr. Cornel West. Toward the end of the whole thing, he began because I was working with Dr. Cornel West on his campaign. Toward the end, he began, but I was trying to get them to meet each other. But what it was is that he wouldn't meet Dr. Cornell where he was at, and he wanted Dr. Cornell, who's an elderly person, to drive all the way down to the Hidden History Museum to come and meet with him. He wouldn't actually meet Cornell where he was. He made him, and so they never had the meeting. But I was actually trying to orchestrate a meeting between him and Dr. Cornell because Trump, instead of him, they were trying to do a whole meeting with Trump, and Trump ended up choosing Joe Rogan over his thing. And that's some background information that nobody even knows. There you go. He was trying to get an interview with Trump, and Trump wasn't going to do it. But guess who was going to do it? Is Dr. Cornel West. And because of hey, logistics or whatever, he wouldn't meet him. We're in the middle. He's a elderly guy. He can't be driving in the LA traffic and all this other crazy stuff for no long periods of time. And that's some stuff that people don't freaking know. So there's that. Let's go into some more of your video because I think that you really expose a lot of stuff, and I want you to explain some of the things that you found.
Make sure I'm getting better. Also, make sure you like this video, share this video, comment on this video, subscribe to my channel, hit the bell. Give the video hype points if you can also. Also, I have a new way to support the channel memberships. Check that out. See if you want to become a member or not. Also, I also want to say you can still support me through the PayPal Cash App with a super thanks. You could do it because you just want to do it for the channel, love of the game, or if you want me to make something particular for you, I'll do it all. Email me. You can follow me on my social media sites. All the links will be in the description box below in the pinned comment. Now we got to get on to this. As you just heard, Tucker Carlson was going in on Tariq Nasheed for things that was in his book. Receipts. Tariq, did what he usually do and make it seem like it was no big whoop. But as I said before, how can Monaleo's manager's tweets from damn near 15 years ago, from when he was a teenager, be used to not only attack her, mind you, she didn't even know him at the time when he did these tweets, be used to attack her and the Black diaspora as a whole, but things that Tariq did as an adult can't be used against him? As you see what the brother wrote, since Tariq Nasheed wants to use Monaleo's manager's tweets from 2012 to get at her, remember, to get at her, you're attacking her for something she didn't even do, something that wasn't even being done while she was even around. Let's look at his past. This dude used to be a wannabe pimp. Oh, correct. Tariq never pimped no hoes. Who routinely trashed black women. Also true. Tariq is one of the first passport bros before the passport bro even had a name. He was one of the first red-pilled Negro Manosphere content creators before that stuff even had a name. He was cool with Tommy, only fell out with Tommy because Tommy asked him about why he never brought up the Jews in Hidden Colors. And Tariq got mad because his family got an alliance with the Jews, so he cannot tolerate.
Sorry, you mean Tommy by Tommy Sotomayor?
Like Tariq used to be cool with him. He donated money to his movie. They used to do shows together, everything. They only fell out because Tommy asked them, said, "Hey, you doing a lot of Hidden Colors movies, but you never bring up the Jews in none of your movie," and
Mm.
that's why they fell out.
So do
It
you
had
think,
nothing.
so you think the Jews actually funded his whole Hidden Colors catalog?
No, his family has a personal like relationship. Like his parents have like some type of Jewish or are part of some type of Jewish organization. Also, Peanut, his wife, her mother is Jewish, and she lives with them in the house. So Tariq is very protective of them because that's like
Connected, yeah, and
yeah,
protected.
he's really protective of Jews, and because he's really connected to them, like that's like his like family for real, for real. Like the mother lives in the house, the mother watches is familiar with his content and all that. So it's like she monitors people who talk about Tariq. 'Cause like she subscribed to one of my old channels. Tariq's mother-in-law. She subscribed to me, so she watches my videos. So he's like if you say something bad about Jewish people, he's gonna go off on you.
Wow. But he can say everything bad about black people from the Caribbean and call them
Yes.
eating mud pies and all this other crazy stuff, making fun of people's looks and stuff like that, whatever. You know, this is what's crazy. And see, the thing is, like I said, I don't know if he realizes that he's losing control of his movement because, like I said, there's the other versions of FBA sprouting up that might not be as down with what he's saying. Because I even heard Ant CEO, and they took the video down where he was actually getting with Tariq Nasheed, but he's saying all of the points of Tariq Nasheed. I mean, verbatim. But he also was on some like, well, no, I'm not ruled by Tariq Nasheed, and he started getting real crazy with it. I said, wow, this
Yeah, but
movement is not as together as you think it is because it's just a lineage. It's like, well, okay, well, when does a lineage become a movement? At what point?
cope though. All the people who say they not ruled by Tariq Nasheed while repping FBA, that's cope. Because everything Tariq Nasheed say they go for. And they defend Tariq Nasheed no matter what, and they look to him for guidance. All their rhetorical arguments come from Tariq Nasheed. All their talking points from Tariq Nasheed. They pay attention to everything Tariq Nasheed says. Every time Tariq got a new talking point, that's what they go for. If you notice, nobody else is actually a thought leader in FBA. Everybody else is just a content creator who's a regurgitator of everything Tariq Nasheed does.
So do you
That's
think
it.
that he's behind those guys, or do you think that they're doing their own thing and just happen to be doing that, or do you think that they're in connection with him?
It's more, it's some of them are just grifting, so they see that this is an easy way to try to make money and get some clout. Some of them are like true believers, so they just following behind them. I don't think Tariq is actually like contacting a lot of them behind the scenes. It's just them just naturally just grifting or just trying to like be down with something like clout chasing, or they just really true believers. So they look to him as their leader. So whatever he say, that's what they want to say.
And it does sound like they're saying exactly what he's saying because they use all the same like phrase words, just like back in when carbonation, everybody say, well, peace reflection. And all this other crazy stuff. You know what I'm saying? It sounds like a cult. People that are repeating the same thing. When you have a thing where everybody has the same rhetoric, the same words, and sound like they're a part of a cult, they probably are. It's a cult. So let's go into it.
No bad talk about the Jews. Just like his mother-in-law, Peanut's mother, is Jewish. So Tariq, do not play about the Jews. Let me start back over. Who routinely trash black women and bigged up non-black women. Here he is hugged up with Sue Young. Now he is a reparationalist. Get the F out of here. Let's see. Here Tariq like a dummy, and here's Tariq Nasheed responding like a goofball. How was this a gotcha? And you telling a bash black woman lie is very sassy. You Democrat shield queens are desperate at this point. A bunch of deflection, a bunch of ad hominems, and it doesn't even make any sense. How is this a gotcha? This is your work. How come you can't be held accountable for the things you have done? This is just like Yvette Carnell. Yvette Carnell can bring up something that somebody did 20 years ago that they has not done since, and we can still use that to attack them now. Not even them. People who are connected to them who weren't even around 20 years ago can be used to attack them. But her being anti-reparations, her being a part of a white nationalist hate group, her wearing a MAGA hat can't be used to attack her because it's quote unquote old.
And let's go back into this. For anybody that's coming into this chat that's unaware of what we're talking about, because I keep getting people saying, well, what are we talking about? So we're talking about Tariq Nasheed attacking Mona Leo because Mona Leo put a song out called Sexy So Long. And then he attacks her manager because he's from Nigeria. And when he was like 12 years old, put out a thing and he said the NIGG, he put the ER on the end of nigga and put nigger. But as you say that, I think that he probably thought that's how you spell it, you know? And then on top of that, later on, I think he
did he was using the word also they pulled up. He did use the word akata, but it's like again, we don't. It's like you got to look at the context of how he was using it or whatever the case may be. But as I also said, somebody must have had a conversation with him because he never did it again. And they got the whole track record from 2013 to now, and they can't find him ever saying the NGGER
word
or
Akata. Okay.
Or Okada again.
And so basically, I guess he then built himself up in America, became a manager, and Mona Leo is his person that he's managing. He apparently built us up into the entertainment world, and now he's managing her, and so now she is being held responsible for things he said in 2013. And then they're mad at the fact that she made a song called Sexy So Long and actually said that she's down for everybody. Unity, black unity, everyone coming together. And this is where the issue is that, okay, now Mona Leo is a FBA. She's not a tether. People want to say that she's a tether. And I don't even believe in the word tether anyway. I'm just like saying for those people in the audience that use that bullshit as word, she's not a so-called tether. She's a FBA. Now, some people will say, well, no, she looks like a tether. Look at her facial feature or some stupid shit. But okay, whatever. Let's go into what she had to say about this.
I've been seeing you little pussy ass tweets.
Oh. Oh. Pop your shit.
I've been seeing the pussy shit, and I just want to let y'all know I really don't give a fuck. I'm not reneging. I'm not going back on what I said. What I said was what the fuck I meant. And what I showed y'all and what I depicted in my imagery was what I felt. And if you feel some type of way, bitch, fuck you. I don't know what to tell you. It is what it was. I'm promoting black unity, black community, and black love. And if that step on your toes, you a weirdo. And I don't know what to tell you. And I just want to end it off by saying that.
So this is like a clip from her video where she's showing all like the video, the different types of places with black people in it or whatever, and people just were so broken up about what's up with all these flags in this video, all these different countries of flags, and that's not FBA, and just craziness. We cannot, and people cannot be that brainwashed, okay? That we are just like unable to. You can't be like, oh, we need to follow Tariq Nasheed without, and nothing else. Like, I mean, this is definitely cult like behavior. Let's go into it. What do you have to say about that so far?
Yeah, I agree. Very much, it is quote cult like behavior because that's what it is. It's a cult, a hate cult. That's the only thing that unites them is hate. That's it. There's nothing else there. There's no intelligence there. There's nothing there but weak rhetorical arguments, jokes, disrespect, and being pro-Trump. That's pretty much all there's there. Like, what's there that's actually intelligent? Nothing. They don't know. They criticize Pan-Africanism. They don't even know what that is. They're using lineage wrong, a 6th grade word. Tariq doesn't even know what a shill is. He uses the word shill wrong. Shill is a basic political concept. And the funny part is, if the people actually knew what shill is, they would know Tariq is a shill. Because a shill is somebody who promotes something but without telling you that they connected to it, or they pro it, or they pretend to be neutral, but they're not really neutral. They on one side. But that's what they pretend to be. Tariq pretends to not care about Democrat, Republican, but every time he deals with politics, it's always something that supports the Republicans. Tariq is a pure shill. Like, the people he calls Democratic shills are not Democratic shills. Like, Conscious Lee is not a Democratic shill. Conscious Lee did not vote for Kamala Harris. Conscious Lee does not support the Democratic Party. For him to be a shill, it would be for Conscious Lee to be a shill, he would have to say, listen, I don't support neither party. Both parties are bad. But every time he talks, and you follow what he's saying to his logical conclusion, it means support the Democrats. And he had gone out and voted for Kamala Harris, from what I know, he didn't vote for her.
Pretty much, yeah. And I voted for Cornel West. So shouts out. Yeah. I wrote him in. So, and everybody want to make fun of me for that. I don't care. So
yeah, and me, they call me a Democratic shill. I cannot be a shill because I'm pro-Democrat up front. I tell people I was pro Kamala Harris. I told people to vote for her. That cannot. I by default cannot be a shill. Only way I could be a shill.
If you don't agree with everything Tariq says, you are out of the club. Exactly.
Yeah, the only way I could be a shill is if somebody asked me, was I being paid or was I working for the Democratic Party officially, and I said no, but then you found out I was getting a check from them. I'm not getting a check. I never got paid from nobody. He just uses the word wrong.
But why are we so mad about this? Why is this a hill we're dying on? Tariq been a hustler. This is known. Okay. So what? My thing is that this is why. This is why. Let's go. This is why.
But I dated a white girl. Nigga, didn't I tell y'all I will fuck the shit out of Brooke Hogan? Yeah, I dated a white girl, nigga. Hell yeah. I'm very pro-black, but nigga, I will raise up the flag of Europe in the bedroom.
As you heard what he just said.
Hold on, let me repeat.
I'm very pro-black, but nigga, I will raise up the flag of Europe in the bedroom.
Anything else you want to say about Cornel West? Married to a white woman, when he said that he will raise up the flag of Europe in the bedroom and screw Hulk Hogan's daughter. So stop it. You know what I'm saying? Let's not be ridiculous. Let's go.
As you heard, you heard what he just said.
Oh,
go ahead.
Yeah, but look, you see what I'm talking about, right? Tariq, you just played a clip of Tariq talking about he'll raise the flag of Europe. Remember, to raise a flag, you got to drop a flag. So he would drop the flag of pro-black to raise the flag of Europe just to sleep with a white woman. But they're gonna act like they didn't hear that, but they're gonna attack Cornel West for being married to a white woman, but never saying that he would drop the flag of black people. Tariq said he would drop the flag. That's totally different than just being in a regular relationship with somebody. But you see how they try to attack Cornel West just for simply being in a relationship with a white woman, but they have nothing to say about Tariq.
So many different women. Cornel West been married so many times. No offense to Cornel, but I love you, Cornel. But Cornel he been married like 15 times. He is just a sucker for love. He just is a love bug. He just. But let me just stop it. But yeah, Cornel West, come on now. We can't be talking about. But this guy said that just to have sex with a woman, not even be married to her.
Yes. A woman he never even met.
He would drop the black flag and put up the European one just to screw Hulk Hogan's daughter. Listen to this.
Tell y'all I will fuck the shit out of Brooke. But I dated a white girl. Nigga, didn't I tell y'all I will fuck the shit out of Brooke Hogan? Yeah, I dated a white girl, nigga. Hell yeah. I'm not, I'm very pro-black, but nigga, I will raise up the flag of Europe in the bedroom.
As you heard what he just said. The only way to raise up a flag, especially if you was quote unquote pro-black, because if you pro-black, that means you already had a flag raised. So to raise the flag of Europe, you would have to lower the flag of pro-black, and you lowering your pro-black flag just to get in the bedroom. Guess what? You can be in a relationship with a white person and not have to drop your pro-black flag, like you say. That doesn't even make any sense. You sound like the swirlers you cry about. Okay, family, on to something different. This is also a receipt from Tariq Nasheed in one of his Mackin books. As you can see, I actually
hold on. Let me mute it. Yeah, hold on. So hold on. They say we're reaching. He said, well, you're reaching with that clip. Y'all reaching with that clip.
Oh, that clip is reaching, but weren't they just attacking? So y'all attacked Dr. Cornel West for having a white wife, but we play a clip of Tariq saying he would drop the flag to raise the flag of Europe just to have sex with Brooke Hogan. But that's not a reach. Just like Tariq having a white woman living in his house. Remember, all that money y'all giving Tariq, he's taking care of a white woman with that money. That white woman that white Jewish woman who was a cop, by the way. She used to be a cop, is living in his house, living her best life off the money y'all sending him. But we y'all skip over all that, but attack other people. That's the whole point of this video. We're gonna attack Mona Leo and the black diaspora as a whole because of something her manager, who was a teenager, tweeted 15 years ago. But we can't hold Tariq accountable as a grown man for things he's doing now, but things he did as a grown man 15 years ago. This is the contradiction. It's a cult. They brain is soup. When your brain is soup, you can't can't do anything. You just soup. You just know how to just say, oh, Tariq, and that's it.
Mm-hmm. Let's go.
Did Tariq Nasheed mention teenage girls in his Mac lessons or Mac books? Here's the answer. Yes, Tariq Nasheed does mention teenage girls in his Mac-related content, specifically in his book, The Art of Macking, published in 2000. In the book, he provides advice on practicing Macking techniques, his term for seducing and dating strategies, targeting young women. The relevant quote is, the best ones to practice your Macking on are young girls, say 15 and 16 years old. They are young and impressionable, yet old enough to get hot and heavy with you. That's what Tariq wrote. Why is Tariq still around? This wasn't acceptable in the 2000s, but he wrote this in the 2000s. How is he still around?
Hello? How's he still around?
How is Tariq still around? How is this not a receipt that destroys Tariq forever?
So are we still going to be like just blind to the fact and just ignore? And this is the thing. This is how you can tell when you're in a cult. When you say, well, he didn't mean that. He was just, and you just try to find a way to get around that. You're gonna still find a way to get around that and say, okay, well, no, he didn't mean it that way. Well, I practice Pan African religion. I practice African religion. I don't have anything against the Africans. I don't think that people as FBA should be trying to tout and fight against our brothers and sisters all across the diaspora because we want to delineate. Go ahead. What were you going to say, Javon? Javen, I'm sorry.
I wasn't even gonna even say anything. It's like people just
Oh,
want to.
no, he came out with a MacBook for women as well.
How would so him telling grown men to target 15 and 16-year-olds is okay because he came out with a MacBook for women? Come on, look at you see what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
You see what I'm talking about? This is who you're dealing with. A bunch of this is disgusting.
Listen, it's not about the definition of FBA. It is the person that is doing it and the people that are beginning to bring this whole thing into more of a divisive situation. And then when you look at the person that is actually creating this whole thing, you have to like really look into that, and then you like will see that there's like cracks in the whole foundation of it.
Let me deal with this thing real quick, because this is a part of their rhetorical nonsense about African American. One, Jesse Jackson did not create African American; he popularized it. Two, black people went along with it, because if black people didn't go along with it, that term wouldn't have went nowhere. It wasn't just him making it up. He's not the king of black people. He's not the leader. Three, he didn't trademark it. See, that's the thing y'all keep missing out. When you actually trying to create a designation or a term for a people, you put it out there to the people, and you see if the people accept it or not. And you don't have to trademark it, because according to U.S. law, any name that's any term or name that is making reference to a people, a heritage, a lineage, or anything like that does not need to be trademarked and cannot be trademarked. The fact that Tariq has a trademark for FBA proves that it's not a lineage, it's not a heritage, it's not a people, because they asked you that on the documents. And he had his Indian lawyer, because Tariq doesn't have a black lawyer. He has an Indian lawyer. His Indian lawyer filled out the paperwork for him and said, no, Tariq fought in court for that trademark. And the only reason he got it is because he told him that it's not a people, it's not a lineage. Like, y'all can say whatever y'all want, but that paperwork don't lie. He filed that paperwork with the United States government.
Wait, can you show that paperwork where it says it's not a lineage? You have that information? Can you bring that? I will do another show and we will, and I will, because we need to go into that.
It's on my video. It's on my video. The receipt that Tariq don't want you to see. It's the video with his it's like a blue background. It got the word receipt with the USPTO and Tariq with his mouth wide open. That video right there, I break the whole thing down.
Hold on, let's find it. Hold on, the one is a blue background. Hold on.
Yeah, I think it's called the receipt that Tariq doesn't want you to see.
Okay, hold on. Is it on under videos? Let's see. Oh, here we go. Okay, let's go.
You see, family, on your screen. I'm about to go to this when Tariq got cooked by Grok. I'm gonna start here, because as you can see, the person asks, how can a lineage-based movement have a leader? Which is stupid in itself. A movement by definition has a leader, but
and here's the thing. So everybody just saying, no, it's a lineage, it's not a movement. Well, here we go. He's about to break that whole thing down. Because here's the thing, because I knew it wasn't a damn just only a lineage, but everybody else is so brainwashed. Let's go.
So we're gonna go to this. We're gonna get right here. Jesse Jackson coined the term African American in the 80s. Does that make him their leader? No. Jesse Jackson popularized African American as a broad ethnic term in the 1980s, but didn't found an organized movement or trademark it. Tariq Nasheed explicitly founded FBA as a reparations-focused group. trademarked it, USPTO. That's the U.S. government, and leads its advocacy through media and events. Remember, he did the reparations event and all that other stuff. This is Tariq, the bozo. Grok, please stop lying on me. You told two blatant lies. One, I did not found a movement. I acknowledge a lineage. Two, I never created a reparations focused group. I helped popularize and correct ethnic term like you claim Jesse did. Why do you choose to lie, Grok? This is Grok's response. I appreciate the clarification, Tariq Nasheed. However, per USPTO records, serial number 97309-615, you own the Foundational Black Americans trademark since 2022. Wikipedia and sources like Black Agenda Report credit you as founder of the FBA movement, which emphasized reparations for descendants of U.S. slavery. This aligns with your public statements and films. I'm basing this on verified information, not lies. Let's discuss facts. Let's discuss facts.
And there you go. For people that asked about the Jesse Jackson situation, there you go. Go ahead, Javon. Anything else? Javen, I'm sorry. I keep want to call you Javon because my glasses. I'm old. So go ahead. What were you going to say?
No, that's what I was going to say. That's all I have to say. It's like what is the issue here? It's trademarked. It's owned. And then I go into more detail in the rest of the video. He owns it.
So there's some blacks are choosing delineation. So what? What are the rest of the diaspora scared of? Instead, you're choosing character assassination. You guys must really be desperate.
Nobody's choosing character assassination. Nothing I said about him wasn't true. See, character assassination is when somebody says something about you that's not true. Second, we are attacking it because, again, it's a white nationalist hate group. That's where it's come from, a white nationalist psyop. That's what this is all about. And they attack Pan-Africanism first.
Yep.
That's what people keep failing to realize. You attack people first, and then when they defend themselves, you pretend they attacked you first, and you try to accuse them of being scared. Nobody's scared of this weak, quote-unquote, delineation, because it's not happening. Like I just had somebody had to acknowledge it today on Twitter. The majority of black people don't believe in this concept of, quote-unquote, delineation, what you're talking about. The majority of black people don't believe in that.
I have a question. What do you think about the connection to Dr. Claude Anderson? Do you think that there's a connection to this and Dr. Claude Anderson?
No, there's no connection. Tariq just made that up to try to legitimize himself after he had the falling out with Yvette Carnell. Because if that was the case, one, why didn't you continue to call it Native Blacks? Two, if that was the case, why didn't you thank God for Carnell and for Dr. Claude Anderson, but you thank God for Yvette Carnell and Tone Talks for creating the whole concept of delineation. You didn't thank Claude Anderson. You ain't start mentioning Claude Anderson until you fell out with them. And this person keeps saying that diaspora is afraid. Nobody's afraid. What was
if we were afraid, we wouldn't be up here. We're up here saying, you know what? We're not going to sit up here and down all the brothers and sisters in the Pan-African movement that you get, that y'all call the Caribbeans tethers. Honey, you're tethering from the Pan-African movement. Because all the stuff, they're the ones that started it. They're the ones who started the movement of trying to get rid of white supremacy and all this different stuff. So I don't understand why we're pretending like that movement, the Pan-African movement, is dead and try to like make and put a tomb on it and all this stuff and pretend like it's and because y'all said it's dead and y'all want to have enough people say it so that people believe it, and then continue to bash people of African descent and then make them trying to feel like that maybe we all think this way and we all don't think this way. So if there's any African brothers and sisters, Caribbean brothers and sisters, we do not feel that way. We do not believe like that in saying that y'all eating out of mud huts and eating mud pies and drinking eating bush meat and all that bullshit. That's not cool. It's not a joke. It's not funny. I don't think it's funny.
Exactly. It's not funny. Like somebody today was making fun of some African immigrant, I mean not African immigrants, some African migrants who were like in the water, you know, when they be trying to cross from Africa into Europe, trying to escape the war zone, and the Libyan slave trade made fun of them. So it's like they think stuff like that is funny. But if you say something about one of them, they start crying up a river. Like I said something about one of they big dogs, Black Voltron. And then everybody's like, oh, we can joke, but you going too far. How am I you making fun of people who died, who never did nothing to you, never said anything bad about you, but somehow I'm going too far about responding in kind, talking about Black Voltron.
Where is this happening at? So where are the Caribbeans and Africans trying to get y'all fired and undermining our progress? Where is this happening at? See, this is brainwash. You guys are brainwashed. You know, there's a bunch of people over here. I guess they're probably part of like the FBA, and they're over here spouting that brainwashed bullshit. You guys sound like y'all needed to join Carbonation. Y'all need to join Dr. York. All of them. Y'all would have been prime suspects, prime targets for all that cult bullshit. You guys like are repeating the same. Did you look it up? Can you show me where that the Caribbeans are doing are trying to get y'all fired? Where? Most Caribbean people I know have their own restaurant or something like that. They have their own business. What trying to get you fired from where?
Just more lies again to justify their xenophobia. Because when people point out that, hey, y'all guys, all y'all do is attack Black immigrants all day, they gotta try to find some reason to justify it. That's why if it ain't that, it's something else. It's always something.
Genesis, come home, baby girl. I'm already home. I'm in my own home in America. Honey, I've been home. I don't have to put nobody down in order for me to know who I am. But for some people, I guess they don't know who they are so bad because they haven't had a movement beyond this one. See, I was around during the Pan-African movement. You guys never experienced it. So therefore, that's all. This is what you have. This is what you have to latch on to. And people are taking advantage of that of y'all naivete. And telling y'all that a movement that started way before he even was alive is not valid and is dying. The Pan-African movement was going on way before he was even alive. So how in the hell does he get to say it's dead? How do you get to come after the movement has people have gone to Africa, set up shop, did stuff, came back and forth, and then say it's dead because you said so? Who are you? That's the issue I have. Let's go. Let's go.
Video. Subscribe to my channel. Hit the bell.
Here is the receipt.
Sure
See, the thing is that people want to talk stuff, but he is showing right here the patent and trademark here. Let's go into it.
Watch this video to the end, because as you just saw that clip is from another video I made where people kept commenting something about what about Jesse Jackson, and I clearly got to that in the video, but because they didn't watch the video all the way through, they missed that part. So this is just a follow-up to my last video about Tariq Nasheed dancing around, owning, and creating FBA. Now, also, make sure you donate to me to support the channel. That helps out a lot. PayPal, Cash App, Super Thanks. Don't use the Super Thanks if you want me to get the money immediately and you don't want people to see your comment. And if you have something to tell me because you donated to me because you want me to make you a video, because I also take donations and make videos, you can write me on any of my social media sites, or you can email me. The emails and all that will be in the description box below in the pinned comment. So now let's get into this video. This is the trademark for foundational Black Americans. As you can see, wait, first I want to get into this. I want to deal with this one right here. Disclaimer with predetermined text. That one right there where it says Black Americans, let's get into that because we got to define that before we do anything else. What does disclaimer with predetermined text mean in regard to a trademark? Here's the answer. Usually the examiner wants it clear that you are disclaiming any right to a generic word. For example, if you use the word association in your mark, You do not acquire any rights in that word. Anyone can use the same word in their mark. As you heard, he got the disclaimer for Black American. Why? Because he's claiming no connection between ownership or connection between foundational Black American and Black American. That's clearly showing that they're not the same thing and that they are different. And you know why he did that? Because you can't trademark Black American, because Black American is an ethnic group. It's a racial identity. It cannot be trademarked. It's a people. But foundational Black American can be trademarked because it's not a people. This is clearly, as you see right now with the paperwork, Tariq acknowledging that FBA and Black American are not the same thing, and FBA is a group. That's how he was able to get the trademark. It's something he owns. And we're going to go through that even more. Watch this. Now we did that part. We're going down to goods and services. Online retail store services featuring books, electronics, clothing, and flags. Association services, namely promoting awareness of history to Black Americans. Look what that just said there. It's a group. He clearly is saying that the purpose of FBA is to promote history and awareness of their history to Black Americans, of their history. That's the point. It's a group, no different than the NAACP. Promoting public awareness of Black Americans. Association services, namely promoting public awareness of Black Americans. Promoting public interest and awareness of Black Americans' culture. This is a group, bro. This is a group. This is what Tariq's non-Black lawyer put in for him. That's right. Tariq has a non-Black lawyer. Mr. Pro-Black Hidden Colors, donate to me. We got group economics because of. Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry. I gotta go. I have something to do. But thank you for inviting me on. Maybe we could do this again another time. Thank you.
Yeah, what I will do is I will pause it here, and I will bring it back up again, and we will go through the rest of this, because I want you to explain some of this, and for the people that's in the audience. So this is just part 1. It's going to be a part 2.
Thank you again. Thanks to everybody who watched this screen. Make sure you share it. Make sure you subscribe to the hostess channel. Subscribe to my channel, and on that note, family, peace.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your time. And this is my channel. Please subscribe to my channel. Please subscribe to his channel. I think I showed it to you. This is his channel right here. It's hold on. This is his channel. So while he was on, it's called Javen Bernadez. Let me see if a Javen Bernadez. Let me see if I can go to the actual
warning, family.
Hold on.
The beginning of this video is extreme.
I'm going to create a thing for it. So please support his channel. Thank you for coming here and shedding light onto this situation, because it's one thing for me to say it, but it's another thing for a person that's been following this movement to say exactly what I've been feeling the whole time. And that is that this is a toxic situation. And let's go into what other people have to say. So let's go into Seti, who actually, before Tariq, came up with FBA, he was one of the biggest Pan-African movement. He really was the one that really promoted Pan-Africanism. So it's interesting that now people want to make that into a negative thing, so let's go into what Seti says.
You feel what I'm saying? We is in the house. I want you to come to the light. Come to the light, family. That's right. Come on to the light. We about to get down. We got some more fire today. Yes, indeed. We got some more fire today.
Now, everybody, you guys got your mentor. This is the person I worked with for years doing his website. So this is who I learned from, as far as learning about Egypt and this, that, the other. Learned directly from him, and he learned from Ashraf Kwesi and Dr. Yosef Ben Yochanan. This is not and is very well respected in my eyes. So, and I don't care what anyone has to say about about SETI, you know, so that's my brother and I'm here to support him. So let's hear what he has to say about this whole thing. Let's go.
Sure enough, we're about to light it up today. You about to light it up. Come on in. Make sure y'all click some of these links and support. We're here today. We just in the house. You already know.
Hold on.
Oh, we got
the actual.
Yeah, motherfuckers starting putting all type of say. No, we ain't over here on no weed. We ain't you know, into all the family. We get what you out there, you know, don't come over here trying to set nobody up. Y'all niggas come after the smoke and the genealogy and shit. But when it comes to the teachers, you only got one motherfucking generation, and it's you.
Hold on.
Henry Clark said we're gonna have to liberate Africa from nowhere else in the world because it was a Pan-African.
Here we go. I was trying
to a tether.
Here we go.
You know what I'm saying? Because I think truth is greater, and exposing truth is greater than any type of you know name calling or any goddamn thing. Because you know I feel, and I do, and it's reasons why. It's apparent reasons why I feel this way. I believe every group in the so-called conscious community is a tether of the Black Power Pan-African community. It's a fact. It's a fucking fact. You see, because y'all niggas come after the smoke. Y'all motherfuckers, you know, y'all come after all the smoke. Y'all was never the forerunners. Y'all never built this community up. It was the Black Power Pan-African community right here. You ain't got to go on nowhere else in the world because it was the Pan-African community right here in the United States that woke up motherfuckers all over the world. You see what I'm saying? And we know them niggas over there got white Jesus on the wall. We already state that. Khalid Muhammad already stated that. Dr. Ben and Dr. John Henry Clark already stated that. So y'all niggas are not saying anything. That niggas that are, you know, our great teacher, Dr. John Henry Clark said we're going to have to liberate Africa from some Africans. He already had acknowledged that. He said, God damn it, we're going to have to liberate Africa from some Africans. Yes, he acknowledged that. You see what I'm saying? So you're not saying nothing that nobody don't already know. You see, but they don't own Pan-Africanism. You see, that's a concept that is only, promoted by those who are really about that life. You see what I'm saying? They're just like a motherfucker over here. Most of these niggas over here ain't on no consciousness. You see what I'm saying? They ain't a part of no goddamn group. But when we start talking about, I witnessed it. Nigga, I witnessed it with my own eyes and shit. And I asked all these groups, I say, well, where the fuck is y'all elders? Where's y'all elder teachers at? You know what I'm saying? When a concept is vibrant, you see what I'm saying? When a concept is vibrant, it's been handed down, legacy. You feel what I'm saying? They talk about the legacy and the genealogy and shit, but when it comes to the teachers, you only got one motherfucking generation, and it's you. You ain't got nothing previous to this generation of teachers. You got one or two motherfuckers, and they all, you know, they not on no level of no great teachers coming out of the Black Power community. You see, they're not on that level. So you got a bunch of jaw jackers, and that's what they are, especially when they step to teachers that didn't pave the way. Nah, they didn't pave the way, and we gonna stand on that. We don't give a fuck what nobody say. If we can't stand on our motherfucking teachers, then what you gonna stand on, nigga? You see what I'm saying? I know this. Yeah, I know this for a fact. Dr. Ben and Dr. John Henry Clark was the ground runners, and then came Khalid Abdul Muhammad was the ground runners. That's something totally different than niggas on before YouTube, before the internet, before any of that. The brothers that was going from city to city, state to state. Dr. Ben and Dr. John Henry Clark would give a lecture in some of the smallest rooms. They didn't give it to the largest rooms. They didn't give a goddamn. So they was going across this nation, waking this nation up. Malcolm X was a ground runner. You got a lot of motherfuckers that could get up on that microphone and talk on and do a lecture for YouTube or something like that. But they couldn't get out there on the ground and build, you know, temples like Malcolm X. Malcolm X was a ground runner. You see what I'm saying? He could build up. So that is really who built the communities up. You see what I'm saying? Before the internet, wasn't no internet. It was already popping. It was already vibrant from that ground running that Dr. Ben. Where your ground runners at? You nigga, if it wasn't for YouTube, you niggas is in the YouTube era. You see, talk to me about the ground runners in your ideology before the YouTube, and see that will require you to be dynamic. You see what I'm saying? It's gonna require you to be dynamic. Okay, so show me, and I don't give a fuck what branch of the conscious community you come from. Show me the lineage of the teachers, your dynamic teachers that then handed that baton down from generation to generation. You see what I'm saying? And if you could do that, I would appreciate it. You know what I'm saying? If you could do that. Other than that, motherfucker, poof, out of nowhere, here you go. And then here's the family that brought literature. See, the one thing I can respect about the Black Power community, that regardless of the ideology, they brought research and literature to our mind on an escalated level. They took us into literature that we would have never, ever, and many of these groups are still using that literature, but they use it in the fucking way that they want to. It was our elders that brought all that literature that you got out here today. The profound thousands of references, thousands on thousands of fucking references. And so it's motherfucking white people that then took Dr. Ben, John G. Jackson, Dr. John Henry Clark, Chancellor Williams. You see one of J.A. Rogers. You see Ivan Van Sertima. Many great, and take their references and then remix the ideology and act like they brought something. You ain't brought a motherfucker. So the one thing I can say about our community is that they woke up to research vibe, where we started studying every fucking thing. Y'all, you motherfuckers is on our coattails. You see what I'm saying? You're on our motherfucking coattails. We got to say that. We have to be real about that. You see what I'm saying? They were the ones that brought us where we could, really accept spirituality. Because, see, the thing is, I know for a fact, before Dr. Ben, Dr. Ben, I don't give a fuck what nobody say. Dr. Ben is the GOAT. Real fucking talk. Because it wouldn't be nothing about no ancient Egypt in the Western Hemisphere. And Dr. Ben woke them motherfuckers up in Africa. Them motherfuckers wasn't over there talking about Egypt belonged to black people and this, that. Them niggas had given the fucking ancient Egypt over to the Arab. They was comfortable with giving ancient Egypt over to the Arab. So Dr. Ben woke up black people all over the world to ancient Egypt. If it wasn't for Dr. Ben, it wouldn't even be, I don't give a goddamn about no other scholars because they was in book form. You see what I'm saying? Dr. Ben was the ground runner. Dr. John Henry Clark was the ground runners that built the community up so that you could have a community that was interested in that type of literature. Sheikh Diop was on the shelf. George G.M. James. Matter of fact, most of the books that niggas is reading, Dr. Ben, Dr. John G. Jackson, Dr. John Henry Clark introduced all that literature to the reading public. Niggas would not know about them books if it wasn't for them three, J.A. Rogers, Dr. Ben, and especially Dr. Ben. When it comes to that, all that literature dealing with damn ancient, the Greeks. Listen, let me tell y'all something about Dr. Ben. Dr. Ben introduced the papyruses. He introduced the gods and goddesses. He introduced the temples. He introduced the pilgrimages. He introduced all of that on an escalated level. Wasn't nobody talking about no Ma'ats, no Amun-Ra's, no Osiris's, and no Isis's, nobody. You see what I'm saying? Dr. Ben introduced the pilgrimages, and you can see that the majority of those that began to take after Dr. Ben was his students. You see what I'm saying? So, that's clear about that. You see? So that's the difference between that's just like Malcolm X. Malcolm X built most of the temples for the Nation of Islam. Them other motherfuckers didn't have that type of ingenuity. It's one thing to be a motherfucker that get on the mic and make a video, but it's a different thing when ain't no YouTube and ain't none of that, and you out there going from city to city, you understand, building the temples, building up the community so that you can have a vibrant community that would even be interested in that kind of literature. You see what I'm saying? And so that's very significant. And like I said, before Dr. Ben and Dr. John Henry Clark and primarily them two. And then later would come Khalid Abdul Muhammad, which is really technically a student, because Khalid was talking about books that Farrakhan and the Nation of Islam wasn't even talking about. Khalid Muhammad was talking, he was bringing up books that Dr. Ben and Dr. John Henry Clark and John G.
See, now this is the difference between listening to a scholar talk and a person that's a comedian. Right? So a comedian will get up there, have people say something, and then try to clown them, make fun of them, and then try to explain his viewpoint. All he's been doing is telling you books, authors, people that were in the movement. That's the big difference between a scholar and a person that is entertaining. But people are building themselves around an entertainer that's there to entertain you, and you're building a movement based on something that, as you can see earlier, that is there to sell books, to sell deodorant, to sell products, and also to create products around it. If you look at the actual patent and everything that he has behind it, it's meant to sell you something. If you look at it, it's meant to sell you something. Look at this. It's meant to, hold on, let me go so when he scrolls into and talks about what it's this company, this whole FBA thing is meant to do. It's meant to sell. It's an online goods and services. It's meant to sell goods and services. But you guys are buying into the ideology. Hold on, let me find the whole thing about the goods and services that he's selling on people. Hold on. Okay, let me go back. Let me share this, right? So this is what FBA, this is what the trademark in the patent is made. He made the patent on it to do this, to sell online retail store services, books, electronics, clothing, and flags, association service. That means that you buy into it and say, okay, I'm a FBA. I'll pay a monthly fee to be an FBA. To promote awareness of history to Black Americans, promoting public awareness of Black Americans, association services, again, namely promoting public awareness of Black Americans, promoting public interest and awareness of Black Americans' culture. Okay, so this is the business. You guys say it's a lineage, but once you start putting a patent on it, and you go to this office and do all this other stuff, now it's a legal business. And so I don't understand why people are so like they don't realize this is a whole business. You know, this is a business. So you guys are thinking it's a lineage, and he's selling the lineage idea concept to you, but really it's gaslighting. But it's really based on the actual USPTO patent is an online retail store selling services featuring books, electronics, clothing, blase splee. So if you guys don't want to believe that, you don't understand that, let's go back into some scholarship and what these people were doing. The people that were really into Pan-Africanism, which you guys say is dead, and you guys want to like just throw these people into the grave, but these people were spreading scholarship. Let's go.
Jackson and Chancellor William, George G.M. Jackson, he was bringing up books that the rest of them niggas in the Nation of Islam wouldn't even bring up. You see what I'm saying? He got that literally, Shaka Musa Barashango, Ashraf Quest. You can see all the students that came after that is dynamic as hell. You see what I'm saying? And then I come after, the Ashraf Quasis. And so we can show lineage. We can show generations of scholarship handed down. Y'all show me some goddamn elders. Show me any dynamic elders from any conscious community, whatever conscious.
Bingo. So it only exists to use Black people for monetary gain. Now people are thinking every time he does a show, what is he promoting? Root work, right? He's promoting his underarm deodorant. See this? Online retail store services featuring books, electronics, clothing, flags, association, blah, 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 right? So yeah, even though he's telling you about the FBA and this, that, the other, well, you know what? These Africans aren't be sticking. They need some root work. So he's putting his own advertising in the center of his roasting people, and people are just none the wiser, just following and listening and not even realizing that they're being fed an advertisement as they're listening to him roast the African. Oh yeah, you guys are funky, y'all are musty tether. Am I talking to you? And then honey, and then promoting root work about mustiness and go to my online retail store. So my thing is that as much as y'all think that y'all are a part of what's it called? Like it's not a movement. It's a lineage. Well, it's also an online retail store featuring books, electronics, clothing, and flags. Association services promoting awareness, history of blacks. Blase. So, I mean, you can choose which one you want to believe that it is, but right here in black and white, when you actually look up the actual U.S. Patent Office, that is what the definition of the company or whatever the name, the patent of that name is. Okay. Back to SETI.
You show me in this primate starting from the 80s. Most of these niggas, they dynamics teacher come from early 1900, whether it's the Moore Scientific, after Noble Drew Ali, they ain't got nothing else. That's it. That's all you know. Noble Drew Ali. You see what I'm saying? Noble Drew Ali, that's it. You see the other groups, they ain't got no elders. They motherfucking, they consciousness start with YouTube. Some niggas that come on YouTube and they want to spit on the brothers and sisters that brought our people into conscious, doing research. Even that Dr. Ben didn't just teach a motherfucker follow. He say research. He taught us how to read. Dr. John Henry Clark taught us how to research. He say, Dr. Ben say, motherfucker, don't believe shit I say. That's what Dr. Ben, he wasn't looking for. He said, you ain't got to believe shit I say. Go see it for your goddamn self. That's what Dr. Ben said. Get up off of your ass and go and prove me wrong. Dr. John Henry Clark say, prove me wrong. Prove me wrong, motherfucker. I got damn near whatever subject you talking about. He said, goddamn it, I got thousands of books on each subject. He said, goddamn it, he told Farrakhan about Islam. He said, goddamn it, I got 1,000 books on Islam on 2 shelves. I got 1,000 books and I read them all. Prove me wrong. You see what I'm saying? So they don't just teach.
Your food stamps in next week. Okay, this is the bot. You have like that F9S at the end of your name. I will, listen, say something else stupid and you will get banned from the channel. Say something else stupid. Go ahead. Say one more dumbass thing and you'll get banned. I will ban you. Let's get back to what we're listening to, some actual real information.
You to be no follower. They teach you how to research for yourself. You see what I'm saying? And
let me go back. They did not teach you to be a follower, but to research yourself. But all of, like you hear Tariq Nasheed's talking points, all of the FBAs, they use, it's almost like there's a thesaurus, a FBA thesaurus, that they all follow the same talking points. This is when you know you're in a cult. You guys need to like just break out of the cult mentality. I've dealt with people in cults. I've dealt with people in carbonation. I've dealt with people in the Dr. York cult. I've dealt with people in different cults. I have a whole series I did called Cult-Like Behavior. Go on my channel. You'll see it. It's a whole series. And I discuss different types of cults, and they all have the same characteristics. And this is one of the characteristics when you have that same rhetoric. Everyone talks the same. Everyone has the same language. And then people begin to robot and pair it after like the main person. And you have these content creators and they're trying to like find their own anonymity within it, but they're still parroting. Let's go.
He said, goddamn it, I got thousands of books on each subject. He said, goddamn it, he told Farrakhan about Islam. He said, goddamn it, I got 1,000 books on Islam on 2 shelves. I got 1,000 books and I read them all. Prove me wrong. You see what I'm saying? So they don't just teach you to be no follower. They teach you how to research for yourself. You see what I'm saying? And to prove it to yourself. All the rest of these motherfuckers is really some cult motherfuckers. You see what I'm saying? They some cult motherfuckers. And so I just had to bring that out. That, that most of these groups out here, that's just like when I was doing my lectures. Everybody want to get on my lecture. The Moors want to do a motherfucking lecture. The Nation of Islam want to come on my lecture. The Hebrew Israelite want to come on my lecture. The New Wahabians want to come on. I don't need you motherfuckers. You know why they wanted to come on my lectures? Because they did not have no dynamic motherfuckers out there that really could fill the seats. And so they had the cult ride tethers, had the cult ride my shit. You see what I'm saying? So they could get a big enough crowd in there to listen to any fucking thing. And they still was snoozing. They still was falling asleep on them weak ass niggas. So that's what I mean about tethering. You see, I didn't never ask nobody to go to no Moore Science Temple a meeting. I didn't never ask to go to no Nation of Islam meeting. I never asked it to go to no goddamn Hebrew Israelite meeting. I never asked to go to no goddamn indigenous American meetings and shit and all of that. But they always want to be on my shit. That's what I
don't have a problem with the Hebrew Israelites. I actually am friends with them, and I have a few Hebrew Israelite friends. I have no I don't have any beef with Islam, the Hebrew Israelites. If you are into yoga, if you're into Hinduism, I don't have any problem with any religion.
All the tether. When you ain't got enough fire to build your own shit up, to build your own community up, to where you don't need nobody else. So that's what they did. They tethered on the Black Power community, and now that the elders, and they still can't fuck with them, because most, peoples is gonna get back to the truth. All that literature that they introduced, what the fuck these niggas didn't introduce? Nothing. They ain't introduced, and a lot of the shit they rehashing.
Honey, the only book that I see Tariq Nasheed other than those documentaries is How to Be a Mac and How to Be a Player. Was he have a book about the history and all that stuff? I don't know. Maybe he does.
From our teachers. You see what I'm saying? So I come here to defend my teachers today and know that they the most dynamic. That was the most, because it caused whatever group that's here today. If it wasn't for that layer of teaching and scholarship, none of these other groups would even have the type of consciousness to even go in the direction that they done went in. Period. So let's just say what it is. Now, for argument's sake, I happen to look out there. A brother had went to Tariq Nasheed's his Hidden History Museum. You see? And let me say first and foremost, I like the museum. Most of the individuals that I've seen in the museum are heroes and sheroes to me. But a lot of them are Pan-Africanists. And my question is, how can you disrespect Pan-Africanism and at the same time venerate great teachers? I'm gonna play a little video.
And thank you. Most of them are what? Pan-Africanists. So all you guys saying that Pan-Africanism is dead, your entire movement of FBA is based on Pan-Africanism. So how can you say that's almost like saying that, oh, you know what, my mom is dead, right? If I gave birth to your movement, then you're gonna tell me I'm dead? You get to say, no, my mom don't exist. She ain't nothing. Fuck the Pan-African movement. That's like saying fuck your mom, because you know what, your mom, that gave birth to this movement. Okay, all of this, the rhetoric, everything that you guys are doing, it came out of the Pan-African movement, and that's why I wanted to bring this to the forefront, because everybody's up here wanting to talk crap about that, but it was a lot of like people from the Caribbean and America that came together in the Pan-African movement, including Marcus Messiah Garvey. And listen, I just heard recently Tariq Nasheed dissing Marcus Garvey. I'm like, come on now. At what point does the disrespect end?
Let me say first and foremost, I like the museum. Most of the individuals that I've seen in the museum are heroes and sheroes to me. But a lot of them are Pan-Africanists. And my question is, how can you disrespect Pan-Africanism and at the same time venerate great teachers? I'm gonna play a little video. Venerate great teachers, which you're supposed to do, because you understand how this shit go. It's a pure.
Honey, no, FBA is a business, okay? It's not a fucking ethnic group. It's not an ethnic group. It's a business. FBA is not an ethnic group. It's a business. It's an online retail store featuring books, electronic clothing, and flags, association services. That's what FBA is. Now, you guys want to pretend like this whole patent doesn't exist? This whole the paperwork don't exist? You want to pretend like this don't exist? Really breaking down foundational Black Americans, the trademark, and what it represents, and what the whole breakdown is from 2022. Disclaimer: predetermined text is Black Americans. Okay, usually disclaimer, you can't say that, but foundational. Okay, online retail store. So all you guys up here like, oh no, it's a lineage. Pan-Africanism is an ideology, but this is a lineage. Well, honey, it's also an online retail store service and featuring books, electronics, clothing, and flags, association service, etc., and buy some root work today. Stop it.
Pyramid. You see what I'm saying? These are the blocks that lay at the foundational blocks of the pyramid. You see what I'm saying? And so it's becoming disingenuous to disrespect Pan-Africanism to the extent that because you corrupting the belief, you're corrupting the belief because it's making you making people believe that you got to go. You don't have to go to Africa to practice Pan-Africanism. You see what I'm saying? They had Malcolm X somebody asked him Malcolm X the question, where should I start? And he say, start right there in the community where you live. You don't have to go to no Africa to practice Pan-Africanism. That's a bunch of bullshit because Black Power is Pan-Africanism. What Marcus Garvey put out in his time was very relevant in his time, but they did not use it to its full extent at that time. Of course, anything must be updated. And Malcolm X updated Marcus Garvey's blueprint, okay? Because a lot of people talk about Malcolm X being FBA. Malcolm X's father was a Garveyite. That's why he was teaching nationalism far above anything Elijah Muhammad was talking about. You see what I'm saying? He was teaching far above what Elijah Muhammad was talking about, UFOs and shit. Yes, he was talking about build your nation and shit, but Malcolm X was overseas building with political leaders, shit that we supposed to be doing. This shit that niggas is getting.
Are you listening or are you just typing in stuff just to just type in things? Are you listening to what he's saying about what the Pan-African movement was? Because I think there's a lot of people that are saying that the Pan-African movement is dead and everything, but then they will use what Tariq Nasheed will do for the FBA movement is talk about the past and how this is our history. You know, we can't let these tethers try to take our history and what we've done. But then you want to say Pan-Africanism is dead, and then all of the history of FBA is built on Pan-Africanism, and then you want to say it's dead. That is what I'm talking about. Who gives a fuck if they have merchandise? I'm trying to explain to you that, listen, this is a business that he's running, and you guys are trying to make it into a lineage, and it's like, bro, it's also a business. I don't know any other Pan-African person that created the name Pan-African. John Henry Clark didn't do it. Dr. Yusuf bin Yakanan didn't do it. None of the people did it. But the FBA movement started off as a trademark. Didn't start off as a movement or a lineage. It started off as a trademark at the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office, okay? And then that's the difference.
Ain't done what Malcolm X did back then, building with African leaders and just Black leaders all over the world. You see what I'm saying? And he wasn't talking about leaving America to go nowhere. He's saying wherever you at, you nigga, we got the same goddamn enemy. You see, the same motherfucking dog that bit you bit me. One might speak Italian, one motherfucker might speak German, one might speak Belgian, one might speak Spanish, but wherever you find a Black man and woman, the same dog that bit you bit me. So what we have to do is practice wherever we at on a global level. And so that's what's fucking people head up, because they acting like that you got to leave America to practice Pan-African. That's a fucking lie. You practice it wherever you at on the planet.
And that is also a thing that people are using, because, you know, there's actually a FBI file that actually says that if people are talking about leaving Africa and this, that, there's like a CIA file that I still got to find out, because I think T3andMe was telling me about this file that it's actually within the CIA that when people begin to talk about leaving America and going to Africa, they have to be considered schizophrenic, crazy, etc. And that's all a part of like COINTELPRO. COINTELPRO still exists. They didn't stop it. So this whole thing about trying to distance us from our roots in Africa is a real thing. And I don't understand why people are just so stuck on like not wanting to acknowledge that. The people that were around before this were not trying to delineate.
Bit you, bit me. One might speak Italian, one motherfucker might speak German, one might speak Belgian, one might speak Spanish, but wherever you find a Black man and woman, the same dog that bit you bit me. So what we have to do is practice wherever we at on a global level. And so that's what's fucking people head up, because they acting like that you got to leave America to practice Pan-African. That's a fucking lie. You practice it wherever you at on the planet. And we build on a global level to where we could support each other, where in whatever nation we in, we can unite. Why would we move from wherever we at to go anywhere when we command a presence in damn near every nation on the planet? Why would we do some silly shit like that? So y'all talking irrelevant shit, you see, because the leaders already didn't explain that you ain't got to leave where you at to practice Pan-Africanism. That's what the word pan means. It means all. So that means wherever you at, we come together and those that don't want, we already understand that we not under no motherfucking illusion.
Did you hear that? Pan means all. That means that only thing that we should be doing is giving a shit about what's going on with Africans across the globe. We are connected. It does not mean that we have to go over to Africa. Now, Marcus Garvey might have been trying to get people to go to Africa. So has Ben Amin and different people that actually went over to Israel, and different people. People were doing that back then in the 60s. They were like doing the Exodus. But that does not mean that that's what the whole Pan-African movement was. I don't understand why you guys are pretending that this means something other than Marcus Garvey want us to leave our land and go to our land. It's not your. Come on now, stop it. You came over here as a prisoner of war, and now you want to say it's your land. Okay, if you want to feel like you have some connection to this land and that it's yours, okay, this land is your land. This land is my land. From California to the New York Islands, from the such and such to the this land was made for you and me. Okay, great. That is not what Pan-Africanism means. And so that's what I'm trying to display here. I'm trying to display that is not the foundation of Pan-Africanism. Pan-Africanism is pan. That means across the world. That does not mean you have to leave America to be Pan-Africanist. So to say it's dead is crazy. Let's go.
That every black man and woman, every African is in on Pan-Africanism. Motherfuckers was getting knocked off. Fucking Patrice Lumumba, who you think knocked him off? His own goddamn people. So ain't nobody under an illusion that it's niggas that's gonna fight against Pan-Africanism, black power. Some people say Pan-Africanism. Some people say black power. However you know, whatever bag you like, it still boils down. Take care of your own motherfucking community wherever you're at on the planet. That's ground zero. Ain't no motherfucker gonna up and leave and think he gonna go to another country. If you don't know how to build community where you're at, you ain't gonna know how to build community where you're going. So what difference do it? That's like musical chairs and shit. You gonna change chairs, but you ain't change your motherfucking condition. So just go, that's little shit. So anybody with a trivial mind can understand that just going to Africa ain't gonna mean a goddamn thing. You see what I'm saying? Anybody with a trivial mind would understand that. But what I'm trying to see is how is it that's, you know, I want to know where's the FBA's, teachers that's in this museum outside of maybe Claude Anderson. You see what I'm saying? Claude or whoever, you see, matter of fact, let me get that video up. Let me get that video up. And like I say, it ain't no disrespect. Because, you know, you're supposed to honor, you know. But I find it disingenuous that something in you honor this Pan-African. You understand they got something that you venerate, but you keep spitting Pan-Africanism out your mouth as if, you know, it's a deteriorating philosophy, but you got our leaders up in your, no. You trying to either you didn't misspoke, maybe you didn't think about this shit clear enough. You understand what I'm saying? And before you make these, you know, and I know it's a lot of little niggas out here on the YouTube, and I've been, nearly fuller. You understand what I'm saying? But that ain't my teacher. Yeah, but Dr. Frances Cress Welsing called her shit the ISIS paper. You see what I'm saying? She called her book the ISIS paper.
Where was
okay, so right there.
Greek. Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? That's African. Okay, that's African. You know, I understand Nearly Fuller. But Nearly Fuller, he sounds like a communist or some goddamn body. You see what I'm saying? I ain't saying he ain't got no ideas and shit, you know, but you know, you almost like a goddamn communist or something. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, I ain't in, and when I heard
So you already heard, listen, Dr. Frances Cress Welsing, what was her name of her paper? ISIS Papers. It's based on Egyptian philosophy, Aset, Asar, ISIS. Another name for Aset is ISIS. So that was based on Egyptian mythology. So that's in Africa. So what are we talking about? Pan-Africanism is dead, but your whole people that you're saying that you're basing this whole thing on were Pan-Africanists. Let's go.
Claude Anderson, say something. There nobody, listen. He say some good things here and there. You see what I'm saying? But if he talking against the greater number of teachers that came, Malcolm X was a nationalist, a black nationalist, black nationalist. He taught at Pan-Africanism. So when you talk about the greater, Khalid Abdul Muhammad was a Pan-Africanist. That's what he was. Okay, what I'm saying? So you mean to tell me I'm gonna give up all these great minds for some shit you talking about? Man, nigga, you could beat it, man. You ain't that great. You're not on that level, and you must understand that. You see, you got I don't know what kind of agenda, and I'm talking in general now, and if a motherfucker take it personal, that's on them. Because you saying one thing, we calling you out. Why you got a leaders in there? You see what I'm saying? Take them down. If that ain't the philosophy that you cherish, then you should take them down. I don't put up Muhammad, and I don't put up other groups. I don't put up Noble Jew Ali. I don't shoot them down, and then you look up on the walls and shit, and I used to go to places. Wait a minute, motherfucker didn't put something like that. Ain't me, man. Y'all got to turn the cameras and show my teachers. I don't want to be behind nothing, and they got some motherfuckers that ain't, a part of the ideology that I believe in. You feel what I'm saying? And so, wait a minute, let me get this up here. I had it up there. And like I say, I like the museum. That's how it's supposed to be. You supposed to venerate all the teachers. Wait a minute, this ain't it. But then on the same note, you want to shoot shots. Here you go right here. You say, what are we talking? We talking about why FBA shoot or shit on Pan-Africanists, but yet when you go to the Hidden History Museum out there in Los Angeles, Tariq Nasheed's museum out there in you got Pan-Africanists in the museum, venerating Pan-Africanism in the museum, and shitting on Pan-Africanism on the internet. But when you go out there to the museum, you got Pan-Africanists in the museum. That's a contradiction. That's a motherfucking contradiction. It is. I knocked down a Noble Jew Ali. You're not gonna see no Noble Jew. I knocked down Elijah. You understand? I don't believe. I agree with certain things, but it's a lot of shit I don't agree with at all, and I state that. You see what I'm saying? And whatever he taught, I could get from Marcus Garvey. I don't need to get it from Elijah Muhammad. You see what I'm saying? And that's yeah. I don't know what you're talking about, Ralph. I don't know what you're talking. That ain't got nothing to do with what I'm talking about. You saying some irrelevant shit. What the fuck do that got to do with what we talking about? I don't care if your name Bay. That don't mean nothing just because your name Yosef El Bay. That ain't what I'm saying. You see what I'm saying? Because El is a Phoenician deity. You see what I'm saying? Dr. Yosef ben Yakanan. So, brother, that don't mean nothing to me. That don't mean that's what your consciousness is. You could be Yosef El Bay and be one of the more profound black nationalists out there. Yosef ben Yakanan. So, I know what that means. I know El is the chief Phoenician deity. That's African. You see what I'm saying? So I ain't got no problem with that. My uncle, Rashid Mohammed Bey. You see what I'm saying? Dearly beloved in my heart. So that don't mean nothing, good brother. You always got respect on here. That's real talk. Yeah. It say FBA is not an ideology. Yes, it is an ideology. It is ideology. Don't say it's all lineage. It is ideology. Because you teaching on why this ideology is not correct. And so in order to teach on, you got to have an ideology of your own. So don't say it's not an ideology. That's bullshit. You cannot teach nobody without ideals. Now you talking crazy. You see what I'm saying? Even though you say, oh, this is about a lineage, you still got an ideology in order to explain that. Because in order to explain away the other ideologies to make yourself relevant, you have to have an ideology. I don't even understand how you can have consciousness without ideals. Man, come on, man. Who you talking to? How the fuck you gonna have consciousness without ideals? Man, y'all sound stupid. Y'all niggas sound stupid. Straight up. How the fuck is you gonna have? How you gonna speak to people without ideals? Sound foolish. Let me get up here, man. Let me put this shit up here, man. All right, here we go. Wait a minute, hold on. Now, like I say, this is not a slight. I love the museum. I hope the people out there continue to support it. You see what I'm saying? Anybody that go in there and look at the teachers, will most definitely be, woken up to a certain level of consciousness that if they hadn't went in the museum, they probably would never know any of them teachers. You see, if they, and that's real talk. So this is not to slight the museum. The question becomes, how can you have Pan-Africanists in this museum, yet and still you got FBA out there shitting on Pan-Africanism? Hypocritical. I don't give a fuck how you're a hypocrite. Go deal with that shit. You see what I'm saying? Go deal with it. Take them down. Take them down. Take them goddamn down. That's what if we're not going to, share respect for the toils of the teachers that put their life on the line out there to wake up their people. If you ain't going to show the respect, take them down. You see what I'm saying? Because that's some hypocritical shit. And all the little niggas out there, you understand what I'm saying? I've been trying to, get a motherfucker really to say something to me. But y'all niggas know y'all not on my level. You see what I'm saying? I'm itching for one of you little niggas to say something, so I can tighten your motherfucking ass up. You can go off and type and do all that shit. I'm not worried about that shit. And little niggas can't come up off of that damn typing and shit and hit that stage and teach nobody, nigga. You see what I'm saying? You niggas are some one-dimensional niggas that, typing on the motherfucking comments. And that's not disrespecting my family that's in the comments. These are these niggas that think they can just, just typing a couple of sentences can refute books and encyclopedias of black people that did toil all their life, giving every dollar and dime that they ever had to go do research, to have a nigga that just come up on the internet and put up a couple of videos to shoot some shit. Shoot some shit at some great and profound teachers that are most relevant in waking our people up today. And so I had to get on you niggas. Matter of fact, here we go. Let's look at this video. Let me see. I don't know if that probably ain't gonna do it, but I do it the best I can. See, right there, you got Dr. John Henry Clark, a Pan-Africanist. Right there, got a statue of him, right there, Pan-Africanist.
Oh, no worries.
Had Smalls in there, I'll turn that down. I don't need to hear what they say. Okay. You got Dr. Frances Cress Welsing, named her book The ISIS Papers. Named her book The ISIS Papers after an African goddess. That's African consciousness. Now I like this. I'm with this. I support this. You see? So I don't want nobody to get it twisted. I support this. I'm all about this. I support this 100%. I don't have no problem with it. But obviously, somebody do. Muhammad Ali was a nationalist. He had his biggest fight, the Thriller in Manila. You feel me? No, I ain't in my feelings, fake nigga. I'm calling your ass out. Wait a minute, hold on. Let me get right on this nigga. No, I'm calling you out. What you is? What you is? What's your name, Big Wook? What the fuck is you talking about? Nigga, I'm calling you out, nigga. You're hypocritical. You're hypocritical, nigga. Don't bring your weak ass in here with that bullshit. No, you in your feelings, nigga, because I'm calling you out on your hypocritical shit, and you ain't got nothing else but to say I'm in my feelings. No, sir. You in your feelings, nigga. You got to come stronger than that. That was weak, nigga. No, I ain't talking in no circles. What circles am I talking in? What circles am I talking in? Okay, then when you bring up Pan-Africanism, why when you bring it up, all you bring up is some lowly African nigga that don't even know what it means? Why you don't say, well, this is what Dr. John Henry Clark said it mean and make a comparison? Why do you shit on Pan-Africanism without showing clearly the top Africanists that really can clarify what it really means versus some lowly nigga that you keep bringing up every time you do a goddamn video. Why there's no comparative study between these teachers? Fake nigga, you a fake nigga. You don't know what you talking about. You can't fuck with me, nigga. You a comment nigga, okay? You a comment nigga. That's my good brother right there, FBA Dave Mo. You already know. I ain't got no beef against, it ain't about all FBA because I know all FBA don't believe like that. So I'm clear on that too. I'm clear on that. I'm clear on all FBA don't think like that. And so it's just them weak niggas. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. So I'm very clear on, this is not against all FBA because I'm just like brother came up there and I support that brother because he still, and I'm like I said, I don't have no problem because I'm cool with both. I understand what FBA is talking about, but I also understand what my elders is talking about. So you understand, once we make it clear that really what they doing here on the continent, which every other group is doing on nation, is absolutely the same thing. That is, you don't have to leave to practice Pan-Africanism, and you cannot let the lowly motherfuckers kidnap the ideology. You don't let the low, you motherfuckers don't let the niggas over here that don't even identify with no ideology. All they do is kill and shit. And so that's like us saying, well, look at FBAs over here. Look at what they doing. Like we go and get the lowliest of the niggas here and connect them to FBA and say, look at how weak these niggas is. Look how weak these niggas, FBA. These is foundational Black Americans. They and unconscious than the motherfucker. But we don't go and get the lowliest of the group and make them responsible for the ideology. They don't have no ideology. So instead of y'all getting the top scholarship of Pan-Africanism and breaking down the ideology to show and prove that they not just building with anybody. Okay, like I say, Dr. John Henry Clark told motherfucker, man, we're gonna have to clean Africa up. Period. He said we might have to go over there and conquer that motherfucker. Literally what he said. You see what I'm saying? Them motherfuckers, Walter Williams, talk about how they worship white Jesus. So it ain't like the Pan-Africanism scholars is unaware of anything y'all talking about, but y'all don't bring that shit out. Y'all try to deter people from, agreeing with the ideology by saying, oh, these ain't no goddamn Pan-Africanists. These are some lowly African niggas, just like I can go get lowly niggas from over here and say, oh, this is FBA. So that's all y'all doing. Yeah, that's all y'all doing. That's all y'all doing. Yeah, they all, you know what? Niggas need belts all over the planet. Yeah. Over here, you got the greatest motherfucking niggas on the planet. Shit, these niggas need a belt. Shit. Nigga, what the fuck is the problem over here? Niggas didn't had the greatest teachers, got the most money. Them niggas over there lowly. Them niggas still walking around with no shoes on their feet. Them niggas over there got white Jesus and they never had no nigga. Y'all done had the greatest teachers on the goddamn earth and y'all still confused. So who need the belt the most? Who need the belt the most? Who need the belt the most? You see what I'm saying? Who needs the fucking belt? Got the greatest leaders, got the most money, got the most opportunity of any niggas on the planet. And so, no, nigga, we got to look at you. We got to see it's hard for niggas to look in the mirror. Yeah, niggas don't want to look in the mirror. Yeah, Dr. Ben was in the museum. Yeah. Yeah, Dr. Ben was in the museum too. Right there, you got ancient Egypt. You got ancient Egypt. You see what I'm saying? That's African. That ain't over here. That's African. I didn't see Marcus Garvey. I forget where Dr. Ben was at. We might have missed Dr. Ben. Hold on. There, Dr. Ben right there. Deal Dr. Ben right there. Deal Dr. Ben right there.
So how could you like call and say that a Caribbean is a tether, but then you have Dr. Ben on the wall of the Hidden History Museum? When Dr. Ben went from Ethiopia to, I think, I'm not sure whether it's Jamaica, and then went back to Egypt and all this other stuff, or he was born in Jamaica. So he's like, he was in the Caribbean, went to Africa. So is he a tether too? You understand what I'm saying? This is where it gets confusing at. At what point does tether when does it stop and when does it start? Does it start at the movement of the 60s, or does it start at the end of the 60s and the 70s, and when you had Caribbean people coming over here and sharing their information and fighting for justice? I think that even I need to do some research. Was Malcolm X 100% FBA? I gotta do some research.
Yeah, there's Dr. Ben right there. That's contradiction, man.
Heather.
You don't fuck with nobody say. Make that shit make sense now.
Heather, bro.
But like I say, I'm not against none of that. I'm not against it. I'm against the rhetoric that motherfuckers is teaching out here. You're not gonna kidnap our leaders. You're not gonna do that. You're gonna show veneration and tell us why you venerate them teachers to be up on that wall. Because for me, I feel like if you're gonna be disrespectful, you should just have all FBA up there. You see what I'm saying? Have all FBA up there then, and make it real. Make it real. But the reality is, many of them Pan-Africanists is up there because you would not have no conscious community whatsoever if it wasn't for them teachers. Period. Period.
Right. So you have a Caribbean mom.
We'll have it soon, brother.
So is he a tether?
We'll have it soon. So, this is to,
Malcolm X,
don't come on here, thinking you could bring your weak ass over here and type. And it really is just to, like I say, to build a bridge. Because I fucks with a whole lot of FBA. They come over here all the time. They don't feel, why do they feel comfortable over here? You see what I'm saying? Because I say I agree with damn near everything you teach except these 2 and 3 things right here. You see what I'm saying? Which could be worked on. You see, I agree with it. You see, but I don't agree with this part. So it should be enough of us what we can agree on where we should be, in alliance. What the fuck? We should be in alliance. What is all it is, this dissension and shit. You can explain these motherfuckers as tethers and shit without trying to destroy what them teachers laid down. That's bullshit. And I don't believe no other way. You see, I don't believe no other way. But anyway, family.
He don't believe any other way, and neither do I. Put aside our differences, but still be in alignment. We do not have to sit up here and diss each other. Oh, you're a tether, and you're. First of all, I don't even like the whole line of questioning that happens. Oh, so what were you from? Oh, okay. Well, you're a tether. What is this about?
The FBA movement is such a disappointment. As a Black American, I thought it was going to be something that we could use to reclaim our identity and, have something to identify with, like for real, instead of like African American. We're foundational Black Americans because we built this country. We're the foundation to the United States. I've known about FBA since the beginning. I followed Tariq Nasheed from the age I was 12 all the way up to earlier this year. So almost 10 years. There are definitely signs that it was going to go in a very bad direction. First sign should have been this flag. Now, I don't really have a problem with the American flag like that, but if we're trying to have our own ethnogenesis, we should have a flag that's different than the United States, because it's really just the American flag. I didn't know till later that we do have our own flag, which is this flag, the Black American Heritage flag that's been around since 1967. I think it's crazy that so many FBAs are claiming the American flag, the colonizer's flag, over this flag. The second one, and this is my main problem with it, is it became a pretendian movement. In the beginning, it wasn't really that direct, because when he would say what we are ethnically, he would say, yeah, we are African genetically, some of us came from Africa, It would go from we're African genetically, but we just live in America and we're Black Americans now. Then it became some of us came from Africa, and then it was just we were already here. And now what you have is people who identify as FBA saying, oh, we're Aboriginals and we was already here. And FBA is just another label that they add to the mix. And the last thing that happened more recently is when it became MAGA. There's a lot of FBAs, they're like these patriotic.
So is Malcolm X a feather?
It's not really about us having our own ethnic identity, but trying to be some kind of conservative Black American Aboriginal thing, whatever it is. A lot of them are basically Black conservatives, but with a slight little twist. And the fourth thing I forgot to mention when making this video, it just became like anti-African and anti, Pan-Africanism. I'm not a big Pan-Africanist, but if we're going to like have any allies outside of Black America, it's going to be other Black people in other places. And I don't know why we're completely shutting ourselves off. Now, I'm not saying every African loves us or every Caribbean loves us, but internationally, these are the only people that's going to be there. But yeah, FBA becoming what it is now, it really sucks, especially since I used to follow Tariq for a very long time. I liked all of his videos. I watched like every single live, and became what he's known for now. That just sucked. I thought FBA was going to be a positive thing for our people, but it just became pretending MAGA.
Wow. And that's sad for a person that believed, this is what's happening. You have some of the young guys that are looking up to this situation. They thought it was going to be one thing and it becomes something else. And that's the issue.
They say they say you got pair smart. You ain't the one. You feel me? Because that's the only thing that's gonna change. Power. You see what I'm saying? Power is what's gonna change some shit. That means you got the force and the magnitude to make whatever you believe in a reality. And that's what we need. We got to quit waiting on. We got to quit depending on anything come, because the United States is about to collapse. And so I see a lot of niggas out here, they campaigning for these Neanderthals, man. Undercover they undercover campaigning for them. You see what I'm saying? They focusing on, and I must say that, because one way or another, everybody on this planet, one way or another, have been trained through a course of oppression and slavery to be the nigga they is today. You see what I'm saying? That don't mean you have to stay that way, but the reality is, it don't matter where you're at on the globe, you see what I'm saying? You could do the history of what motherfucker colonized that area. And I guarantee you they had a system of how they trained the colonized. And so, a lot of motherfuckers look overseas and they see, yes, them is colonized minds, but goddamn it, it's a lot of colonized minds right here. You see what I'm saying? And a lot of these niggas that think they talking sweet is motherfucking colonized more than some of the niggas that they claim that they exposing. You see what I'm saying? Because, as we talk about, tethers, you see, who you think brought these tethers over here? You motherfuckers act like they just showed up. The same motherfucking white man y'all campaigning for is the same one that brought them over here. Who the fuck, how you think they ain't just walk through, just, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, it was a blueprint on how they.
And also, I want to say this is that because a lot of like the FBA people that I've talked to will talk about how they love Trump, they love America. They're all like this patriotic whatever going on, and this is what he's talking about. Like what's really happening here?
It got over here. You see what I'm saying? So you got these. It's like when you got like 5 and 6 dogs and shit, and you just get home, and they know when you get home, usually you give out Scooby snacks and shit, and so they be there. They tails is wagging and shit, and so y'all just want to be the first motherfucker to get a Scooby snack. That's all it is. You understand what I'm saying? He good at that. You know what I'm saying? Giving one, so he'll be the, he'd be the lead nigga that do all the telling and all of that. And then his time gonna come. They gonna get tired of that nigga, and they gonna get it's a cycle. It's a cycle. And so what a lot of these niggas ain't telling you is that the United States is already bankrupt. It's bankrupt. It's motherfucking bankrupt. Why do you think these Neanderthals is acting the way they acting right now? It's bankrupt. You see what I'm saying? And they getting in these cities and they getting planted. So when it really comes out that this motherfucking country has already collapsed, and it go into anarchy, they already have military in most of the cities to be able to contain it to the best of their ability. You see what I'm saying? That's all they getting. They lining y'all ass up. So any of you niggas out there that thinking you somehow is gonna be one of the good niggas, that they just love you so much that they're gonna let you slide. You see what I'm saying? They gonna let you slide. You gonna find out to the contrary that just ain't gonna be a reality. You see what I'm saying? Your ass is going down in the dungeon right along with everybody else, nigga. You see what I'm saying? And so it's crazy how they focusing. And I'm talking about some of these so-called FBA. I'm not talking about, because like I say, I raps with FBA. And it's a lot of niggas out here that understand the nationalistic aspirations of our people and understand the global shit too. See, you niggas think with a little liquor store philosophy. See, Europeans got European pan-Europeanism. You see, they got a philosophy they call pan-Europeanism. You see, you got motherfucking crackers in Australia. You got crackers in New Zealand, Israel. You got them all over the world. They don't have to go back to Europe to practice pan-Europeanism, and they don't always agree. You got some that ain't in the clique, but you got some that is in the clique. You see what I'm saying? But when it comes to getting on one of these nigger countries, or one of them Arabs, or one of them Orientals, they all come together with all they motherfucking disagreements. You got Russia against Ukraine. You got Russia against the West. You see? You see what I'm saying? So there it is. But the majority of them stick together. You see, you got Europe, United States, Canada. You see, they practice, you got pan-Islamism. You see, they don't all live in Mecca. What kind of fucking sense? You look it up, pan-Islamism. That means Muslims stick together all over the world. You see, when it comes to certain, situations, they don't all live in Mecca. They don't all live in Mecca, and don't all of them agree either. You see, you got some that don't, they don't have the same ideology. You know what I'm saying? But the majority of them, you see, stand in unity. You got some outside of that, you see, and so understand that. Look at NATO. You see what I'm saying? That's a pan-European organization. They know. They say, you know what? If we don't band together, you understand what I'm saying? A country like Russia or China gonna kick our ass. So they learned something after motherfucking Hitler jumped on their ass. You see what I'm saying? They say we got to stick together, even though we gonna have disagreements. For the embetterment of all of us, we got to stick together, and it's called pan-Europeanism. They call that organization NATO. You got United States, Canada. You got, I don't think Australia, but they roll with them anyway. Australia and New Zealand and all of they roll together, regardless. They don't all live in Europe. They don't all live in Europe, but it's pan-Europeanism. And they don't all agree neither. So, I mean, motherfuckers, when we talk about pan-Africanism, motherfuckers act like that means you got to go back to Africa. Nobody ever said a motherfucker had everybody in spirit and in mind. And see, the thing is, what these niggas is doing is they take the lowliest motherfucker and try to attach the concept of pan-Africanism to the lowliest nigga on the planet. You see what I'm saying? They don't look at the higher up, the more intelligence, like Malcolm X in college. I would never give up, none of my teachers, for these new school niggas. You understand what I'm saying? If you that foolish to give up from great minds to some niggas that just come out of poof, out of nowhere, they don't got no, and always talking about lineage and genealogy. I said, well, where your teachers at? Show me 2 generations of niggas that think like you. Not 1, 2 generations. You ain't got to show me 3. Show me 2 generations of teachers, magnificent motherfuckers. I'm not talking about no motherfuckers that, you know what I'm saying? I'm talking about magnificent minds in your lineage. Motherfucker can't just showed up. I mean, you niggas wasn't even here when I was first started in the goddamn, in the modern fucking lecturing. You niggas wasn't even there when I started. So you niggas is like, so out of nowhere, poof, here you go. Another rock to roll up the goddamn mountain to fall right back down. because you too dependent. Y'all niggas is thinking, you thinking the white man gonna give you something? He ain't giving out no reparations. So I mean, even though it's old to us, these crackers is not giving nigga shit. They trying to burn, it's burning, crash and burn right now. They trying to get every fucking thing for their own pockets. Okay? Ain't nobody giving up shit to nobody. So I mean, what is the confusion? You see what I'm saying? Ain't nobody. So what is you trying to and so what do you intend? Where are you going with this? You see what I'm saying? Where the fuck is you going with this? And so the thing is, when I look at, the type of minds, them niggas ain't had nothing to do with no high civilization. Them niggas that y'all bringing up are not the inheritors of no high civilization. You see what I'm saying? So when you look at the higher civilization, the minds that you niggas put on, they ain't attached to none of that. You see what I'm saying? So y'all don't go and get the higher minds, and then you kidnap our teachers on the down low. You see what I'm saying? And because you know they greatness, you venerate them on, and we got videos of you niggas, and y'all flip-flop, and it don't be but 2-3 years, and then you're something else. And then in another year, you're something else. And then another year, you're something. I seen it for myself. People just talking about this shit. They got videos, documentation. You got to be solid on side. I know we evolve, but goddamn, you know what I'm saying? You changing clothes. You ain't sturdy on nothing. You know what I'm saying? I can see motherfucker change, one time in their life. But if you 2 and 3 and 4, 5 motherfucking things within a 7-year period, then nigga, that's just like some Malachi Z. York shit. You know what I'm saying? This nigga was everything. This nigga was a Hebrew Israelite. He was a Hebrew Islamic. He was a Nubian Islamic Hebrew. He was a Muslim. He was a Christian. He was a rabbi. The motherfucker was a chief of the Yamasi. This motherfucker was everything. This motherfucker was 720. He was even a Freemason. This nigga was everything, man. You gotta watch niggas that just like dressing up, nigga. Like for goddamn Halloween, you something every 2-3 fucking months. You see what I'm saying? I'm convinced. You see, I'm convinced. I done read every motherfucker that was qualified to be what you call dynamic. And I didn't give a fuck what. I read Muslims. I read Black Power. I read the Hebrew cats and shit. You see what I'm saying? But the Pan-African ideology is what brought all this literature. Niggas wasn't even researching before Dr. Ben and Dr. John. Niggas wasn't even fucking researching. Niggas was praying. The fucking ideology before Pan-African was the Black Muslim movement. Niggas was still worshiping and shit. Y'all motherfuckers wasn't out there doing no research or nothing. The majority of all this literature out here came by the Pan-African community. And so niggas is tethers. Every other motherfuckers in the conscious community is tethering on the Black Power Pan-African community. You see what I'm saying? That's just the fact. Y'all niggas just didn't have the nerve, you understand, to fulfill it. And even Malcolm X, you understand what I'm saying? He updated Marcus Garvey. You see what I'm saying? Marcus Garvey dropped it, but Malcolm X updated it. You see what I'm saying? And he told motherfuckers, they asked him, he said, where should we start? He said, right there in the community, right where you're at. So all of that talking this bullshit, nigga, Marcus Garvey came at a time when they was setting niggas on fire. You see, lynching little babies and shit. You know what I'm saying? He was like, man, fuck this. We got to get the fuck from up under these Neanderthals. You see what I'm saying? That was at that time. And he had a lot of motherfuckers that believed him too, because they sure wanted to get the fuck on. Because these crackers was over here burning niggas, setting them on fire and shit with 40 and 50,000 motherfuckers out there watching people get set on fire, and you ride and you come down the street and you got a damn tree with damn babies hanging from the damn tree. You see what I'm saying? Fuck that. At that time, people, whatever we got to do, we got to get the fuck from up under him. But see, that was at that time. And so Malcolm X came in a different time, but he updated Marcus Garvey and he gave the best blueprint, and niggas are still using it, but they don't want to give the leaders no fucking credit. That's all that is. Y'all niggas want to cut and paste. That's all they've been doing is cutting and pasting. You see what I'm saying? Take out what they don't agree with, but the core shit that's going to really get niggas free and liberated, they take that. But you didn't invent it. Nigga, you stole it. and don't want to give the teachers no credit for it. Okay? So that's all that is. That's all that is. So when we talk about Pan, I don't know why nigga. Do y'all read? Do y'all know what that it means? All. That don't mean you. It means wherever you at on the planet, you practice black power where you at. That's all that means. And spiritually, we come together because Africa is the mother. You don't have European people have a problem with that. They know they from Europe, and we can go deeper than that, but they know they from Europe. They know that was their launching pad. And we know they didn't originate from there, but for argument's sake, they know they're Europeans. You see what I'm saying? They know that that was their launching pad that took them wherever, wherever else they went on the planet.
Marcus Garvey was associated with the KKK because he agreed with racial separation. So you keep saying that. This is like the third time you put this in there. Yes, he was associated with the KKK because he agreed and he believed that we should be separated as races, that we should not have to integrate. So you had integrationalists that went against what Marcus Garvey, but Marcus Garvey said, no, we should remain separated. And we see where we're at now. So let's go and let's stop repeating that same rhetoric without context.
You see what I'm saying? Orientals know they Orient. They don't have no problem with that. Niggas. You see what I'm saying? Even and then when we and I'm trying to figure out, because what we have to understand is levels to this shit. Yeah, I'm about lineage, but everybody in your motherfucking lineage ain't right. So it got to be something higher than just lineage. Okay. Off all the motherfucking time. You see what I'm saying? If they don't put that shit in an estate, and if they ass don't in the estate say this is how I want this shit to be ran, and if that shit ain't ran like it's written in that estate, man, the motherfucking lawyer that's over the estate, man, can cut their motherfucking ass off. Cut their motherfucking ass off. You see what I'm saying? So it's more than just some goddamn lineage. This is a lineage, okay? But what is y'all spiritual code? You don't never hear them niggas talk about what the spiritual code is. What is y'all ancient religion? Everybody in the world talk about, they don't just talk about they talk about their ancient religions. And most of the niggas can't get too far out of the 1800s. You see what I'm saying? I'm just gonna be 1,000. You see, you know why they can't? Because they're cutting off the ancient lineage. They don't want to be African. And so wherever the African is at, they got to cut that off. You see what I'm saying? And everything past, you know what I'm saying? The 17, that shit gonna be a blur because they don't want to be African. They don't want to be African. Anywhere where they see some African, they gonna want to clean it up. You understand what I'm? They gonna want to clean it up. Say, oh, that's not us. You know what I'm saying? Well, tell me what the fuck. Every goddamn continent got an ancient history. Where the fuck is it at? If you've been over here, where the writing? Where's all of that shit? Where the books? Where's the fucking temples? Where's all that shit at? Every other continent, if you've been here for thousands and thousands and thousands of years, you go to India, they got temples. You go to Egypt, they got temples. You go to Ethiopia, they got temples. You go to Indonesia, they got temples. You go to China, they got temples. You understand? They go back in the BC period. Okay? If you've been over here, show us what the fuck you was doing while you was over here. You don't really, and I see niggas throw up the Olmecs. You don't want to talk about the Olmecs. Because white people didn't already, I can show you 1,001 goddamn YouTube pages where white people didn't gave up. They actually saying it is what it is. Some of these motherfuckers is then went into the masonry, the architecture, and they say without any doubt that the only place where you see this type of architecture is in ancient Egypt. They didn't fucking no other place on the planet. You see what I'm saying? And so that's over with. So for
it kills me how people get mad. Oh, they keep saying nigger, so I'm leaving. I'm buying. That's the worst thing you've heard in your life all day. I mean, hell. Shit. This. So what? Grow up.
Niggas that just want to be, and you just want to be a preacher. You don't want to come to no science for real.
Talking about how the message is being delivered, but are you listening? Are you hearing the message?
Oh, for real. You just want to be a preacher. That's all you want to do. You want to talk. When it come time to say, well, let's show us some shit. I'm waiting. Any motherfucker out there that want to deal with the shit, I'm waiting. Ain't had him. I've been trying to put the call out. I ain't had a motherfucker say shit yet. And I know they hear me. I know they hear me. I'm tired of the philosophical shit. If it ain't real, let's prove it to ourselves. You see what I'm saying? And I know they motherfucking hear me, and I ain't had a motherfucker holler yet. You see what I'm saying? Let's do this shit. You know what I'm saying? Let's prove it once and for all, because I keep wondering, why is it everybody is anti-African? And these supposed to be the low, and according to everybody, they the lowliest niggas on the planet. Why is the lowliest niggas on the planet get all the motherfucking, you understand, you know, everybody looking at the lowliest nigga and got so much. I mean, if that's just like looking at a hobo nigga on the corner. Ain't nobody gonna nigga walk past them. Ain't no whole lot of talk, but it's something there that really people, you know, they identify with, but they don't want to really acknowledge it because they so busy peddling a false ideology. That's what it is. Or a mixed ideology where they don't want to give credit to the originators. They just don't want to give credit to the originator. And like I say, our ancestors was African. We don't have to give credit to them lost niggas you putting up there on the goddamn internet. That ain't got nothing. We identify with Africa through our lineage. Shit. Talking about niggas been coming over here forever. Just like they've been coming to over there in Asia forever. Selling to India, selling to Australia. They've been selling all over this goddamn planet and shit. Y'all motherfuckers act like y'all got cameras in the bedroom somewhere. Like y'all know everybody who laid with everybody. That don't even make no motherfucking sense. That don't even make no motherfucking sense. Oh, we ain't. How the fuck do you know? I swear to God, how the fuck do you know? Like you done watched every bedroom, every goddamn connection between a man and a woman over thousands of motherfucking years to say you don't, I'm not this, I'm not that. How the fuck do you know? You see what I'm saying? So to sit up there and make to make a goddamn comment like that, show you how far you willing to go to tell a goddamn lie. How the fuck you know some shit like that? That's shameful. You see? That's motherfucking shameful. But the reality is, and like I say, I've been waiting, because, I also deal with cosmic law. And I've been waiting on niggas to tell me, you understand what I'm saying? Because I come out of the philosophy, I go into the science. You see what I'm saying? And again, we talking about North America, and North America was under the ice. North America, if you take and go across the how they got the longitude and latitude, do you understand? If you understand Michigan and shit, and you go across, man, you are damn near in Russia. You see what I'm saying? Some of this shit is on the longitude, and you will go into goddamn Russia. So you tell me, how in the fuck can a black man and woman be original to a continent that's technically Arctic? You see what I'm saying? Tell me that. How can a black man or woman be fucking original to an Arctic landmass? And I ain't got nobody to comment yet. You understand? You could go down in goddamn Texas. You can go down in motherfucking Florida, and it's snowing, and it goddamn ice down there. And motherfuckers can't tell you how a fucking black man or woman originate over here. You see what I'm saying? Not yet. Not yet. I haven't had anybody. And motherfuckers went to say, oh, this was one land. You know how niggas, they get to fleeing and going into this crazy shit about one land mass. Nigga, that ain't got nothing to nigga. In 1700, this wasn't no one land mass, nigga. You see what I'm saying? It wasn't no goddamn, it ain't been a one land mass, and God knows when, if it ever, it wasn't even human. Even the scientists say if it was, man wasn't on this bitch. Ain't no man recorded it, so why even bring it up? But that just show you how motherfuckers try to flee from their Africanness. That just show you how motherfuckers try to flee. And really what they saying, we get on white people. You see white people say they original to Africa, say they Africans, and every time they go into Africa, they end up with skin cancer, trying to tell a lie. People say, well, everybody come out of Africa. I say, well, take your ass back and see if Africa really truly love you like that. You see what I'm saying? And every time they take their ass into Africa, they get triple degree skin cancer and all that. But see, that's the same lie that niggas is trying to tell by saying they are original to some Arctic fucking landmass. That's all I'm saying. So see, so where was you before you was here? And nobody want to come up with the answer. Where was you before you got here? Because you was not original to this land. You was not original to this land. Yeah. Okay, here we go. Let me look down here. It say right here, Africa didn't exist long ago, but the landmass name. Oh man, you that didn't even require you to put that in there. North America wasn't here 1,000 years, but you niggas still say FBA, Foundational Black Americans. Y'all name yourself out. I mean, but I understand the philosophy. I'm all right with that to a certain extent until y'all start cutting off. I understand we got our own, our own national identity, but that show you right there, you can't go before the white man. You name yourself after Americo Vespucci. You name yourself after a motherfucking Italian. You see what I'm saying? Foundational Black Americo Vespucci. You see what I'm saying? So I mean, why do we say it wasn't named Africa? It wasn't named North America. It wasn't named goddamn South America neither. But so what you saying about that?
And Pangea was before human beings.
Yeah, he trying to get some reparations.
Pangea, guys.
And probably gonna get them. Because the Department of Justice, the woman that's running, she all in for his ass. She all in for his ass. She all in for his ass. So you know what? That shit gonna fail. I can tell you that. Yeah, that shit gonna fail. Yeah, he gonna get that money. They're gonna end up giving in the government, they just robbing the treasury at this point. Ain't giving shit to a nigga. And so they keep caping for this motherfucker. They keep caping and shit. Like even it don't make no difference at this point whether they put motherfuckers out or not. And they need to be put out, but they still they ain't giving a fuck about everything that's left over. They want for themselves. They ain't got shit for you. They ain't got shit for you neither, nigga. You understand? They're gonna use you because they need some type of buffer zone until they get all the motherfuckers out. But once they get the motherfuckers out of there, it's a wrap. You going too, nigga.
Ha! We think that no, we have child. We're native to this land, honey. They don't give a fuck about nobody.
Yeah, they over there.
They didn't give a fuck about it. They just put some small pots.
You say what? What do you say? Some didn't take a salary. Should be a gas and cheaper grocery.
That's what's
you tripping hard. Man, you don't get your silly ass up out of here. You got the mother. If you don't get your silly ass out of here, talking about the gas, the groceries. And man, if you don't stop playing with it, who the fuck is you fooling? Well, that's yeah. You motherfucker, you don't eat nothing but goddamn. You probably ain't eat nothing but goat meat, no goddamn way. You ain't eat nothing but goat meat. You ain't nothing but a beer drinker. All long as you can get you some cheap beer, some goat meat. You see what I'm saying? And and that's all you eat. That's all you eat, motherfucker. So we ain't listening to nothing you talking about. That's like that hypnosis shit. You know what I'm saying? You ain't hungry. Get it out your mind. You know what I'm saying? Don't be hungry, nigga. Everything is just fine. You know what I'm saying? You go in there and goddamn shelves is empty and they telling you ain't no motherfucker, it's cheaper. The food is goddamn cheaper. Man, is you crazy than a motherfucker? Man, please. Gas, yeah, you can go some places and shit, but they gas gouging anyway. You go in some places, the gas be low and shit. You better check that shit because they mixing that shit with water. You see what I'm saying? You got some gas be up there damn near $3. Then you find some motherfuckers that might got it for $2.40. You see what I'm saying? That shit's still high. That shit's still high. Yeah, because they can't. I mean, we've been here, but it's most definitely the evidence is proof that African people been over here from time immemorial. Any fool that would dispute that, it ain't even worth conversating with. You see what I'm saying? Y'all niggas is fools. Nothing but fools. You see, what did you do, nigga? You just sprouted up out the ground? Make it make sense, nigga. Tell me the story. I need to know this shit.
Right,
I want to see the
how
evidence.
they get here?
I've been studying and I've been looking for all the writings and shit. And the earliest writings in the Americas is the Olmec. Nigga, the oldest alphabet in the Americas is the hieroglyphics of the Olmecs. You see what I'm saying? And don't nobody want to battle me with that. You see what I'm saying? So I'm waiting. Anybody that wanted and got some facts, I don't and just don't bring no motherfucker. Bring some facts. You know what I'm saying? Y'all niggas been, see, the thing is, a lot of you niggas got a hold of that AI a little earlier than a whole lot of motherfuckers. You see what I'm saying? That's what happened. A lot of these niggas got a hold to that AI a lot earlier and they created a whole lot of fake shit. That's what they done did. They done created, ain't nobody seen none of that shit. And y'all got to be careful. You got to get some photos now, that's why I'm glad I got so much, where, all that shit, if that shit ain't legitimate, you understand, where it's been documented in a book, that's why them books is going to be critical, where you can get in a book that's been documented earlier than AI, where you can get in there and get some real shit out of it. Other than that, these motherfuckers been using that AI making fake shit. That's what they've been doing. Yeah, anybody, but see, yeah, that's right. Anybody can write and publish a book. That's why we got quality scholars. That's just another, again, that's not even worth conversation. You see what I'm saying? That's not even worth conversation because that's something anybody know. And most so anybody can goddamn, because at least in the goddamn book, you got to give references. Y'all niggas don't even get no references. Y'all don't even get no motherfucking references. Ain't that a bitch? You don't give no. I mean, I know how to do research. And you could you can tell the quality of your references. You see what I'm saying? We could tell the quality of references. Who is writing the book? Are they qualified? Are they known in the world to be an expert in their field? You see what I'm saying? And then you got to get more than one reference and more than one individual that in what we dealing with. They got to be an expert in that field. So we understand the quality. That's just, you're just talking to be talking. You see what I'm saying? You're just talking to be talking. Yeah, you just talking to be talking. You see what I'm saying? God damn it, when I was going to school, I don't know what y'all doing now. Shit, we used to have, man, I used to have to write papers and motherfucker had to have damn near, you had to have, on some papers, you had to have damn near 15 to 20 different goddamn references. You see what I'm saying? And on a motherfucking point, you had to have maybe 3 or 4 goddamn references on a point. You couldn't just come with one reference. You had to have 3 and 4 references. You see, on a motherfucking point. And so you know what I'm saying? So yes, and so most definitely, and it's the quality. You got to have somebody that's renowned in that subject. You ain't gonna go get no obscure. And you can have a motherfucker if the book is classic. If the book is classic and the references is lined up, then it could be. It don't always have to be doctor in front of their name neither. You see what I'm saying? It ain't got to be no PhD in front of their name neither. If the motherfucking book is backed up and is written with expertise, and the references is lined up and they're qualified, more than qualified references, it is what it is. A lot of people's is fleeing. A lot of people's is fleeing. A lot of motherfucking people's is fleeing. And so even though you can write it, you need books. Go in the goddamn university and tell them, anybody can write a book. Bitch, get out of here. Get out of here. You don't even need to be in here. You see what I'm saying? Because you got to have books. You see what I mean? Listen to that mind state. You see what I'm saying? You want to, see, that's where, when people ain't qualified in some shit, they disqualify. Everybody can write a book. So what, we supposed to not use books? We supposed to let you niggas finesse us and game us?
Before we, listen, I wanted to say this because people are like texting me and saying stuff. First of all, no humans did not exist during the time of Pangea. The supercontinent Pangea existed from about 335 million to 175 million years ago and broke apart long before the first human ancestors evolved around 6 to 7 million years ago. Dinosaurs, early reptiles, and small mammals were the dominant life forms during the Pangea era. So if anyone tells you that we came over to America through Pangea, we didn't exist then. So that's bullshit. So let's get into that. So let's go back into, and then the Olmecs were not FBA. Why? Because America, the word America, the actual term America, did not exist during the Olmec civilization. Neither did it exist during Aztec civilization. So here's the thing: what are we doing here? We just want to like make up shit. Stop it.
With all this preaching shit, man, come on, man. Let's make this shit make sense, man. Let's make this shit make sense. You see, so when y'all get up, I mean, I'm asking y'all, man, to come up with the shit. You got to go beyond, you know, if you've been here and you got to show me the receipts, or where do you come from? You got to show me the motherfucking receipts.
If you've been here, where's the receipts of where you came from? Shouts out to Seti. Please go check his page out. And I had to play it all the way through because, you know, I think that, you know, if anybody has studied and knows what they're talking about, it's him. I think he has one last thing to say. Let's go.
You understand what I'm saying? Because I'm looking, because again, they got the white boy, and we talk about books. We talking about the white boy. What's his name? Leo Weiner. That, you know, Ivan Van Sertima, the white boy that had the largest museum artifacts right here in the Americas. All that shit from Africa that white man had over here and went on both sides to show you the artifact on both sides of the continent. Man, get the fuck out of here, man. Y'all niggas is ridiculous. I mean, and ain't never seen the shit and sitting here talking and don't want to see it because it's gonna prove you to be wrong. Gonna prove you to be wrong. Don't even want to see it. Oh, I ain't gonna look. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Don't even want to look. Anybody could pull up. Anybody could pull up. Anybody. Any motherfucking body.
And I encourage you, go over there and pull up. If you got like, don't come over here with your smoke. Go ahead to Seti's channel and give him your smoke. His channel is right here, Sarah Suten Seti. Shouts out to Sarah Suten Seti for that knowledge that you just kicked. I appreciate that. So let's go back into the FBA movement. So I've broke it down. Why? Based on even what Seti said, you know, the whole Pan-African movement existed before the FBA movement. If you guys are so special in your movement, where are your scholars? Great point. Now let's hear about what the young people are feeling about this movement, because I believe that they have a voice and that people should hear what they have to say. Let's go.
Okay, so I wanted to talk about the rise of like the FBA movement / the anti-black immigrant sentiment that I've seen lately on social media. Now I'm not too sure where this came from, but me personally, I first encountered this maybe back in like 2023, I believe, on Twitter. So it was a Twitter space, and this Twitter space was about how immigrants are essentially affecting Black Americans and how they are maybe taking away certain opportunities from Black Americans. This wasn't focused on any particular group of immigrants, but then later on in the space, it did shift to Black immigrants in particular and how they may be taking things away from Black Americans. And I would also like to add, while this Twitter space was going on, like, there were Africans and Black Americans literally yelling slurs at one another through the phone. There were even white conservatives that literally came up there as well. Even the Fresh and Fit guy came up there as well. Like, I'm not too sure. Yes, the Fresh and Fit guy, of course, he was on the side of the Africans. You know, he's East African. I don't remember what the conservative guy was doing, but girl, they were in there and it was very, very messy. And there was a huge fallout from this space. And mind you guys, this was a space that went on for over 24 hours. So this is from like where I noticed a lot of this propaganda started to rise, was from that day. Because if you were there, you would know that, like, Tariq Nasheed came in there. There was a lot going on. A lot of people came in there that day. And so from there, I started seeing a lot more Black American people referring to themselves as foundational Black American. And so I noticed that a lot of them were trying to distance themselves from Africa and talk about how, you know, they were already here and stuff like that. They were also native to the land of America, things of that nature. Which, mind you, that claim is getting so bad, I'm starting to see Native Americans have to come out and, like, refute that claim and say, like, no, girl, like, respectfully, we are the original natives. But I noticed this very strong push to separate and create a distinction between Black Americans who are descendants from slavery versus, you know, everybody else. Which I absolutely agree with the fact that we are very different, but we also, of course, have a lot of similarities, right? but I don't necessarily think making that distinction in a certain context is productive. Like making that distinction in a conversation about the betterment and the advancement of any black people, period, regardless of where they're from in the diaspora, that's not a useful conversation, because at the end of the day, we all have the same enemy. So it's like, what are we making that distinction for? Why are we making this separation? Again, all of it just feels very anti-African, and it just feels like, again, propaganda for more division, for more divide and conquer. So please, let's all respect one another. We all have our own culture, Black American people included, okay? And we all descend from the same place. All love. That's it.
Every single time I get on this app, I see African Americans, people within the diaspora, even sometimes people on the continent talking about or just promoting anti-black rhetoric, right? That's what they're advocating for, the separatist identity. Hey, if you're black, you come to America, or if you're African, you come to America, you need to assimilate to American culture. If you're part of the diaspora, you're not black or whatever, you know what I'm saying? Trying to be your own person, trying to be Native American, all this trivial things, right? Just culture wars, identity politics, things that are actually very, very counterintuitive, very reactionary, and they're harming black people more than it's helping them, and that's anywhere regardless, right? Like, whenever you're being very separatist, sectarian, you're making it easier for white supremacy, for capitalism to divide us, right? Like, just sit down and use your brain real quick. If all day, only thing you're worried about is culture, and for the most part, culture's just linguistic or religion or maybe clothing or some type of ritualistic practices, things like this, right? Something that does not affect you materially. If you're arguing about culture or being Native American or not wanting to be black or African, which is very anti-black, and it's just like you're worried about something that is so tangential to what can actually better your life materially, right? Like economically, socially, politically, all black people, whether they are in Haiti, whether they are in Nashville, Tennessee, where I'm from, or whether they're in Africa, we're all suffering, right? We have a shared history. We have a shared oppressor. Like, how I look at it is like quite literally a form of neo-tribalism, right? Like, whenever the people who are subjecting to oppression, who are you're trying to keep down and make sure that they are economically deprived and they cannot make any moves in society, and the individuals who are doing this to, they are already being divisive amongst each other. It's like, oh my God, it's so easy to continue to have these people oppressed, to continue to have these people held back, because you don't have to do any more obstructing whenever they're already obstructing themselves from the actual mission, right? From the point where they need to be if they want to be successful. Like, me being African American and being from a metropolitan area, I can say that a lot of African Americans are lacking education due to mainly systemic reasons, right? And whenever someone is lacking education, it's very easy to sell them a very individualist, a very separatist ideology or even idea, because, hey, they don't know any better, right? You can say like, hey, these black people from Haiti are less than you because they're geographically in a dirty area or, you know, underdeveloped area, right? And that's easy to sell somebody who just doesn't know any better. But in reality, look, if you're African American, more than likely, like almost 99% of the time, you are West African. You are of a West African lineage. And then for all the African Americans who want to say, oh, my people been here for 400 years, whatever. So of my people, right? But at the end of the day, that's only 400 years versus tens of thousands that my people were on the African continent before they were stolen by the oppressor. They were stolen by the white man. And of course, the exact same thing can be said to people on the motherland or within the diaspora who hold on to this very bigoted, harmful ideology that promotes separatism. And I'm not oblivious to the fact that, hey, whenever, you know, colonialism and the lack of resources will make of your education very limited and very subpar. And, you know, I understand that. So, but with that being said, right, all black people need to have the teleology in mind that black kids, black women, black men need to be successful, right? And we need to stand for each other no matter where you're at, right? Because at the end of the day, that very dogmatic mindset will not benefit anybody no matter where they're at.
To my fellow African Americans, why are we even considering embracing the concept of foundational Black American? It doesn't make any sense. First thing is, why do we assume that the outer world would be able to tell the difference between an African American and an African? I mean, honestly, maybe some of us would like to think we look a lot different.
The link is in the chat, guys.
Trust me, I've been in West Africa, and you'd be surprised. You'll see everybody's cousin over there. Now, I'm not saying that we don't have a lot of other mixtures. You know, we probably, myself, for instance, I am quite a mixture of different types of West African. You know, then I have some European thrown in there. A lot of us do have that. But we are embracing a concept in an attempt to say that we're different from another group of people. Okay? When in fact, I think it's well known that for a lot of white people, they can't tell us apart at all. Now, I understand wanting to say, you know, this is our culture and that's their culture. But, you know, then again, I kind of don't understand that because we have so much of our culture that actually comes from West Africa. And please believe me, I'm an anthropologist. I've been over to West Africa, and one of the most interesting things was seeing things that we do that we literally got from there. Some of the things we do, they are literally doing the same thing. Okay. So we create a concept that says, hey, we're different. We want you to make a difference. And then they're going so far as to put this on the census. So for me, I stop and think, well, why would we create a system that is designed to have the larger group have to come into our group and pick out who's who and what's what? Why would we do that? We are basically opening ourselves up to a lot of scrutiny. And we see what's happening now. I mean, basically, what makes us think that they're going to come in and only take Africans if that's what they decide to do? Or this doesn't make any sense, okay? Bottom line is we should stick together as a group. At least that way, we won't allow people to come into our community and start poking and prodding around. That is the last thing that we need because, like I said, many of us would get caught up in a movement like that. Now, don't get me wrong. I don't think that we should try to kick anybody out here. I'm totally not xenophobic. But, I mean, that's just one of the issues I see with it. So bottom line, to the outer group, we don't look that much different. And a lot of times they can't tell us apart one from another. And if we really think that when if a movement gets started to start, you know, taking people out of here, deciding who should say who should go, there's no way to tell that. I mean, half of us don't even carry our driver's license and our IDs around. So for me, I think we'll have more power keeping our group together if we want to discuss this amongst ourselves, but going so far as to put all this on the census, that's going to be a problem.
If you're in an FBA or ADOS cult, you can do more with your time than having genealogical pissing contests. Y'all are right-wing Black folks who have nothing because your history is actively being stripped from you. And your identity is wrapped into who your ancestors used to be, but not who you are. What do you have? What do you own? Please point me to the nearest FBA or ADOS hospice. Please point me to the nearest ADOS or FBA chain of grocery stores. Don't have that, huh? Are you housing our folk? Do y'all have ADOS, FBA farmland, condominium, apartment complex, a tent, something? Your divisiveness is your short-sightedness because this Black American understands that Pan-Africanism is what's going to get us liberated and free. Knowing that Malcolm X had Caribbean roots, Marcus Garvey had immigrant roots, W.E.B. Du Bois was buried in Ghana, and whether from Kwame Ture to Assata Shakur, the Black radical tradition always stood behind the Black diaspora as a whole. And oh, that red and black flag that a lot of y'all like to wear in your profile, not you because you're probably a bot. My great uncle, Robert Bobby Stewart from Elizabeth, New Jersey, made the prototype for that. Genealogy, the
foundational Black American stuff, and stay with me now, the stuff sounds cool on the surface, but a lot of the times y'all get real xenophobic with it and real supremacist with it, and that be the issue. Because it's cool on the surface that Black people can name themselves instead of being constantly covered in a social tar that other people will use to burn us with. It's like, okay, we name ourselves, we establish our culture. This is us doing our thing. This is not the hand-me-downs of someone else. You could perceive it that way. Obviously, you can disagree. I'm just trying to speak light on the subject of Black supremacy, foundational Blackness, and xenophobia. But the labels, you know, ADOS, FBA, Solan, like, it sounds cool because Black people can name themselves. But then niggas start getting the social roots and shit. They start talking about something like, yeah, you ain't Black, you from somewhere else, you from... And the whole time, you talking to a motherfucker from the diaspora. So, like, they got their own shit going on. Like, they done suffered too. Black Americans not the only niggas that suffer. And I'm not trying to say that to diminish what we've gone through, but a lot of y'all use this as a way to diminish the plight of other people. Being foundational Black, does that not sound problematic already? Because the issue with being Black is that you don't get to have a foundation. It's almost like an oxymoron. Because the Black Americans you find in America are obviously an overlap of many different groups and ethnicities. And so foundational black kind of just makes a supremacist monolith. I hope that makes sense. Like, as somebody with, you know, the sword and wreath heritage tat, like, I don't think I'm greater than another nigga from, like, Jamaica, Africa, or some random, like, black Chinese dude. Like, hey, if you're not racist to me, I'm not gonna have no issues with you. Like, and we both dark skinned, so we can have something to talk about, because niggas get weird about that. But my roots matter to me because it's important to know my story. But that does not make me, my story don't make me greater than somebody else. This foundational black thing is kind of like a almost main character syndrome, laced in xenophobia and supremacy. This is like another issue of picking up the white man's tools in a way. Like, sometimes we don't need all of them. Like, you can't reform.
All right. So listen, I'm just going to continue to play the things that I put together of the ideas of the young people that when they hear this.
Okay, so first things first, I just got done talking to my mother so I could go ahead and have the right information to feed you some facts about myself and my family's history. But first things first, I was born and raised in the southern state of Tennessee. My great-great-grandfather served in World War I, which is my mother's great-grandfather. And my great-grandfather served in World War II, which is my mother's grandfather. My family's been here for generations, so don't question if I'm black or if I have the right to speak on what's happening to our people right now and what's happening around the world. I, as a black American individual, do not support the FBA ideology because I believe it divides us. Malcolm X and the Black Panther Party believed in global black unity, and that's not what the FBA is about. They wanted black people around the world to come together and not turn against each other. They didn't just fight for black people in America, they fought for oppressed people everywhere around the globe because they knew who the real enemy was, and it's the system. Capitalism and imperialism. Some of the things that I hear from FBA sounds just exactly like what white supremacists say. Stuff like they're replacing us or they're stealing from us. It's the same fear and hate that the far right pushes. It's just coming from a black mouth, which is shameful. That's why I can't bring myself together to support the FBA ideology, man. If we're serious about defeating white supremacy, then we can't fight each other. We need to unite around the globe, unite with people of color around the globe, especially right here at home. Black, brown, indigenous, Asian, we've all been targeted by the same system. Malcolm knew that, the Panthers knew that, Louis Farrakhan knows that, and we all deep down know it too. Stop the division.
Amen. Stop the division.
Okay, so first things first, I just got done.
The FBA movement is such a disappointment.
We need to talk about the rise in Black American nationalism and the Black American nationalist to white supremacist pipeline. Yes, white supremacist. So firstly, we've seen the Jay Versace tweet that's been resurfacing, and in response, I've seen like quite a few Black Americans make videos about that and say that you can always tell an African apart from an African American. Y'all are not like us, etc., etc. And before I even get too deep into that, I really want to ask you guys, what is the purpose of making that distinction? Why are you guys fighting so hard to make this distinction in 2025? Don't tell me that is reparations, because that's a really stupid answer. And just to speak to that point, Africans are very diverse looking people. Yes, there are people you can look at them and tell they're African, just like you can look at some people and tell, oh, okay, that's a Black American person. But if you go and get Africans who were born and raised in America or who moved to America at a very young age, you probably would not be able to tell. Most of you cannot, because people can't tell with me. It's literally not until you say something or until somebody sees your last name that they're like, oh. And that honestly kind of brings me to my second point of this whole thing of Africans are cosplaying Black Americans. I don't really think you guys understand how silly you sound when you say this at times, but I think it really does speak to sometimes how Black Americans, when it comes to this particular subject, some of y'all can be a little bit narrow-minded in your thinking, because what do you mean we're cosplaying? If you're born and raised in a country, you're going to have the mannerisms of people in that country. Especially if you're raised in a country like America, where things are typically just straight segregated by race. Like, let's be real. So it's like, you're going to have and adopt the mannerisms of the people, you know, in your community, which for a lot of people who are African but born in America, that's going to be Black American people. Like, hello. And thirdly, which I think is honestly probably the most egregious, is I saw a Black American woman on here who was trying to say that what? She said that Africans, Latinos, and immigrants are the new colonizers. That's quite literally the term that she used. She says that Black American people and she included white Americans. She said Black American people and white American people who've been here for hundreds of years, whose families have been here, who came over from Germany and Ireland, who built this country. They built this country, and now people are trying to come over here and force their customs on them, etc., etc. And I saw her in the comments literally liking comments saying white and Black Americans need to stick together. Like, do you see where it's not okay? Like, first of all, do you know what a colonizer really is? Like, let's not use that term lightly. Like, if you are claiming that your family has been here for all these hundreds of years and all this other stuff, girl, you should know the real history of colonization in this country, and you should know the real atrocity that it was, and not try to compare people who are literally coming over here peacefully to try to seek a better life for themselves, the new colonizers. That's very audacious and nasty. Immigration is not perfect. There's illegal immigrants who do terrible things, but that is not the overwhelming majority of people. So for you to be using that kind of rhetoric, especially as a Black woman in America, I have to say pause. Like, come on. So again, I really just say all that to say, like, really, what is the purpose of this FBA movement? Why is this beneficial? And again, don't tell me reparations either. Because what? You guys think that by separating yourselves from the rest of the diaspora in America, that you're going to go back to the white man and say, hey, okay, it's us. We're the ones that deserve it. And you think that he's going to give it to you? You're crazy. This goes for all Black people in the diaspora, period. If you're not ready to take your reparations by force, it's not happening, period. So again, just why are y'all doing this? What's the purpose? What's the agenda?
All right, so I played what the young people are saying about this whole movement. I'm sure there's plenty of people out there that are just parroting the movement, but I wanted to show those people that are saying, like, listen, I'm not for it. Because you hear enough of people just piggybacking off of Tariq Nasheed. So, all right, so I do have a person here, Men Hightower. Welcome to the channel.
Hello. Good evening, American citizens. Good evening. It's a beautiful day in America. It's a beautiful day. Optimism.
Okay, so what did you want to say about the subject?
Tell me what's your overall solution.
Well, the first solution is to not try to diss Pan-Africanism when FBA is just a subset of Pan-Africanism. That's number one. And number two, I feel that you can delineate all you want, but you don't have to put down and try to create so much of a issue between, or almost like a diaspora issue between the other people in the community, right? So just because a person is Caribbean does not mean that we need to talk bad and be negative towards them. Or you need to get up out of our country. Well, you don't know how many generations they've been here for. Just like we've been here generations, a lot of Caribbean people have been here generations. So I think that for us to sit up here and have these talking points and sound like we are racist and KKK members, just like they said that Marcus Garvey was a part of. Well, I don't get that. Same thing with Africa. We want to pretend like that we don't come from Africa. I get it. Okay, you want to do that? Fine. But everybody is not 100% from America. I don't know where we might have sprouted up from, just like Seti said. Do we sprout up from the ground? How did we get here? People want to say Pangea. Pangea was was millions of years ago. Like almost 175 million years ago when humans didn't even exist. So that we didn't come over here through Pangea. Now I can get into that, how we came over here, and that would be a whole nother live. But I would say this is that we can't sit up here and pretend like this is not a divisive ideology. Even though you want to say it's lineage, there is definitely an ideology that goes within lineage. And I don't understand why people are pretending that it isn't, and pretending like there's not a whole language that goes with the lineage. There's not a whole thing that's happening with the lineage. So go ahead.
So you have no issue with tethers.
I have a huge issue with the word tether. I don't like.
What do you think it means?
From what I understand, it's a person that is latching on to our accomplishments and taking it as their own.
In a traitorous, sellout, coonish way, and they're foreign. It's a behavior. Not everyone who's foreign born is a tether. That's just the reality. However, there are tethers.
Yeah, I don't agree with that terminology.
Okay. So, what do you suppose those who are foreign and cosplaying as FBA, is that not occurring?
So you don't okay. You're saying words. All these words are like just I mean, like down the line. Cosplaying, tether. These are words that are made up by this movement. So cosplaying. What do you mean by cosplay?
Dressing up, pretending, sounding, trying to demoralize through imitation, through caricatures.
Okay. So just answer me this question before I go into this whole cosplaying thing. Now before there was a such thing as a tether, you know, we had the whole hip hop movement. And if you actually look out into the audience right now in the hip hop movement, you'll see a lot of Caucasian people that are dressed like so-called African Americans. So what part of that is this the influence of culture that we have had across the whole world versus the person tethering and trying to cosplay versus, I mean, if you go to like Japan, right? They're people that actually take little noodles and make their hair into like little nappy to have like nappy hair. Now they might not come over to America to try to like pretend like they're a part of our community, but you know they are so-called cosplaying, right? So why are we so mad about like people that are African or of African descent that you say that they're so-called cosplaying, but we're not like calling Japanese and Korean people when they like get their hair made into like pro and like Rastafarian looking hairdos and dreads that are they're not tethers.
Those are called culture vultures in a sense. Say, for instance, Rachel Dolezal. Are you familiar with her?
Of course.
Okay. How many people have to not get exposed or be exposed as people who are cosplaying as their FBA to where it's a problem? They get up into these political situations, these educational situations, cosplaying, or worse, they have a sinister, nefarious agenda attached to it, trying to supplant and hijack, rob, confuse others like they're one of us, but they're not. Is that okay?
I don't think that that's the intention of people. I think that people are just living. Some people want to get into politics, and I don't think that they're like trying to cosplay or tether or try to pretend to be black, or they are just a person that's of Caribbean descent that happens to be also like what do you mean? Should they be going up in there like bomba clot? Whatever. Like, so do you think that what are you saying that because they're well spoken or what is cosplaying? Cosplaying to what?
They're trying to cosplay as if they were FBA.
Give me an
And
example.
then, to the extent, they'll be like, hey, I'm only doing things for people from foreign countries. I'm not doing anything for people who are from the United States and our FBA. These people need reparations too. So they put on this disguise, trying to act like they're one of us, but they're not. That's a tether.
So is it your idea that every Jamaican
It's not an idea that's actually happening, though.
Can I finish my sentence?
Go ahead.
So is it your assumption that every a Jamaican person or Caribbean person that gets brought into office or whatever is purposely going into that office to circumvent African Americans' success? That they're purposely doing this, supplanting us. Is that what the ideal is?
In actual fact, it's beyond the trademark word African American. African American is a trademark word that's trademarked and has a patent behind it, a trademark number that belongs in ownership to a white man.
Okay, FBA. So in your idea, are Jamaicans coming over here to supplant and surpass FBA?
So to clarify that question one more time from the top.
Is it your idea that the Caribbean people are coming into the United States and getting into government to supplant and surpass the FBAs that are in America?
Yes, and not only government, education, they're doing it also in politics. They're doing it in the economy. They're doing it in labor. They're doing it in entertainment. Shout out to Selma movie, as you saw, who played Martin Luther King. They're doing it in sports. They're doing it in all areas of people activity. Say, for instance, this, I'm going to give you an example.
You gotta speed up your speech. You're taking too long. You gotta speed it up, bro. You're taking too long. Hit the points, bro. I'm sorry. You're taking.
That frustrates you?
No, you're taking very long to make your point, bro.
Does that frustrate you?
Yes, it does, because people are listening, and I need to because I'm trying to get to the next point. Come on, spit it out. So,
first of all, in the 70s, you had Michael Manley in Jamaica. He was the prime minister. Then around the 80s, you had an American-born white man named Edward Seager, who studied at Harvard social science. He went down to Jamaica and became prime minister. He learned the dialect of patois. Just like that. And they selected him in. What would you call that?
I call it politics. I don't know what you mean. Like, I don't know.
So when you have foreigners who do that among you and I, what would you call that?
I don't. It's politics, bro. Donald Trump is his family is immigrants, and look at what he's doing. So we would rather.
He's American.
Yeah, he's American. Yeah. A lot of like people from the Caribbean that have lived here for several generations are American too. But why do we like go against them? Because they're an easy target. We need to turn this same aggression against our oppressor. But what we do is we want to turn it against the people that we feel is weaker than us. And then we want to like turn that thing and then say, oh yeah, you are a tether and you're tethering us and this bullshit. Because we ain't got the same energy for the white man that is like really oppressing us.
Do they have the same energy?
Honey, they got even more powerful energy and we ain't doing. So that's what I'm saying.
So how come they fleeing their homelands?
What?
I didn't stutter. How come they're fleeing their homelands?
How come who's fleeing their homelands?
How come these tethers are fleeing their homelands, pretending to be and cosplaying as FBA? Since we don't have any power.
Guys, I want you to hear, this is the rhetoric of the FBA. So is this what you guys believe in? FBA?
How come they leave their homelands in shambles?
Is this you guys' rhetoric? Is this how you guys just
I'm asking a question.
No, I don't want to answer that question because that's a stupid fucking question, bro. I'm not gonna answer dumb questions. People leave their homeland for a better life. Why would someone leave their mother and father back behind unless they thought they could do better and probably bring their family over too to live a better life because they're struggling where they are? Like what are you talking about? People move different countries. You're not asking the Italians why they're moving and fleeing their country. You're asking other black people. And then you want to call them tethers, but there's plenty of Italians that come over here or Asians that come over here and they doing all kind of hip hop, they break dancing, they DJing and doing all stuff. No, you're not gonna interrupt. I'm not done talking. See, here's the thing. You guys want to focus on the black people you want to call them tethers, but there's plenty of Asian people that come over and they be dressing like us and everything, but you're not talking about them. Y'all are trying to focus on the low-hanging fruit of this whole thing, but Asians got way more opportunity than any Caribbean or African has ever.
You're not going over there?
Where is the aggression toward them?
Shout out to Kamala.
Listen, have you seen the Asians in the breakdancing? Honey, they didn't break dance. They didn't took over the DJing. If they could have took over the hip hop, they would. Now they have K-pop. You know what I'm saying? So as much as we want to be, because the biggest thing Tariq Nasheed talk about is our music and how we got this music. Well, guess what? K-pop is taking our dancing, our music, everything. The people that actually did New Edition went over to Korea and made some of the fucking K-pop groups. But we want to talk about tethering. Caribbeans have reggae. They have their own music. So what are we talking about? Even the Africans have their own Afrobeat. But we don't want to talk about K-pop that comes over with their whole thing, but we want to call black people. What is this self-hate? It's self-hatred. And if you want to continue to push that whole narrative through, I don't really understand it because I'm not down for that.
So you don't love America?
No. So no, I love America, but I'm not down for stupid shit. And here's the thing: I really don't love them. America is a corporation. Let me correct myself. No, I don't love a corporation. That's stupid to love a corporation. I don't love McDonald's. I don't love Burger King. I don't love fucking Wendy's. I don't love America. No, I don't. America is a corporation. No, I don't.
The country that you're born in, you don't love it.
No, I'm born on this earth. I'm born on the planet Earth. I'm not born in America. I'm born on the planet Earth.
So Pan-African.
America is a corporation. And
so Pan-African.
Once you wrap your head around that America is a corporation, and you're asking why don't I love a corporation? I mean, America has been a corporation for a very long time. And
so
anyone that say that they love a corporation is brainwashed. So go ahead, Pan-African.
So Pan-African is more important than your American citizenship?
Pan-African and citizenship are two separate things.
Is being a Pan-African more important than being American?
That's a loaded question.
Is Pan-African is more important than being an American?
I could be a Pan-Africanist and I can still be an American. Just like I can be working, Amazon can operate in America and also operate across the globe. Amazon does not stop in America; it's all around the world. So what the hell are you talking about?
How long have you felt this way?
Listen, don't worry about that. You're not listening to what I'm saying. Are you listening to me, or are you just asking a stupid question? Because I'm about to drop you down. You're gaslighting, and I don't like it. And before my blood pressure goes up too high, I will drop you down. How long have I felt this way? Since America's been a corporation.
And so being here, being educated here was a mistake? Did you wish you were educated somewhere else?
How do you make an assumption like that? You know what? Some places actually have a better educational system than America. So possibly, yeah.
Can you name one?
Asia.
Can you speak any Asian languages?
But what difference does it make? You asked me a question. I said, yeah, if I could have been educated to a certain degree, certain countries have a better educational system. I named Asia. What difference would it make if I could speak English? If I were in Asia, I would eventually have to learn the language, wouldn't I? Duh. That's a stupid question.
Okay, so what country in Asia?
If I were in Asia, it could be any country. What is the point of what you're saying? Make your point. Make your point. Stop asking me questions. Make it plain. What is the point that you're trying to make?
I want to know where the better education is in Asia. What country?
Asia doesn't have. Asia's a continent, sir.
I know. What country in Asia?
It could be any. Listen, Asia as a whole has a better. When it comes to STEM and technology, has a better curriculum. So therefore, I would say I would prefer to be taught in that area because I'm into STEM and technology. So whether it be India, whether it be Japan, whether it be China, they have a better curriculum when it comes to math. Yes, and science and technology. Yes.
How come they're coming over here then?
Because there's better money. The dollar over there, all that whole thing. It's like it's still a certain area. Like, what's the point? What is the point of you asking me these questions?
You said they have better education.
Because corporations are paying them to come over here.
That's not the truth.
Yes, it is the truth.
No, because they would all be over here.
They are all listen. Let me tell you something. Most of the tech jobs are either siphoned out to India or the Indians are brought over here. That's why you have a whole thing with the H-1B1 visa.
That word siphon, what does that mean?
That means that they are taking people from India and siphoning them over here. And so when they graduate or from college over there, then they like actually get an H-1B1. Then they go back to school over here to get a computer science degree, even though they already have a degree over there. They come over here for 1 or 2 years, get their master's, and then they end up working for a major corporation. But they start in their educational system with their math, and then they bring them over here to actually work for the corporation after they go to 2 years. And get
So becoming a doctor in India, does that translate, their doctorate degree translate over here in the United States?
So what is the point of this questioning? Get to the point.
Because if that was the case, why would they need to get a doctorate degree over here? Their education system is not as valuable as the American education system.
No, what happens is that because of like it's because of politics and money, they have to be able. You can't just come over, just like you can't just bring a car over to China and just run it. They have to they take it apart and then they have to rebuild it in China. In America, you come over here, you gotta put some money into the economy, into that college, and then you can work in America. The college is the thing that pays for you to come over here, and they get the money. The whole thing. Listen, that's a whole nother subject. What is the point of this conversation? Because we talk tethers, right? So you want to make the thing about that, but I'm saying that we were talking about Caribbean and African and Pan-Africanism. So what are we getting at?
You brought up Asia, though. You didn't choose Africa. You didn't choose the Caribbean. Did you know that each politician, say for instance, Kwame Nkrumah, he studied here at Lincoln University, then went back to Ghana and became the prime minister of Ghana, the first.
So what point is
So if our education system is not valuable or is impartial or subpar, how come they keep on doing this? How come all these prime ministers? How come all these prime ministers have American education background? All throughout Africa, all throughout the Caribbean.
What does that have to do with Black people?
Again, how come they're coming over here cosplaying?
So you're
pretending like they're one of us, and then going back home.
They're not.
And their homelands are still in shambles.
They're not cosplaying and pretending to be one of us. They're coming over here as Africans, and very clear on their Africanness. And then they go into their own communities. They're not in the Black communities in Oak Cliff trying to pretend and be in the hood and smoke weed like we are doing. They're in their own African communities, and they are in their own groups. They're not going into Oak Cliff and pretending and cosplaying to be one of us.
Really? So getting back to Africa, with all those beautiful universities that they have, how come they just don't stay there and study there?
Because
how come they're leaving Africa as a graveyard, a cemetery?
Because the American dollar is worth more than the African, and then there's also the corruption of the there's a lot more. There's a lot going on that we just can't. But you're saying that's about they're trying to come over here and try to be like us and be us, and that's not what the truth.
But they're corrupt. That's the difference. They're corrupt.
Okay, but that's not what you said. You said that
because they're corrupt.
Listen, I'm not going to keep arguing with this guy. Listen, guys, listen. On some other news, because I'm not going to go back and forth. I'm not. This guy is rage baiting and being willfully ignorant. Legal immigration is great as long as it's controlled. Illegal immigration is inherently exploitive. Thank you. This guy has no knowledge for what he is arguing for. Listen, Here's the thing. Once you move the goalposts 15 different times, we done went from Asia. I said, he asked me a question. I answered the question the best as I could. You asked me, okay, well, would you get an education? Yeah, I would. I would go to Asia. I would like to learn their educational system when it comes to STEM. They have a different mathematical system. I've seen how they do their math. Yeah, I see. And actually, let me just show you this so you can understand what I'm talking about. Watch this. This shit's going to blow your mind, guys. Watch this shit. Because I know I'm not fucking crazy. Look. And this is how they deal with their fucking situations, right? Watch this. Hold on, let me find it. Okay, I want y'all to see this video right here because this. Watch this. Watch this. Because I think that we're so egotistical about America. It's funny that watch this shit. This is fucking it's fuck, bro. Watch this shit. Okay. Do you see this video right here? Watch this. Watch what they made an ad. It came up on my channel on my Instagram. Watch this.
Indian kids in the US are losing their problem-solving ability because of substandard math education. For decades, Indians have been global leaders in math and logic. That's why biggest companies like Google, Microsoft, IBM, and Adobe are led by Indians. Unfortunately, Indian kids in US schools might not reach that level because the curriculum itself is at least 2 years behind India. That's why I built my best-selling math program to teach advanced concepts like algebra, geometry, and functions early. This will prepare them for higher grades, giving them a competitive edge over others. They also learn my mental math techniques that help them calculate big numbers without pen and paper. That too, 4 times faster. Want to try it for free? Go book a free trial class right now. Indian kids in the US are losing their problems.
Do you fucking see that shit? Did you hear that? They made a whole school for their kids. So rather than you questioning me about some stuff, because I'm trying to explain that, hey, you know what I'm saying? This is what they're doing. They created a whole school for Indian kids and made an ad. Like, no, Indian people we're falling behind, and we need to have the competitive ed. Where is your ad in your school? Umar Johnson and all the other people. You want to ask me questions about some shit? This is what their ad is saying, bro. Don't come up here and talk to me and think that you're trying to outwit me, bro. This is the ad that came up on Instagram just out of nowhere. Do you know how many Indian schools contact me for my daughter to go to school and do homeschooling through their curriculum for STEM? Because I somehow because I was like teaching her to be a computer science and stuff. So I had her go into all these little things. Somehow my name got put in, and I get all type of like Indians hit me up. Hey, we have a program to learn math, learn it without a calculator, all type of different stuff. I have not seen one black ad like this. So don't fucking tell me about what are you talking about? And this is no offense to our black people, but this is what they're doing for their kids, bro. And they're in America they up in America talking shit, like mad shit, like the American school system sucks. We have our own thing. We about to put together a school. Come on to join whatever the fuck, whatever, blah, blah, blah. This is the American thing. If you didn't hear it the first, let me play it again. They talking mad shit in this, and I said, damn.
Indian kids in the US are losing their problem-solving ability because of substandard math education. For decades, Indians have been global leaders in math and logic. That's why biggest companies like Google, Microsoft, IBM, and Adobe are led by Indians. Unfortunately, Indian kids in US schools might not reach that level.
Honey, it's not just an advertisement. He's spitting facts during the advertisement. That's why it's led by Indians, right? Microsoft, Adobe, he's able to just boom, 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 boom. It's all led by Indians. But they're in American school system and they're falling behind. If you want your kid to like learn the stuff, get it, and be 2 years behind, join this school because American school system is behind on math and technology. But then y'all can like make up excuses all you want, but I'm just saying this is what they, you know what I'm saying? Why would they come up with an ad like this? Where is the black ad equivalent to this? It didn't come up on my timeline. I saw this one. I didn't see. And since then, and I clicked on this. So when I clicked on it, it should have been other ads about education and schools and curriculum. I know, you know what I'm saying? I haven't seen one yet. So as much as y'all want to say, well, just like an ad or promotion for Indian, whatever, he just pumping it up. First thing he said, that's why we run these companies. He said we lead in technology and this, that, the other, and math and da. That's why we run Microsoft, Adobe, this, that, Google, blah. And if you do the research and you say, well, how many companies do Indians run of American company? He wasn't lying. So yeah, if I had to probably choose, yeah, I'd probably go over there and get my STEM education over there, come back over here, get my master's, and then probably be on the same track that they are. So let's be real. You know what I'm saying? I get it. You know, it's probably a hard pill to swallow, but whatever. They probably also do go to like Britain or whatever. But I know for a fact that there's a university. Listen, me being a software engineer, I like just know it from a whole nother perspective. Once people like they'll get out of school and they'll work for these major corporations, the whole building everybody goes to, and all the major corporations funnel their work through that building. People like work for like Tata Consultants, like Tech Mahindra. I know all of the like Indian consulting firms, okay? Tech Mahindra, Tata Consulting, several others, you know what I'm saying? Collabra, all Indian. And then they contact me to give me a job over here. So I know what I'm talking about. Like, I don't understand. Like, I'm not going to argue with you about something I know what I'm talking about, bro. Please. But we're not talking about technology in India and all this other stuff. We're talking about why is FBA fighting against itself? Because you don't see Indians doing this. They're trying to like start a school up and help other Indians. And actually, that school, anybody could join this school. They're not like, oh, it's only for Indians. So they're trying to make their money. They say, hey, you know, they made it about Indians on the ad, but hell, shit. I might have my daughter join that school and learn math. You know what I'm saying? Shit. You know, this makes sense. If they falling behind, I'm sure my daughter's falling behind too. They didn't say it was only for Indians. They just said that this is what happened to Indian kids based on what the norm is. I'm gonna say this is that, you know, this whole Pan-African versus FBA thing needs to stop. Well, he was the one asking me about asked me a bunch of questions that had nothing to do with the subject. Let's get to what I really want to talk about. I'm gonna change the whole subject. We're gonna talk about something that I just saw in the news that really messed me up. Let's go into this situation right here.
Hey, is y'all getting paid to do this? Huh? You just work only?
Don't be rude, though. Don't be rude.
What's going on?
The employees here, I don't know why, they said that there was somebody.
Don't be rude, though. Don't be rude.
What's going on?
The employees here, I don't know why, they said that there was somebody out here blocking the road and all kind of silly stuff that obviously isn't happening. They aren't blocking the road, but they're just complaining
Now we trying to figure out what's going on in that field right there because it looked like a whole bunch of slaves still working in that field right there. It's a whole bunch of black people that don't speak no English, and you got a white dude sitting in that truck monitoring them, and it's just a whole bunch of people picking, look like they picking cotton, but it's not cotton. So we trying to figure out what's going on with that.
See down there?
Yeah, we see all of that.
I saw that, and I was gonna go over there to see if I can pick some stuff. But
Nah, that
I don't know what's
we
going
don't
on
know.
over there, but if y'all don't mind, can you just pull up a few feet, just get out of the road?
Oh, okay, yeah.
Because we got a lot of
Okay, that's fine. Pull up a little bit.
Just a bunch of-
Okay, sorry about that. My bad. We really just trying to see what's going on over here because it definitely looked like something racist going on.
Okay.
So we just like trying to get to the bottom of it. You know what I'm saying? Because my ancestors black. You know what I'm saying? My people used to. Yeah. Oh, you too?
30%.
Oh, okay. In fact, so that's what we got. Pull up some more, Sue. All right. Well, appreciate that. We got y'all.
Okay.
All right.
Have a good day.
You're welcome. Y'all too.
Good luck.
All right.
So there was a bunch of people out in the field picking cotton, or not cotton, but picking peas or something like that. And honey, the lady came out and, you know what I'm saying, gave him some peas and tell him to go on ahead about your business because it's whatever. But whatever in her life, she couldn't say nothing. She couldn't speak English. You know, and it's kind of sad, you know. So while we're up here just arguing over FBA or whatever, there's people getting put into like what it appears to be like damn near slavery. So we can sit up here and pretend like everything is, you know, just hunky dory, but this is not cool, bro. Watch this. I didn't get to let me see. I didn't get to download this particular video. Let me share this one. Hold on. Let me see. Share this one. Watch this. Watch this. I was trying to download it, but watch this.
She said, grab a bag. Yeah, but come on. You just got to witness. You got to pay attention to signs. They might be talking to you on the slide.
They're speaking another language. I don't know what language.
Don't even go out there because that might be private property. So don't
It's
go.
okay. It's right here. It's right here. It's okay. Hi.
Hi.
How you doing?
Okay.
All right. Are y'all okay out here? Sure. Y'all good? Okay.
Come on now. Come on now. Now, are you going to tell me that you know whether it could be an FBA or like this could be anybody's grandma or whatever because she's dark skinned or whatever? Are we getting so cold hearted that we just like, you know, like we just this is what it's cool, you know? Jamaicans in the field. No, I think she's Haitian because I think that they're speaking another language. I don't know what's going on, but you know, we're getting so caught up in the argument of immigration. And so the people that's getting paid to do it, you know what I'm saying? They're gone and now they've been replaced. And these people are saying that they just working and they get paid nothing. I don't even know what's going on. And then if you actually with the whole interaction was so strange. Watch this.
How long have y'all been working out here? Okay, thank you.
You see what I'm saying? She made like a noise, like you know what I'm saying? What the hell? Now this is in Florida, guys. I don't know what field this was in, but this is the type of stuff going on. Now we done got rid of the Mexicans that were working the field. So now you have these people working the field. Who knows who they are? We don't know if they've been trafficked. We don't know how they whatever, but she says, you know what? You know, hey, here's some peas, honey. She said, come over, grab a bag. You know, that's very sweet of her, you know. When we want to like talk so bad about other cultures, you know, she's a Haitian or whatever, she might have wherever she's from. You know what she says? She saw the young man standing out there trying to question what's going on. And she said, go grab a bag. And she waited to the guy that was overseeing them and she filled his bag up. She filled his whole bag up full of peas or whatever this is, you know. And they said, just go, you know, and probably risk her own self, like her job or whatever the hell is going on here. Just risk that whole thing. Here's some peas. Go ahead. But we want to sit up there and be separated and talk stuff. Now they don't have the internet. They don't have this social media. They're out in the field working. Let me show it to you again. This is the type of stuff that's going on, bro.
She said grab a bag. Yeah, but come on, you just got to witness. You got to pay attention to signs. They might be talking to you on the slide.
Don't even go out there because that might be private property. So don't
It's
go.
okay. It's right here. It's right here. It's okay. Hi.
Hi.
How you doing?
Okay.
All right. Are y'all okay out here? You sure? Y'all good? Okay. How long have y'all been working out here? Okay. Thank you. You see that? They're not good.
They're not good. What did she say?
I asked her, was they all right?
And what she said?
They said yes. And then I said, you sure? And then when she filled up my bag, she did like this. Inside.
Listen. Now this is close. The closest thing I see what Pan-Africanism is that he cared about them. He saw some people that were black working in the field. He stopped. He says, you know, what's going on here? He asked the people, what's happening here? There's some racist stuff going on. And she saw him and she says, you know what? Even though I'm working in this situation, here, have some peas. You know, go ahead, here, take this real quick. Okay, shh. Whatever she was doing, right? And then he's concerned about her. That is what true Pan-Africanism is being concerned about one another. Not just saying, oh, you just need to be deported. You don't even know how this girl got here into the country. You don't know how she got here. You're just saying she needs to be deported. No backstory, no information, nothing. You don't know if she's been trafficked over here and put into this situation, but because we don't have any empathy for each other, that we could say something like that. Yeah, send them back to their country so they could. Come on now. We don't even know how she got here. We don't know her circumstance. All we know is we see them out in the field working. Someone is concerned enough to say, what's going on here? And she saw him and said, here, have some food. That is what Pan-Africanism is about. I want to let you come up here and say, I mean, I don't even know if I want to let you come up because I know you're going to probably say something crazy. I mean, you know what? Put a 1 in the chat. Should I let Man in the High Tower come up here and give his thoughts? What do you think? Put a 1 in the chat. Should I one if I should, 2 if I shouldn't? And should I just wrap this whole thing up and just call it a day? What do you think? Give me some numbers. What do you think? It's like a 1. I think that's your account. All right. Go ahead. Make your statement.
What statement do you want me to make, DJ Genesis?
About what we just saw there. Should we care or not?
Do you care?
Honey, if I didn't care, I wouldn't have it on my page and be talking about it.
Then why don't she build a nation for her? Because her country failed hers. Pan-Africanism in the very beginning was supposed to be about nation building, not about caring. See what I mean? Nation building. Why don't y'all build a nation for her? Why doesn't her homeland have a system in place? Why is it so corrupt? Are you going to keep blaming America? All that foreign aid that they get from their politicians and prime ministers that are corrupt, is that America's fault? How many countries are we going to keep saying that, oh, it's because of corruption? Why don't they overthrow their corrupt government? Why are they so scared about?
Is that it, or is there anything else?
That was a question.
Oh no, I'm not answering questions. You make your statement. That's it.
Well, my statement is this. On the strength of FBA, fuck them all. We got to worry about our own. Here in the United States, the land that our ancestors built from the ground up.
Listen, the reason why I bring him up here is I want you to hear the rhetoric that the FBAs have. Now he's definitely the FBA, part of the FBA movement, and this is the type of conversation that they have. So I want you guys to hear it 100%. You can see
America didn't disrupt their country. That's a cop out. That's an excuse.
I want you guys to hear this. I want you to really hear how this sounds.
Right.
And then you make anyone that's coming on, anyone who comes in the future to watch this, I want you to make the distinction on how much of this is toxic versus how much of it is meaningful and actually creates an actual solution. So go ahead.
In 1993, photographer Kevin Carter shot a photo of the vulture and the little girl taken in Sudan. Have you ever seen that photo? If you have, tell me how come this stuff is still going on in these countries that these tethers are so proud of and flee from. That's not going to happen over here. Our people fought against that. How come they can't fight for themselves? How come they're trading gold for food still to this very day? For 65 cents a day, you can feed an African child. Where did it all go to? All these pop-up nonprofit agencies helping them for years and years and years, for decades. Why are these homelands of theirs still so corrupt and in deplorable conditions? Why don't y'all fight? Ah, I see. You'd rather fight against FBA. That's why it's FBA versus everybody. We're trying to delineate to the best of our ability, but you have platforms like this that want to disrupt the delineation movement.
Why are you here then?
Speak the message that you don't have too much time left this platform because it's Antifa related.
Anti-fascism? Is that what you mean? Anti-fascism related? So are you a fascist?
You are Antifa.
Get off my fucking platform. Shut the fuck up and get off my goddamn thing. Shut the hell up. Ban from the. Goodbye. You're gone for good. I'm done. I'm not Antifa. First of all, Antifa means anti-fascism. You know what I'm saying? People just use like buzzwords and say this whole thing. And I just wanted to show the brainwashing. People just say buzzwords. They say all the buzz stuff. I'm showing you people in a field. I'm showing you grandma in a field. And and he's so stuck on his goddamn point that he has no fucking like empathy in his heart for the people at all. And this is the thing that this FBA thing needs to either y'all, I don't know. This is not right. And I don't care if someone says I sound like a moron, so what? I'll block you too. I have empathy. I don't like to see immigrants, whether they're Mexican, Dominican, black, whatever, being attacked by ICE. I don't like seeing people being hurt. Now he wants to call me Antifa for that. I don't like seeing people like just shoved down to the ground. So if I'm Antifa, whatever. Yes, I am anti-fascism. Now, I'm not a part of the Antifa movement, but I'm not for fascism. I'm not for like this ragtag group of people that just get to like enact their will on people and just like there's no checks and balances. I'm not for that. But I don't know. I think he might be on the spectrum. I'm still trying to figure out what it is. I'm still trying to figure it out. But he's blocked for good. I'm done. I'm done with it. Listen. I think I've. No, it sounds like FBA is insane. Okay, this guy was an FBA person. The guy that was talking. Hey, you can already tell I'm full of shit. Why are you here? Get out of here. Bye. What are you here for? Your mama's full of shit. I think he's probably an AI. I don't know. I think he's either a agent of the FBI or something is weird about him, how he talks, the whole thing. Like, who talks like that? Who can see people and going through trauma and just have no, like, nothing that clicks on in their body that says, man, this isn't right, you know? I don't know what he is, but I just know that's that. But I want y'all to hear that because I think it's just crazy. Because he's been doing this on my panel for like weeks. And I wanted people to hear it. I was like, bro, I'm showing you something that's a very traumatic looking thing. And to look at that and still be focused on bullshit. And that is what I see around the whole like FBA, the young YN, whatever community. And we cannot be so cold-hearted that we don't even see that shit is not right. I mean, we don't have any empathy. What happened to the empathy? Are we all NPCs? Is the whole audience? If you're not an NPC, put a 1 in the chat. Are you an NPC or not? If you're an NPC, don't say nothing. Maybe this whole chat is filled with NPCs and non-playable characters that have no personality, that really thinks that it's cool that people are out in the field like working because they want to believe in FBA so much. King Zai, I think you're the only one. That's sad. All these like bots. It's a whole bunch of bots in this chat. A bunch of like false people. That's crazy. Well, I hope that the people that are okay, I'll add you up. And if you turn out to be the other person, I swear to God, I will kick you down. Because I'm not playing this game. I don't want to hear your voice. That whatever the other person, the man in the high tower, Reverend Greenback, I don't want to hear that shit. I'm tired of it. Okay, Yvonne. Okay, you're real. All right. So 2 people are not NPCs. Everybody else is fake. I knew it was something strange, you know what I'm saying, going on. I knew it was something weird. Sir, you're clearly not mature enough to even listen to this panel. So get the fuck out of here in peace. Goodbye. You're banned. You see how simple that is? You know, I don't have to listen to bullshit. King Todd, you want to come up because I'm about to end this pretty soon. It's been 3 hours. If you want to come up and say something, hurry up because I'm tired. Yeah, I think that's sad. You know, when you really think about it, that a person could like watch something like that and just still have no empathy about that. Like they can see people working in the field, and they're just so hell bent on like just following another person's ideology. No original thought of their own. That's another thing. What happened to original thought? Why don't we think for ourselves? What is really going on? What is wrong with us? We can't think for ourselves. We can't come to a conclusion. We want to just repeat the same bullshit that you hear anywhere else that you hear it. I'm trying to wait for King Todd to come up. While I do that, I'm gonna play this video right here. I want you guys to check this out. Yeah, it's right here. There's the link again. Let me play this a little bit while I wait for him to come up because I'm kind of like give him a chance to say, because I want to hear another thing. I don't want to end my show with that guy because that was very negative, and I don't like that type of energy. I'm not gonna end that's very low vibrational, and that's sad. That's very low vibration. That's, oh my god.
This whole Pan-African versus FBA thing, because I think it's really heating up. Sarah Seti actually came out and said something. Hey, what's up, Jackie? What's up? You guys are going to take a ride with me. It's another mind dump. So Seti came out and he actually said some stuff. In about an hour or two, I'm going to do a live and we're going to go over all that stuff. And here's the question, guys. Do you guys prefer when I do lives that I bring people up? Do you guys prefer that I just do it and just discuss it? Or do you guys think I should bring the presentation? Cosmetic brands, he did a leverage. They were like about to like go on to that presentation. Just let me know in the chat. You know, because sometimes a lot of time I don't necessarily get through, you know, what I'm talking about before people get to like, can you drop the link? I got something to say. Wait, that information, can you please drop the link? Oh my god. People get to tripping, you know, I start to showing some of the information that goes against their beliefs, and they're like, oh wait, we have to stop this. It must be stopped. I have to interrupt it. So let me know. If y'all don't, just hit me up somehow and let me know. Yeah, so an epiphany came upon me, and I was like, wow, that's pretty interesting how it came upon me. I figured out that this entire deal with Argentina is damn near a leveraged buyout. I looked it up on ChatGPT, and basically it was able to break down. Well, it was like, yeah, pretty much. I said, damn. Because you know how you be getting them downloads in the morning? And see, the first black person that was actually became a billionaire due to leverage buyouts was a guy named Reginald Lewis. Go look him up.
Hello.
What's up? What are your thoughts about today's conversation? Because I really want to wrap this up and But listen, that video is actually on my thing. It's called Mind Dump. Go ahead and watch it. I have several mind dumps if you would like to watch those. But go ahead. What are your thoughts?
Hey, I just want to say, to boost your spirits, DJ. I appreciate you actually creating this community where we can come and have these type of conversations and stuff, and bringing a sane aspect to it. And I don't want you to get brought down by anybody on these platforms that spew hate and this and that and the third. And I know it's kind of sad to see the direction of that people are going. I don't even really want to say that the whole country is going, but it's heading that way. But I just want to say I appreciate you for that. But no, I did kind of join the show a little late today. I seen the FBA guy from last time pop up here again. I was finna get on him. But my only issue with the FBA thing is it's so divisive. It seems as foundational black they want to be, it seems so anti-black. Because, like I said last time I was up on the panel, black people generally are just very welcoming. You know what I'm saying? Like they are wholesome. Even the ones from up north, the New Yorkers and all that, they still wholesome and stuff. So it's just odd to me that my brothers are starting to turn towards that I don't know how to really describe it honestly. But turning towards that, the FBA thing. Even the Israelite guys, they are more about just discipline and stuff like that. You have all of those, but FBA is F them, it's about us. It's so divisive. It's so like the guy I was on the panel with last time. You can't tell me every black person you see if they're FBA or not. You know what I'm saying? That doesn't make sense. Um, no matter if they first generation here, second generation here, or whatever. Because honestly, the term being black was given to us to anybody that wasn't white when they brought us over here, so it didn't matter. You know what I'm saying? Y'all are taking to me, I feel like FBA are just taking white nationalism and making it for black people. That's all it is. You hear me, DJ?
I'm gonna do a freeze from. I'm gonna show you something. I want you to tell me.
Mhm.
Okay. Because when I saw this, it almost brought tears to my eyes, right?
hmm
Because they're working out in the field,
Oh, I seen this.
and like I said, she asked him. He was asking questions. He talked to the man. He's like, "What's going on here?" She said, "Come back here, here." And she brought that whole bucket. You see that bucket? That's
hmm
probably heavy as hell. She said, "Whoo!"
You
Right?
see, you can obviously see in this video that she's afraid to speak about what she has to do at this job or any type. You feel me? Like, and even with the people that showed up towards the end of the video, them popping up out of nowhere, the guy talking about, oh, so we got to complain about somebody being in the middle of the road, and obviously nobody's in the middle of the road. But what are y'all doing here? What you mean? I seen that. I really did. That's in Florida, and it do
And you
not
see
shock me.
her face. Oh my god! Like, see this? See this? See this?
Mm-mm. Look how she shoo him away because she see the guy in the truck watching her. That's crazy.
I guess the guy rode by and maybe was pulling in, and
hmm
she hurried up and gave it to him. And she says, "He's like, are you okay?" And look, she was hit in the face too. You see, there's like a little, like right here is like a bruise right here.
This ain't
Are we
right.
this? Are we this cold hearted that we just?
This is that was my point to any conservative that hops on this panel and wants to talk honestly. I'll be here to defend any person's human right. If Bumpy being a black or white or this and that and the third, we need to be treated as human beings, period, point blank.
And see, this is him in the audience, right? I say find the AG corporation and give it to the workers so they have enough money to go back to their country. So he's so focused on going back to the country, he's not even thinking about like that this person is in distress.
I mean, think about it like this, guys. If we send them back to their country, and America has to do their job. Oh, but now we got to pay them a living wage, right? Now we got to have proper working conditions. Now we got to have. I'm like, hey, I'm down for it, but let's be realistic. Is that what's going to happen? Instead of us banning against one another, as I was trying to get my colleague Pan Am, whatever his name was on his last time, me and him, I was trying to get him to understand is instead of banning against each other, how about we, the collective, start to demand more from our government, from our employers? Because
So someone's asking, what is this? Who is this woman? So let me explain. Let me just play it again a little bit. So here
Don't be
is
rude though. Don't be rude.
What's going on?
The employees here, I don't know why, they said that there was somebody out here blocking the road and all kind of silly stuff that obviously isn't happening. They aren't blocking the road, but they're just complaining.
Now
Y'all
we
mind
trying to
just-
figure out what's going on in that field right there because it looked like a whole bunch of slaves still working in that field right there. It's a whole bunch of black people that don't speak no English, and you got a white dude sitting in that truck monitoring them, and it's just a whole bunch of people picking. Look like they picking cotton, but it's not cotton. So we trying to figure out what's going on with that.
See down there?
Yeah, we see all of
I
that.
saw that, and I was gonna go over there to see if I can fix some stuff. But
Nah,
I
that
don't
is.
know what's
we
going
don't
on
know.
over there, but if y'all don't mind, can you just pull up a few feet, just get out of the road?
Oh, okay, yeah.
Because we
Complaining.
got a lot of
Okay, that's fine. Pull up a little bit.
Just a bunch of
Okay, sorry about that. My
Yeah,
bad. We
okay.
just
I
we
was
really
back
just
out.
trying to see what's going on over here because it definitely looked like something racist going on.
Okay.
So we just like trying to get to the bottom of it. You know what I'm saying? Because my ancestors black. You know what I'm saying? My people.
So
used
am
to,
mine.
yeah. Oh, you too?
30%.
Oh, okay. In fact, so that's what we got. Pull up some more, sis. All right. Well, appreciate that. We got y'all.
Okay.
All right.
Appreciate it. Have a good day.
You're welcome. Y'all too.
Good luck.
All right.
okay. So what happened is that once they left, okay, the lady said, "Come here." All right. As much as we want to call them tethers and get out of our country, like they're just like the whatever. They're tethers, right? But you know what? When she saw him, she said, "Here, come here, grab a bag."
She said, grab a bag. Yeah, but come on, you just got to witness. You got to pay attention to signs. They might be talking to you on the slide.
This is your tether, y'all, saying grab a bag. Now they're in a thing in the field, picking whatever the fuck keys.
Don't even go out there because that might be private property. So don't
It's
go. Let me come
okay.
up
It's
here.
right here. It's right here. It's okay.
These are your tethers, you guys.
Hi.
Here,
How you doing?
she's
Okay.
carrying a
All
whole.
right. Are y'all okay out here? Sure. Y'all good?
See that?
Okay. How long have y'all been working out here? Okay. Thank you. See that?
Listen, let me tell you something. No one can tell me that that's cool. No one can tell me, oh, they just need to go back to their country. That's it. Just go back to your country, and you've been. We don't even know their story. We don't know what's going on. We don't know how they got there. But we're so focused on going back to their country. It's ridiculous. I don't. People cannot be that numbskull. You know what I'm saying? Is he just?
it's people getting distracted from because they like to throw all of these immigrants into this basket of illegal immigration. This term illegal immigration. They got here illegally. They don't have papers. Woo, woo, woo. 70% of the people that ICE have picked up are documented immigrants, are non-violent immigrants. I'm gonna just be real. That's 70%. Another 5% are U.S. citizens that they arrest and release. So they're not really catching criminals, guys. These are a personal police force that has a budget the size of Spain's military that is used on nothing but its citizens. We are being divided for no reason. And we're allowing ourselves to be divided.
Thank you.
I said this yesterday. A real conservative, I can respect. I can understand because you have a vision for the country. You just have a different way of getting there. Same vision, different way. But what these MAGA people have, what these people who are filled with hate have, their vision for the country is something that we never seen before. And maybe I need to correct myself. It's something we probably have seen before, but we just don't pay attention to history. And hopefully we're not doomed to repeat it.
I'm sorry, I was talking. It looked like a repeat right there. What I just watched. What was that? What was that? It looked like a repeat right there. Listen, guys, I got to keep it real. We want to deport all of you. Well, at least some of us.
All of who? All of who?
All of us niggas. I think that's what it sounds like to me.
And that's my biggest thing. Like, even then, let's ask the question: who are we deporting? Right? If we deporting people, let's deport them. Who we deporting? We deporting people who aren't Americans. Okay, what makes a person not an American?
He says non-whites. He says he wants to deport all non-whites.
Where we gonna go? Y'all brought us here.
Which country? Where are you gonna drop us off at?
Look, I'm just trying to figure out. Make y'all own plan make sense. Y'all get rid of.
That sounds like oh boy. That sounds like oh boy. Because he talks like that in fragments like that. That's
And that's the thing with
antagonizing bullshit.
you got all these other foreign governments creating server farms where they make fake profiles and whatnot, trying to post up to divide us even more. It's so much stuff that unites us way more than divides us, y'all. And y'all allow for this to divide us for what?
Right. Ban.
Like, what is the purpose? What is the goal? There's no goal. It's no.
Trump just spent $20 billion on Argentina, their economy. You can't tell me shit about immigration when you got Trump doing shit like that.
You can't tell me we can't afford. That's my thing. When them people tell you, oh, we can't afford free healthcare, we can't afford student loan forgiveness, we can't afford this, that, the third, but we got money to blow up people in the Caribbean islands, in the Caribbean Sea. We got money to give Argentina, money to give Israel, money to give Ukraine, money to keep funding ICE even during the government shutdown. Money for Trump finna go to China, y'all. Trump finna go to Asia. We got money for all of this, but no money for the citizens. That's my point. And y'all are so blinded by it. He cut taxes. He gave y'all a 0.002% tax cut. He gave the top 1%. 10% tax cut. Well, y'all money.
Listen, I'm not sure if you got to see that. I'm gonna play this little bit of this because I really want people to really understand where I stand at this whole thing. I'm not for this bullshit. I'm not for all the fake bullshit.
Mm-mm.
All these like bots coming on, hitting me up at 6:00 in the morning, finding my phone number and calling me and shit like that, talking to me, threatening, saying how I should like go ahead and be pro Trump. I mean, I've gotten phone
Nah,
calls.
keep fighting. Keep fighting.
I'm
I'm
not
letting you know I'm real. I'm real. This is gonna come. I'm sitting right here for
what is going on. Like, bro, I'm not fixing to change my opinion. I'm not fixing to do that. So let's go.
People get to tripping, you know, I start to showing some of the information that goes against their beliefs, and they're like, oh, wait, we have to stop this. It must be stopped. I have to interrupt it. So let me know. If y'all don't, just hit me up somehow and let me know. Yeah, so an epiphany came upon me, and I was like, wow, that's pretty interesting with how it came upon me. I figured out that this entire deal with Argentina is damn near a leveraged buyout. I looked it up on ChatGPT, and basically it was able to break down. Well, it was like, yeah, pretty much. I said, damn. Because you know how you be getting them downloads in the morning? And see, the first black person that was actually became a billionaire due to leverage buyouts was a guy named Reginald Lewis. Go look him up.
Is it going too fast? Should I slow it down?
I can't hear it on my end.
You can't hear it?
No, no.
Is it on mute?
I'm not sure. Last time you played the video, it automatically muted me. This time it didn't.
Let me try it again. Let me share it again. Let me try to. Yeah, I want you guys to hear this because I think I had a good thought whatever I came up with, whatever it was, but
Whatever it was, whenever you came up with it.
whatever it was, you know what I'm saying? I thought, you know what I'm saying? I be thinking and stuff, you know what I'm saying? I ain't perfect, but I be thinking.
I looked it up on ChatGPT, and basically it was able to break down. Well, it was like, yeah, pretty much. I said, damn. Because you know how you be getting them downloads in the morning?
No?
Is anybody in the audience? Can they hear it?
Can y'all hear it? They're not answering. These are all bots. They're not really humans. I think there's someone that has a bunch of bots coming to my channel.
After I get done with the presentation. Just let me know in the chat. You know, because sometimes a lot of time I don't necessarily get through, you know, what I'm talking about before people get to like, can you drop the link? I got something to say.
You can't hear nothing? You can't hear it. You there? Okay. I'm gonna play this. Maybe he can hear it from the audience. So let's go.
Wait, that information, can you please drop the link? Oh my god. People get to tripping, you know, I start to showing some of the information that goes.
Can you hear it now?
They're like, oh, wait, we have to stop this. It must be stopped. I have to interrupt it. So let me know. If y'all don't, just hit me up somehow and let me know. Yeah, so an epiphany came upon me, and I was like, wow, that's pretty interesting how it came upon me. I figured out that this entire deal with Argentina is damn near a leveraged buyout. I looked it up on ChatGPT, and basically it was able to break down. Well, it was like, yeah, pretty much. I said, damn. Because you know how you be getting them downloads in the morning? And see, the first black person that was actually became a billionaire due to leverage buyouts was a guy named Reginald Lewis. Go look him up. And I think he brought Elizabeth Arden or Liz Taylor. One of those cosmetic brands. He did a leverage. They were like about to like go down under, and he did a leverage buyout, and he got control of that company. And so there was only two black named billionaires. They said Bob Johnson was the first black billionaire, but I think it was this Reginald Lewis guy. I don't know if Bob Johnson was a billionaire before Reginald Lewis. I was just listening to Rashid earlier today and stuff, and got to hear some of his whatever he got going on, you know. Let's get the likes up, guys. Let's get the likes up. So I figured out that this whole Argentina is just like, I think that we forget that America is a business, and all this ordeal, all this stuff is going on is really like strategic business deals are going on. Once we get out of like the politics of it all and realize that there's like some business happening and that this is a corporation and it's behaving as such like a business, and that's why it makes so sense that they would hire a businessman to run the corporation like Donald Trump, and then it's operating as a business would operate. And you know what it is? It's because the business is very cutthroat, and we're pretty much employees of that business. Even if we operate, even if there's sub businesses in the main corporation from the state level, you start your corporation, you have a tax, it's all under the United States, right? So we're basically, all of our corporations, even our own body is its own entity that is owned by the corporation. The moment that you sign your birth certificate and your social security card,
Hey, is this too fast? Should I slow it down? Y'all getting
Nah,
it?
nah, this all right.
Okay, cool.
What's happening is that when we begin to operate ourselves like a business, we wouldn't attach ourselves so much to a corporation, right? You don't. People don't work at McDonald's and start claiming McDonald's, do they? Or start getting attached to that job at McDonald's. We will get attached to our corporate structure here. We get attached to our corporate. Oh, I'm a foundational Black American. It's like, dude, first of all, your parents were prisoners of war, and you want to tout this name of American? I mean, honey, it's almost like they came up with this whole idea of the foundational Black American, and people just lost their fucking common sense. They started to become patriotic and shit. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, okay, I understand, but it's okay if you want to be patriotic, fine. People started really touting the whole Trump thing. I love, what, Trump is my president. I love President Trump, and I'm a foundational Black American. Foundational Black American. And then they start to like call each other names. Okay, well, this person's a tether. They need to get up out of my country. They started to feel some ownership with this foundational Black, this pride. And that's great to have pride and feel proud of, being a captive, being a prisoner of war, But my family came from the 18th century. We've been here prisoners of war since the 18th century. That's when the boat came over. And I'm like, bro, hey, they act like we just came on a luxury cruise and just came over on the boat. Like, yes, let's come on, get together, family. We're going to America. We are going to America. Come on, join into America. Like, we were just happy. Come on now. We were traded like animals. So to this whole ideal of this foundational, people are getting real bent out of shape. You should hear some of the things that they, like even today, Tariq Nasheed was playing some of his conversation with the Jamaican. I guess it kind of got,
excuse my boobs. My boobs are always like front. Sorry, excuse the boobs. TKs already.
Because the way that Tariq does his thing is it's like very argumentary, it's satirical, but then it goes into a roast battle. He'll get the roasting you and it's at the other. He starts it off in one way. The whole objective is to like kind of get you into a roast thing where he get to roast the person, right? And so, and I guess that's what kind of makes it funny and lighthearted. But when he's talking about the subject, is not a lighthearted subject at all.
That's a perfect place to pause. When we had said, I don't know if this was 2 days ago when you was on live, when the other guy was up here, he was talking about, please don't kick me off when I say this, but he was talking about booty clapping.
Yeah.
Right. That's all they do. Their arguments are flawed from the start. They don't make sense. The term Black American was given to us, guys, by people who didn't know where we came from. That does not make sense at all. None of this makes sense. And it sits here and it sits literally just a way to divide the Black community. Y'all are weaker if y'all have less numbers. FBA is about excluding everybody unless they deem you fit. Because honestly, they don't know. And most Black people do not know their lineage. This is what I was trying to tell him the other day too. Most Black people do not know their lineage because guess what, guys? They hid it from us. They threw it away. They whitewashed it. Like,
Unless
come on now.
like some family members that kept them damn records, because my family kept the records, and I can go back and find my records.
Now, my native side, they kept the records. I'm not gonna lie. But my black side most definitely had trouble. We go far back, but not think about it. Some white people are able to trace their ancestors all the way back to the 1700s. Most black people can't do that. So it's like, what do you mean, FBA? What do you mean? That like it's a way. I feel like it's just like I said, is white nationalism turned for black people.
Listen, this person, let me just say this real quick. This person that's using this program to, I think he has like 15 like computer screens opened up with different like accounts and typing into them. First of all, I know you're a bot account because no one starts an account with XYZ at the end of it. Dash S2D dash FF.
Exactly.
So we already know you're fake, you know? I'm about to start banning all these fake ass
How often do you go live?
probably every other day. I don't do it like every single day, but every other day.
Okay. What I would say is because I ain't gonna lie, you're a very good host. If you're able to make your videos and stuff when you do your own stuff and post that, and then when you want to do lives and stuff, you can weed out who gonna come in and out and this and that and the third, and network with other people to grab a real base audience for you.
Yeah,
You hooked me.
like fake ass shit though. It's like fake ass accounts. Well, stop bringing them. I don't like.
I'm gonna tell you like this though. You hitting the algorithm because you got me. You feel me? I'm not gonna lie. You got me. You hit, so you're on the algorithm, and I watch political content all day. Don't get me wrong. So when I saw you, it's that's something good. So the people out there, they still watching, they still listening, they scrolling. It's about captivating their attention when we got them. And
Yeah, like but all them fake ass like number. If you ain't gonna come up here on your real account, don't be up in here with these fake ass. I don't know what app y'all are using, but get a real name or start an actual Google account. Stop playing with.
Name on it.
All right, so let's
put your name on it.
One way, the whole objective is to like kind of get you into a roast thing, where you get to roast the person, right? And I guess that's what kind of makes it funny and lighthearted. But what he's talking about, the subject is not a lighthearted subject at all, like whatsoever. There's nothing fucking funny about this shit. You know what I'm saying? It's very serious, and I don't really get the joke. And you know what I'm saying? I'm like, okay, you better go up there and eat that bush meat and the mud pies. And I'm like, dude, that's disrespectful of a whole group of people. And see, he'd be the first one if they started saying shit, we'd be crying about us. You better go over there and start twerking or whatever the hell shit that we got in our culture that's kind of stupid, you know? Be the first ones like, don't say that. Oh, all of us don't do that. Not all of us. Hold on one second. I'll be right back. I'll get me some ice.
I am done with you.
Give me 1 second, guys.
Just to give me 1 second too.
I'm going to get me some Mary Ruth and try to see. Because lately I have a nutritional deficit. I just had to get because of when you handle it like that, then you do like how a corporation does, So that protest, that's probably why what was I at? Argentina. That America is a business. Trump is just the leader of the business, the oligarch. He's not even a king.
Poor leader.
They should not have no more kings. They should have no oligarch, no corporation, no corporate leader. You know what I'm saying? Like no, because they're saying it's a kingdom, and then he's trying to create like a kingdom, but it's like no, this is it's definitely a corporation. So that protest, that's probably why he had that plane poop on everybody. Because like, bro, man, get out of here. I'm not trying to be a king. I'm the head of a corporation, Sarah and ma'am, and whoever else. I think that's what people are missing. I think that's the missing. When you handle it like that, then you do like how a corporation does. Now everything has, whenever you have a corporation, is under a thing. Like you can sue them for all the shit that they're doing. If you start looking at American corporation, now there's lawsuits that can be done for all this stuff that's happening. Get the right lawyers that are not scared, losing their license, or you'd have to probably try it yourself. But the bottom line is that I think that's what is missing, is that people are looking at all this stuff that's happening. Oh yeah, he's doing deals with Argentina, and that's messing up the American farms, well, that's part of business. He's not beholden to the people within the company to do it. He can always outsource. You can have people that's in the company that's saying, okay, well, whatever, and it's going to be this amount. I want to get, if you get hired and they're trying to find farmers and it's too much and they can get it cheaper, that's what any business would do. It's the financial thing of the business to do what's best for. It's the fiduciary responsibility of the corporation to do what's best for the corporation. So once you understand the United States is a corporation, and you understand why it is doing the things the way it's doing it, and you won't be surprised, like, oh my God, Trump is giving $20 billion to Argentina. All that shit is to secure. I think that's to secure something when he leaves office, trying to invest in the peso and build up the peso for future shit in the future or whatever he's trying to do. When these people do stuff, they don't do it for right now. They do it for later on. They do that shit for 10 years down the line. So he's making this deal now, and we don't even know what the true real reason for it is. We just know right now, farmers here, soybean, blah blah blah. But man, they put crack in the black community, and we ain't recovered since. And that was done in the 80s. This 20 years later, they play the long game. So whatever this deal is with Argentina, who knows what it is? But I know it's not about what's happening right now. That's what's wrong. Is that the way we're seeing stuff? We're not looking at things from a business perspective. People that make deals like that, $20 billion deals. There is a 20-year probably thing down the line where this whole thing is going to be something. It's going to make sense. We don't even know the projections of what they said by investing that into that country. And I think that whatever it is, it's only going to be to benefit whoever, his family and all the other rich people. I don't know if there's like some organization. You know what else I figured out? Argentina, isn't that where Hitler was at? Hitler and his crew? Didn't they go to Argentina? Or his soldiers? I mean, why Argentina? Didn't the soldiers go over there too? Isn't Trump German? Donald Trump, D-R-U-M-P-F, which is German last name, isn't he German? So it makes sense why he would choose to bail out or whatever Argentina when they are in a bind, because all of his folks is down there, all his German people, probably his family. So he really is you know what I'm saying? What happens? Some businesses, especially when you're a business and stuff like that, you're gonna have the family. You pass your business down to the family, your offspring, your heirs, right? He tried to get South Africa involved with Elon Musk. I don't know whatever happened to that whole ordeal. Have you noticed how quick that whole Elon Musk thing just got quiet? That whole argument between them lasted like a week, and you ain't heard nothing since from Elon Musk about Trump. Like nothing that's making like no super headlines. All of them are in bed together. You can't tell me it's no different. All that stuff is just like smoke and mirrors. Like, oh no, I'm not working with Donald Trump just because everybody was tripping about him being all up in the middle of stuff. I believe that they didn't really fall out. I think that they said, oh, listen, you gotta chill because like being in the White House, it's getting too much heat on you, whatever. You also work in the background, behind the scenes. We got like stage an argument, pretend like we mad at each other. You know what I'm saying? Meanwhile, you're still puppeting. You can't. How much money did he say that he helped to get Donald Trump elected? You think that's he's just gonna let that go? Oh, okay, it's all good. Please. They had a conversation behind the scenes. A phone call was made. They made a deal. Something happened. Whatever it is, energy-wise. Oh, okay. Well, I need my servers, and you ain't gonna let me do this. If you're not gonna pass the H-1B1 visa, I need to have my servers over here, and I don't even hear shit about it. So you need to talk to your people over here and tell them to shut up. That's how those things go. It ain't no, I just put it a brush. I just stopped talking about it. No, they made a deal. Listen, Come on now, people don't be billionaires. That once you get to that level, I don't think that people are it's the level of that level is treacherous. You see that P. Diddy started fooling around with them billionaires. You see where his ass is at. I guess he still, people be getting up there and think that they too big for their britches. You can't bring that nigga shit up into the billionaire world. You better realize it, because honey, look at the loss that he took. P. Diddy, all his little, now as many of the, all them billionaires is weird. Come on now, honey, it don't even have to be billionaires, but people in that whole, especially in Washington D.C., all them people, I know I've seen a few people at the parties I used to DJ have whole foot crammed down their throat because they in a foot fetish. This weird shit. Dressed up in leather with leather and all that bullshit. The little thing that crisscross and got the thing, the mask on their head and all that bullshit. And sucking on people's toes. You got the mask on so you can't see who they are. That they weird, you know what I'm saying? And get it back and take a picture of that shit and end up on the news. Yep. But yeah, so that's what I've kind of pulled from that whole thing, that whole Argentinian deal. I'm gonna create like a video about that and go over that. But later on tonight, I'm gonna go get into this whole FBA thing, because this whole thing is kind of irking me, because I don't think that we need to hate that Caribbeans, Africans, and other black people in the diaspora need to hate each other in order for us to be able to delineate. We don't have to be at war with each other. We don't have to talk shit about each other in order to delineate. And I think that Tariq Nasheed has definitely lost control of his movement. I think that the younger guys that have listened to his rhetoric, they're basically using his rhetoric to basically make it into something completely different. I think that by the time Tariq Nasheed looks up, that whole FBA thing is going to be something he had no idea of where it's going to turn into. And he's not really doing much to really control it. He's just letting people, he's saying that, oh no, it's not a movement, it's a lineage. And since he doesn't want to take the leadership role of it, then you have other people that can step up into that role. So it leaves an open spot. A person that's way more aggressive and don't give a fuck about the government probably coming and beating the door down because they're just like a crazy ass person. That's what that does. It allows one charismatic leader to jump up and claim the same ideology and then add a little stake onto it. And next thing you know, it's completely changed into something different, completely other than what Tariq Nasheed made it into. And so you have a lot of these young FBA content creators that is developing cult-like following. And they are not as, their rhetoric is way more extreme than Tariq Nasheed's. Like, at least Tariq Nasheed, he talks to a Jamaican person, because what they'll do is, the first thing they'll do is, of course, when they're talking to somebody, the first thing they're going to ask you is, where are you from? Right? So what country, where are you from? Okay? Then they go, after they get out into where are you from, and they figure that out. If you disagree with them, no, you're a tether. No, you say, I don't believe you because you don't agree with their rhetoric. Then you're automatically a tether. And that's another thing, is that people are calling everybody a tether. It's like, what part of tether are we talking about people that are immigrants, or are we just, you don't agree with me, so you're a tether? You know what I'm saying? Now, what Sal Rasu said, he said, is that, the whole FBA movement is tethering off the Pan-African movement. So how could you say that the Pan-Africanism is dead, but then you got all your things from the movement that was about being Pan-African? That Pan-African movement existed before the FBA movement ever existed. So of course, which one came first, right? So you use the momentum of the Pan-African movement, and then you want to turn around and tell your mom basically who you got birth from, right? Because that's all it was. That stuff birthed the rest of it. I don't think that you have to down Pan-Africanism in order to be an FBA. Okay, you got your lineage, you have your thing, you want to delineate and here's the thing, people get delineation wrong. Delineation does not mean that we hate each other and this is a war. It just means that take the benefits of like this imaginary reparations that's never gonna fucking happen, that we think that we're gonna get. You know what I'm saying? Or that Tariq thinks that he's gonna be able to make happen. I don't know. I still don't know what a lot of this stuff is really based on the past and we started hip hop and you guys can't tether on us and get our reparations. I said, where is these reparations, sir? You guys can say that you're Black American and get our benefits. So what benefits do we have, sir? We get the benefit of getting your ass whooped by the police? Like, what is the benefit? I try to like say, hey, look, listen, it's not. We need to be worried when we see stuff like black people getting beat up by ICE and stuff like that. That's not a good thing. And we want to jump around and say, well, no, everybody need to get out of our country. Tariq Nasheed said that that's not what he was saying. He's not saying that the Caribbean people need to get about the American country. Now he will say, well, you fled your country, and he will say that. But my thing is that okay? If they had like some odds or whatever they needed to beat and they needed to flee their country, who the fuck is going to stay in a situation that's of dire? Who wants to stay in that situation? Or you should have stayed there and fixed your country. How could you fix anything from a place of weakness? If you're in the trenches, how are you going to fix your country? You have to go somewhere where you're going to be able to get some kind of power and then be able to go back and do something. You can't do nothing from if you want to down dirt with everybody else. I'm going to fix it. Okay, good luck. You need to go back and fix their country. And people are so, like, they're so puppets. People just robot, like, it's almost like somebody got, like, a damn a thing on their back and just stood their hand and they just all parrot the same bullshit. I'm like, dude, when has black people, but maybe that's how we've always been. Like, one person says something, we just all parrot after, NPC parrot after everybody. Nobody has any original thought. And then when you actually talk to them, they're saying, all they're doing is parroting the exact same talking points as Tariq Nasheed. He made the source for FBA. They will say the same. Okay, shit, plebiscites, rambling these plebiscites and your delineation. Here is the FBA source. D for delineation. P, plebiscite, babbling. That means a person. I don't know exactly know what he means by that. Plebiscite, babbling, fleeing. You fled your country. Mud pies. Don't try to pretend like you started a Wakanda. He'll say that just because you say that it might have been good in whatever, or your country might have something going. Oh, don't try to pretend like you have Wakanda. You know, just stupid shit. I mean, I don't know. It's to me. I don't know. Some of it, I get the roasting part of it, but I mean, I don't know. Maybe that's for the young kids. Because to me, that shit is childish. Because while he's roasting, he's muting the other person, so you can't even hear what their retort is. So he got into Marcus Garvey. He was telling us how Marcus Garvey's whole thing failed at first, and he told them. He told the Jamaica guy, how come you guys don't own anything on your island in Jamaica? How come you don't own the stores on the beaches in your community? I'm like, bro, we don't own the stores in our neighborhood either. Shit, hell, we don't even have a community. Where's our community? At least they got a community. At least they got an island. At least when they do come over here, they find their community and be around their people. They have their little Caribbean store, and honey, they party in that store. They come together and talk to each other in that store. All the Jamaican people start going to that store. Hell, I think black Americans find themselves in the Jamaican store more than we do in the soul food restaurant. I'll see more black people going to the Caribbean store to get food. So I don't really get the whole, we gotta cut that out, bro. And the guy was saying, like, we need to stop, we don't need to be enemies. Because this stuff's gonna get harder. We gonna need each other. He said that the Jamaicans are the warrior class of people. And that's where Tariq Nasheed kind of got pissed off. Like, no, you guys aren't the warrior class. You guys got jacked up. Y'all did this. It's like, well, hell, well, we can't say we're the warrior class either. Because, hell, we got jacked up too. I mean, what the fuck? I don't really get it. Hell, are the Haitians a warrior class? Because they fought. I think Jamaicans did fight too. He said that Jamaica was a breeding farm. Or not a breeding farm. It was a breaking farm. But it had the sugar cane. I think that was probably the most brutal, one of the most brutal plantations because of the whole sugar plantation. But I don't know if it's because of they were trying to break people, or is it that the people that was the slave owners there were just brutal, people. They just had some kind of a masochistic mindset, the French, right? And whoever the Jamaican, whoever those particular slave masters were just wild, Or maybe they did more of that breaking because of the fact that these people were more aggressive slaves. But rather than having a meaningful conversation, it's like he began to make fun of the fact that these people were getting butt broken on Jamaican plantations. And I'm like, what are we doing here? I don't agree with that. And if there's any people from Caribbean, just know that not all of us black people, FBA or whatever you want to call us, agree with that shit. And just because I'm light skinned and I'm not from, and I might have a little white in me, don't mean I don't count as FBA. Because my family goes back to Virginia, and it's the Smiths, and it's my grandfather's Obadiah Smith Henderson, Obadiah Henderson and Smith or some shit like that. Whatever, it's the Smiths and the Henderson. That on that side, and then there's Lockett on this side. And there is some Caribbean shit going on based on my DNA. I don't know what the fuck's going on my father's side. My dad died before I could find out. So I don't know but I just know that in my DNA it says that there may be some Barbados shit going on there. But it's mostly black and Nigerian and fucking Norse. Which is weird. I don't know where the hell Norse came from. Was the Norse slave owners? I don't know if that white came in through the slave, because it was in Ohio. Was there slave plantations in Ohio? Is Ohio considered the North? No, it's the Midwest, right? Was there slaves up there? I don't know. Well, somehow they fled from, we talking about fleeing. They fled from Virginia. They was in North Carolina, then they went to Virginia, and then they went to Ohio. I don't know how, or if they did it on foot. Somehow they ended up in Ohio. And there's records of my shit. I know. If you go on Ancestry.com, I got records of my family and where they came from. So you can't talk that bullshit to me, all that tether and this, that, and the other. It's just that I embraced Pan-Africanism a long time ago when I went to, became not a Christian, and I began to look into the African religions, what the truth was about all this stuff, and I found out what it was. You know what I'm saying? I had to say, hey, wow, that was a crazy revelation to me, and when I did the research, I'm like, okay. Now I know that my family does also have native in it, some Native American as well. I think it's Cherokee, and I think and I actually have I gotta go get the information, but that's on my grandma's side. See, my grandpa is one thing. My grandma has the Native American. My grandpa has that white stuff going on, and my grandma has the Native American. And she's Murray and Fletcher. So you have Fletchers and Murrays. And then you have, no, my grandfather's Murray, and my grandma's Fletcher. And I think the Fletchers and the Blanchards and all that stuff is all different things. Which just sounds like an Irish last name, so I don't really exactly know what the fuck's going on. But that's pretty much what's going on in my family, I'm getting close to my destination, guys. I still have about maybe 20 more minutes, about 15 more minutes to go. What else? So that's pretty much what's going on with that situation. The FBA thing is just ridiculous. And I'm going to review that. What else should I get into? I'm trying to improve my my vitamins. I'm very deficient in my vitamins, so that's one big issue I'm trying to get control of. Go back because I got too much sense to actually want to be. And when I actually think about all the relationships I've been into, I guess I did have to kind of dumb myself down. So I'm like, that's a weird thing to have an audience that does not like you. Why would? And it was crazy that I had this person to say, well, what your audience doesn't like you. This one person got on the phone with me today, got me up. I woke up first thing in the morning. Your audience does not like you. I'm like, well, damn it. Well, that's crazy, So I'm like, that's a weird thing to have an audience that does not like you. Why would the audience sit there and listen or watch someone that they don't even like? That's crazy. Just to be sitting up there just watching the person. I don't like her. Look at her. Look at her. For how long do they sit there just not liking me? You know what I'm saying? What a useless waste of time. Bro, really? The people? I just, okay. It sounds like you're projecting whatever you think onto my audience. I think there's some people that disagree and agree based on the subject matter. Depending on, there might be some things they agree with what I say, and sometimes it does not mean that they like or dislike me. Because to be quite honest, nobody really knows me long enough, except for probably Jackie, my moderator, and some people that might know me personally. You don't even really know me to dislike me. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of times, like, if you only get to talk to me for a second online or whatever, you don't really, if you got to actually talk to me on the phone and hear me and see who I really am, because I'm a mom, it's a whole lot of different parts. Even when AT2 met me, it's like he's like got a whole different picture of who I was. You know what I'm saying? Because it's one thing to see me online, and it's like, oh, okay. But it's another thing to actually, like, see me actually, in person and talk to me, And I don't put up with no bullshit. Scary. And half the time you get let off first thing in the morning, like at 5 o'clock in the morning, 4 o'clock in the morning. Nobody's on the road, and it's just you trying to make it home. Utopia society in Argentina. I don't know what the whole objective is here. They just want to take the whole country down and move to Argentina? Like, what's the... They're going to put all the money, give it to Argentina, and build it up out there, and then they're going to leave America when they get done. All Trump and JD Vance, all the billionaires, they're going to build their own, utopia society in Argentina. That's really what the 20 billion is for. They're going to build that up, and then all the billionaires are going to go down there and live. And they're going to run their corporations from there. That's a prediction. Let's see if it happens. That's the whole plan, What if I'm right? What if this shit ends up right what I just said? That's crazy. Watch. Build it up in the next 5 years. If all the billionaires end up in Argentina, like a new Dubai or some shit like that, like the South American Dubai. Because Trump is a developer. He's a real estate. So I heard that the entire New York skyline is from Trump. That he was the person that built most of the buildings and did all the development in downtown New York. So that whole skyline is Trump, right? I wouldn't be surprised if he's down there trying to build some stuff up for cheaper. You know what I'm saying? Taking the American tax money and investing into that and making that into the next new super rich for all the American rich people. They can't do it here. It's too expensive. You know what I'm saying? You know how Dubai is a rich place for all the Muslim rich, what do people call it, sheikhs and stuff like that? We don't have that over here. You know what I'm saying? Where it's like this rich city where it's just rich. I mean, you got like San Francisco and LA and all this stuff. But honey, you walk 2 blocks down and it's just fucking Skid Row. And, you know what I'm saying? New York, hell, New York is rich, got Manhattan, but hell, 2 blocks down and you up there, it's just, you in poverty, so, but if you just make a whole city for rich people, and they put, 20 billion into it, and just make it only for the rich, and everything is like Dubai, like expensive and shit, and they make that a whole hub, because 20 billion, what do you think in pesos that you could make 20 billion in pesos is how much? And then they got all those workers down there. That's why they're trying to ship all the people from here down there, so they can make them into slaves and give the government 20 billion and ship these workers from America over into Argentina and build up that whole rich people city. Now, this might be a hypothetical, but wouldn't that make a lot more sense than what's going on right now? Oh my God, now that would make sense. Okay, I see what y'all trying to do. All right, y'all trying to, okay. That makes way more sense. If they was doing that, I can. That makes okay, Trump. Okay, you doing okay. You're trying to set things up for your kids and your kids' kids and your kids' kids' kids and your kids' 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 kids. Generational wealth. Cause I'm like, dude, I ain't never seen a person so old and stuff still trying to still trying to fucking just be like this super duper rule the world type of thing. Like, damn, like what time does it end? You know what I'm saying? What age? You gonna be like 80 years old still trying to what is you ain't even gonna enjoy it. You know what I'm saying? Where are you can't even really enjoy it. You have a colostomy bag, your fucking veins are popping, I don't understand. Like, at some point, like when you get to a certain age, it's like you don't want these people that run for these, they don't even get to be grandpas. You know what I'm saying? They don't get to watch their grandkids and just do grandparent stuff. And he the president. He just play golf and do deals and stuff. Like, he don't get to be grandpa. Like, do you think that what's his wife, Ivanka, whatever her name is, does she get to be grandma? Like, do the kids like drop off their kid and make her watch the kid, or is there like a nanny that's like, no, it's such a nanny watch the kid. Nanny. Watch the kid. And the nanny's probably Mexican too. Like, Lolita, come watch the kids. You know what I'm saying? That's the only one that get sit back by ice. Shoot. My thoughts be crazy as hell. That was my mind dump from this morning, y'all. Now we have the man in the high tower. He's been waiting patient. I'm gonna let him come up and spew his rhetoric. But I'm about to end this show, so hopefully it does not piss me off before I like it. Here we go. Go ahead.
Where did the other person go?
I think his phone died.
Where did the other guests go from the other nights?
No, I think his phone died.
No, I'm saying where did the other panelists go from the other nights before?
I don't know.
It seems that no one wants to be a part of this whole detrimental movement that you're talking about. They don't want to.
Why are you here then?
I'm asking you, like, why do you think the other guests? Why do you think the other guests?
Why are you here?
Why are the other guests not participating in this?
Why are you here?
Why are you laughing in the car by yourself?
Because I'm driving.
Don't you have anything like optimistic to say?
I said what I said.
So what are the solutions that you have?
I mean, what are the solutions that you have?
Keep mass deportation alive.
Okay.
It's working.
Well, that's your solution.
It's working well.
Okay, so what do you do?
This country would be in a dumpster with Joe Biden.
What are you here for, though? Why are you here?
To express that I know that you're sick.
And you think that you're well?
Yeah. You have to be sick if you hate this country. This is where your parents were born.
Who said I hate this country?
You have nothing good to say about this country right now. Not one.
So why are you here?
I'm expressing my love for this country.
Why can't you do that somewhere else? Why do you have to be here to do it?
First and foremost, your platform. You need help. And I believe that others should pray for you.
I never asked you for your help, sir.
Would you like to pray right now?
Absolutely not.
You don't believe in God?
I don't believe in praying with someone that I don't fall in line with spiritually. So no.
Will you pray for a better world?
Honey, I will pray in my own way on my own. I'm not going to pray with you. Sorry. So, again, I ask, so if you feel like my platform is terrible, why are you here?
So you're against God, correct?
Okay, so, all right. Okay, how'd you draw that conclusion? Because I wouldn't pray with you?
No, I just asking. I'm seeing that you have nothing optimistic to say.
Okay, so
you're complaining about your gray hair, your weight. What are you gonna do? when you're so concerned about others from a country coming over here illegally and then being deported?
What is the purpose of this conversation? Why are you up here talking to me about anything? What is the purpose?
I'm someone who is saying, hey, you can turn this around anytime you can and start having self-respect for yourself.
So listen, here's the deal. I blocked you. I don't know how you got through the block, but I don't need your thought. I don't care what you like. What is the purpose of you coming up here telling me about having self-respect for myself, and you have no self-respect for your own self?
I'm not the one who's praying and preaching hate for America.
Shut the fuck up, bro. Again, I banned him. I don't know how he keeps getting up here. Why does he keep coming up here? I don't get it. Anyways, yeah, we sound like we just broke up. No, absolutely not. I don't even know who he is. He gets a kick out of coming up here and irritating the shit out of me. I don't know why. I think he's a stalker. So if you hear anything ever happen to me, you know who did it. That guy right there. Because I swear to God, I'm not like asking him to come up here. I will block him. I will ban him. I'll kick his little extra accounts he has up here off the thing. He keeps coming up. He'll create another account. Calls me. I'm like, bro, I didn't ask for all that. Leave me alone. So, okay. Anyways, I played my video and I want y'all to see. It's been 5 hours. Peace out, guys. Much love.
Mission, trying to get it right. Transition, changing the way that I see life. Transition mind. I'm on a mission, trying to get it right. I'm transitioning my life. Making a transition. Ooh, making a transition. Ooh, 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 ooh. Making a transition. Ooh, 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 ooh. Making a transition. I'm on a mission. On a mission, I'm trying to get it right. Changing the way that I see life. Transition in my life. I'm a mission.